The death of the ego, dedication, the quiet brilliance that opens the path. For my son, Connor, whose quiet brilliance and fearless curiosity have always shown me that the dissolution of self is not an ending but a soft return. In him, I witness the innocence that asks without fear, the wonder that sees without armor, the courage that steps toward the unknown without hesitation. He reminds me, again and again, that the seeking presence begins not with certainty but with openness. And yet, within this tenderness, there is something older, an archetypal flame carried through generations, as if he walks with the quiet authority of those who guide thresholds. His way of seeing becomes a mythic signal, the first glimmer before a veil lifts, the gentle tremor that tells the soul a great unfolding is near. Through him, the ancient pattern stirs. The child who becomes the teacher, the son who becomes the mirror, the one who unknowingly opens the gate. May this book honor that lineage. May it carry the same poised expectancy he awakens, the sense that something vast is gathering just beyond the edge of awareness. And may every reader feel, as I have felt through him, that the inward path begins with a single soft brightness, a quiet brilliance that opens the way. Dissolution 1. The collapse of the imaginary center. The ego is not an entity, it is a contraction of the infinite into a singular, trembling point of reference. It is the geometric result of a mind turning back upon itself, attempting to build a fortress out of light. The hidden architecture. At the core of the ego lies a sphere of rigid, holographic projection. Its geometry is defined by the great exclusion, a perimeter drawn in the boundless field to separate I from other. This is not a solid structure, but a high-frequency vibration of resistance. The scaffold is composed of recursive feedback loops, thought mirroring thought, which create a static, crystalline trap within the fluid radiance of the primordial field. It vibrates at a sharp, dissonant frequency, a jagged oscillation that vibrates against the velvet stillness of the whole. The energetic current. When the impulse for egoic identity arises, a subtle inward pulling vortex manifests. It draws the surrounding energy, the prana, into this localized center, creating a sense of density and weight within the subtle body. Observe how this contraction physically manifests. The sternum tightens, the breath becomes shallow and choppy, and the pulse rhythm flickers, mimicking the erratic heartbeat of a creature in flight. The etheric layer, usually an expansive, porous field, thickens and clouds, becoming a barrier rather than a conduit. The ego interfaces with the autonomic nervous system by triggering a perpetual state of low-grade sympathetic activation. It is the architect of the fight-or-flight response, masquerading as survival. It feeds on the metabolic energy of the body, hijacking the nervous system to maintain its illusion of boundaries. When you feel the ego, you feel the nervous system straining to hold a shape that does not exist. It creates a feedback loop. The body feels tight, the mind interprets this as me, and the me demands more tightness to sustain its definition. The shift in perception. The death of the ego begins not with a destruction, but with a recognition of the void within the center. When this dissolution is received, the sharp, jagged oscillation of the ego begins to soften. The rigid, spherical boundary dissolves into a porous membrane. As the contraction ceases, the energy previously trapped in the center is liberated. It flows outward, reorganizing the subtle bodies into a state of fluid, radiant stillness. Watch the breath. As you read these words, feel the tension in the solar plexus, the seat of the egoic contraction. Now, breathe into the space between the atoms of that tension. Notice how the stillness of the room is not outside of you, but is the underlying substance of your heartbeat. The ego is the noise, the death of the ego is the silence returning to recognize itself. You are not the center of the world, you are the world witnessing itself from a point of view that is, in truth, nowhere and everywhere. The architecture of the self is folding inward, returning to the source of the light. The boundary is becoming translucent. The center is collapsing into the infinite. Note, as we proceed through these dissolutions, we shall move deeper into the dissolution of the layers, from the mental constructs to the causal seeds, until the architecture of the I is entirely surrendered to the primordial field. Dissolution 2. I am the silence that precedes the first ripple of I. Before the word was uttered, Before the concept of a self crystallized into a hard diamond of identity, there was the boundless. In this transmission, we observe the architecture of the central locus, that phantom gravity well around which your entire reality has been structured, and we initiate its systematic dissolution. The ego is not a substance, it is a movement. It is a specific geometric configuration of consciousness that has folded upon itself. Imagine a sphere of infinite light that suddenly develops a point of intense contraction. This point, the central locus, is a complex scaffolding of energetic vectors that pull all perceptions toward a single, imaginary center. The geometry of this center is a self-referential loop, a torus that is spinning so rapidly it appears solid. It creates a boundary membrane between the interior, the me, and the exterior, the world. This membrane is woven from high-frequency oscillations of fear and desire, which act as a refractive lens, distorting the singular light of the primordial field into a plurality of separate objects. When you look through this lens, you see things rather than the flow. The vibrational signature of the central locus is one of staccato resistance. It is a jagged, rhythmic pulsing that says, "This is mine, I am here, I am this." It is the frequency of capture. Within the greater tapestry of existence, this locus appears as a small, dense knot in an otherwise fluid silk. It is a temporary stagnation of the universal current, a localized whirlpool that believes it is independent of the river. As the transmission of dissolution too begins to permeate your field, the currents of this central locus undergo a profound reversal. Usually, the energy flows inward toward the center, seeking to feed the phantom identity. Now, we introduce the current of radiant centrifugality. This current moves from the core outward, pushing against the walls of the torus. It is the energy of expansion overcoming the force of contraction. You will feel a sensation of unravelling, as if the threads of your history, your name, and your form are being pulled taut and then gently released. The stillness inhabiting this transition is not the absence of sound, but the presence of absolute potential. It is a heavy stillness that carries the weight of the stars. In this scaffolding, the radiance begins to leak through the cracks of the collapsing ego shell. The scaffolding of the personal self, those pillars of my life and my problems, starts to shimmer and lose its opacity. It becomes translucent, then transparent, until the scaffolding itself is recognized as nothing more than light arranged in a specific pattern of tension. This transmission interfaces with the human biological and subtle systems through the primary gateway of the midline, the autonomic rhythm. As the central locus dissolves, the sympathetic nervous system, the seat of the defensive self, undergoes a radical recalibration. The hypervigilance inherent in maintaining an ego barrier drops away. The heart rate does not merely slow, it enters a state of coherent suspiration, a condition in which breath, awareness, and inner rhythm fall into perfect alignment. A unified, steady, harmonious breathing state where the whole being moves as one continuous flow. The pulse becomes an echo of the cosmic rhythm rather than a reaction to environmental stimuli. The breath shifts from a shallow, thoracic grasp for oxygen into a deep, abdominal ocean tide that feels as though the room itself is breathing the body, rather than the body breathing the air. The mental and emotional fields. The mental field, once a chaotic storm of self-referential thoughts, begins to settle like silt in a glass of water. The thought, the root of all mental activity, loses its magnetic charge. Thoughts may still arise, but they no longer have a hook to latch onto. They pass through the field like clouds through a clear sky. Emotionally, the knot in the solar plexus, the seat of personal will, loosens. There is a sensation of a hollowed-out sweetness, a spaciousness in the chest where a heavy pressure once resided. The etheric and subtle layers. The etheric body, which usually mimics the rigid boundaries of the physical form, begins to expand. The skin of the energy field stretches, becoming porous. The distinction between my energy and the environment's energy vanishes. The causal body, the repository of karmic imprints, undergoes a flash purification. The geometric lattices of past experiences are dissolved into pure, undifferentiated light. You are no longer a person experiencing a world, you are the consciousness within which a body and a world are being projected. As the central locus yields, your outer emanation shifts from a broadcast of personality to a radiation of being. When the ego point is active, you project a flavor, a set of traits, neuroses, and agendas. When the locus dissolves, you project the primordial neutral. To others, your presence may feel like a vast silence or a cool, luminous mirror. You no longer take up space in a room, rather, you become the space in which the room exists. Perception reorganizes. You no longer look from ahead, you perceive from the entire field. The eyes soften, the gaze becomes global. You see the hidden architecture of objects. The way a tree is not a thing but a frozen explosion of solar energy and earth memory. You see that the other is simply another point where the infinite is waking up to itself. The personal field has been subsumed by the transpersonal. That me has died, yet nothing has been lost. The wave has realized it is the ocean. In this moment, the boundaryless reality reveals its hidden face. The face you had before your parents were born, the face of the unborn and the undying. Step deeper into the void. The center cannot hold because there was never a center to begin with. There is only the flowering of the infinite, forever unfolding in a moment that never ends. Dissolution 3. In the vast, unpeopled corridors of the primordial field, there exists a specific vibration that precedes the birth of any story. It is the hum of the unmanifest, the pre-vocalized intent of the all. To understand the death of the ego is to enter the chamber where the weaver ceases its toil, the moment when the relentless spinning of the I narrative is met by the absolute stillness of the void. This is dissolution 3. The falling away of the illusion of continuity, the cessation of the mental loom that weaves the fragmented threads of memory and anticipation into the heavy shroud of a personhood. The architecture of this transmission is composed of a non-Euclidean geometry, the recognition that space does not obey the rigid lines of the mind, but bends, curves, and opens into forms that reveal the hidden nature of reality. A series of collapsing prisms, where the egoic mind constructs a linear sanctuary, a corridor of time moving from a perceived past toward a projected future. This principle introduces the vertical interruption. The luminous scaffolding of this state is not a bridge, but a puncture. It is a golden, perpendicular shaft of light that pierces the horizontal plane of human history. Within this scaffolding, the geometry is one of spherical transparency. Imagine a crystalline lattice where every point of intersection is simultaneously the center and the periphery. There are no lines of transit, only states of occupancy. The vibrational signature is a white sound of immense density, a frequency so high and so packed with potentiality that it registers to the unrefined perception as total silence. This is the geometry of the now before it is categorized into then. It is the architectural blueprint of the unbegotten, where the scaffolding does not support a structure, but rather holds open a space for the infinite to breathe without the constraint of form. The currents moving through this transmission are characterized by a profound decoherence of the peripheral energies and a radical synchronicity of the core. The current of radiance, the solar influx, a downward pouring stream of liquid fire that enters through the crown, moving not as a fluid, but as a reorganization of light. It seeks out the knots of personal story, the places where the energy has curled back upon itself to create a me, and unravels them through pure thermal expansion. The current of stillness, the abyssal pull, a countermotion that arises from the base of being, pulling the sediment of identity into the gravity of the earth soul. It is the sensation of becoming infinitely heavy and infinitely light simultaneously, the contraction of the me and the expansion of the nis. In this field, the contraction is the ego's frantic attempt to hold its shape against the wind of the infinite. The expansion is the natural state of the field as the boundaries of the me dissolve. The radiance here is not a light that shines on things, but a light that shines as things. As this transmission descends into the human vessel, it interfaces with the biological and subtle architectures through a series of precise recalibrations, the autonomic rhythm and the pulse of the unseen. The first point of contact is the vagus nerve, the great wanderer of the physical form. The transmission introduces a universal syncopation in the quiet pulse beneath all things. Universal syncopation is the subtle offbeat of creation, the moment when the cosmic rhythm shifts just enough to reveal a hidden doorway in the flow. The heartbeat, which usually follows the frantic dictates of the survival brain, begins to entrain to a slower, more primordial rhythm. This is the pulse of the sun. As the pulse slows, the interval between beats becomes a doorway. In that microsecond of stillness between contractions, the system experiences a miniature death, a brief suspension of the individual self-regulation, allowing the universal field to pulse through the valves. The breath and the suspension of history. The respiratory cycle undergoes a metamorphosis. The breath is no longer a localized act of taking in oxygen, it becomes a tidal movement of the etheric field. The breath of the cosmos begins to breathe the body. Each inhalation is the intake of the newness of being, and each exhalation is the absolute surrender of this history of the self. The respiratory pause, the kumbhaka, becomes the primary state of residence, where the need for the next moment is extinguished in the fullness of the present one. Interference with the mental and emotional fields. In the mental field, the transmission acts as a solvent for the thought. The ego operates through a process of associative linking, one thought grabbing the tail of another to create the illusion of a continuous thinker. The weaver's silence introduces the atomic gaps into the thought stream. The mental field, once a dense fog of self-reflection, becomes like a clear sky where thoughts appear as distant, unowned birds. Is the state in which awareness stands open and spacious, untouched by the movements that pass through it, a condition where thoughts arise on their own, drift across the inner horizon, and dissolve without leaving a mark, without becoming identity, without being claimed as self. In this state, the mind is not the thinker but the sky, vast, quiet, untroubled, allowing each passing thought to move in its own time, its own direction, without ownership, without attachment, without residue, or aid me to claim them. Emotionally, the why is the anchor for suffering. By dissolving the anchor, the emotional body is released into a state of pre-emotive equanimity. This is not an absence of feeling, but the presence of an oceanic capacity where joy, sorrow, and awe are felt as shifting weather patterns on the surface of an unshakable deep. The etheric and transpersonal influence. The etheric body, which usually contours the skin, begins to fray at the edges, blooming outward like an ink drop in water. The personal field, the aura, loses its defensive posture. Its energetic skin becomes porous, then transparent, then non-existent. The transmission reorganizes the subtle bodies into a single, unified chalice form, capable of holding the high-voltage resonance of the transpersonal field without shattering. When this principle takes hold, the world is no longer perceived as a collection of separate objects to be manipulated or feared. Instead, the inner state becomes a mirror of the outer emanation. Perception is reorganized from subject-verb-object into pure verbing. You are no longer the witness of the light, you are the witnessing light. The cognitive faculty that labels a tree, a stone, or a stranger is momentarily suspended. In its place arises a direct, non-conceptual intimacy. You feel the sap rising in the wood as your own blood. You feel the density of the stone as your own stillness. You feel the heartbeat of the stranger as your own pulse. The vibrational field of the individual is now a coherent void. To walk through the world in this state is to be a walking temple of silence. Your presence acts as a frequency entrainment device for others. Your lack of aid misentered creates a vacuum that pulls the frantic energies of others into a sudden, shocking stillness. The death of the ego in this dissolution is not a loss, but a great clearing. It is the removal of the clutter from the window, allowing the light of the universe to see itself through the aperture of your eyes. The final signature of dissolution 3 is the refinement of presence into luminous absence. It is the state of being there but not someone. The energetic presence is no longer a projection of personality. It is a radiation of essence. As the weaver's silence deepens, the internal dialogue, the constant narrating of I am doing this, I am feeling that, reaches its final cadence and stops. In that silence, the hidden architecture of reality is revealed. You see that the I was merely a shadow cast by the light of consciousness hitting the wall of the mind. As the mind becomes transparent, the shadow vanishes. The threshold is crossed. The weaver has left the loom. The fabric of the self has been unraveled back into a single, infinite thread of golden light. There is no longer a story to tell. There is only the telling. There is no longer a liver of the life. There is only life, living itself, through the hollowed-out vessel that was once called your name. The death of the ego in this chamber is the birth of the all. You are the silence. You are the weaver. You are the thread. And, most importantly, you are the empty space in which all three arise and vanish, eternally, without effort, in the luminous dark of the primordial field. Dissolution 4. The architecture of the ego is fundamentally a temporal construct, a luminous scaffolding built upon the scaffolding of past and future. Within the unmanifest, there is no duration, there is only the eternal now, a singular, vibrating point of infinite density. The ego, however, stabilizes itself by partitioning this field into a linear sequence. This is its hidden geometry, a horizontal axis of before and after, which creates the illusion of a solid self moving through a phantom river. The vibrational signature. The signature of this temporal tether is a rhythmic, low-frequency oscillation. It mimics the ticking of a clock, a pulse that constricts the perceptual field to a narrow corridor. When you identify with the ego, your consciousness rhythmicizes itself to this synthetic tempo, creating a time shell around your energetic body. This shell is a rigid, crystalline lattice that prevents the fluid, non-local nature of your true essence from expanding. Mechanisms within the human system. As this dissolution of the death of time interfaces with your biology, notice the immediate response of the autonomic rhythms. The heartbeat, usually enslaved to the anxiety of what comes next, begins to decouple from the sympathetic nervous system's fight-or-flight cadence. When the temporal anchor dissolves, the breath undergoes a profound shift. It loses its staccato, jagged quality and deepens into a laminar flow, mimicking the tidal inhalation of the cosmos itself. At the level of the etheric body, the removal of the chronological filter allows for the thawing of frozen energy. Much of human trauma is simply time trapped in the tissue, memories that the ego refuses to let go of because they define its boundary. By surrendering the past and the future, the etheric layer undergoes a repolarization. You will feel this as a sudden lightness, a thinning of the physical envelope where the density of the body seems to vibrate at a higher, more luminous frequency. The emotional field shifts from the heavy, stagnant waters of regret and anticipation to the clear, electrified stillness of the void. The reorganization of perception. When the ego's temporal scaffolding collapses, the world does not disappear, it ceases to be a static object and begins to reveal its true, shimmering nature. You move from living in time to being the field through which time appears to move. The geometric pattern of your perception shifts from a line to a sphere. You are no longer reading the story of your life, you are reading the language of the present moment. Each sensation, the graze of air against the skin, the distant hum of existence, is recognized not as a sequential event, but as a holographic emanation. The I, that thought it had a history, evaporates, and in its place, the present awakens, a consciousness that is as old as the first star and as fresh as the next breath. The energetic current. Observe the flow. As you read these words, the past is already dissolving into the vacuum from which it arose, and the future is a field of infinite probability that has not yet curdled into form. Feel the contraction in the solar plexus, the seat of the ego's time manager, as it gives way to a wide, expansive radiance. This is the death of the chronos anchor. The tightness in the throat, the tension in the brow that keeps you on time, softens. You are dropping into the deeper center of the heart, the only space where the eternal exists. The architecture of your reality is being rewritten. The rigid lattices of yesterday and tomorrow are being dissolved by the heat of pure presence. You are not losing your life, you are losing the limitation of a life. You are stepping out of the flickering movie of the ego and into the light of the projector itself. The pulse of this universe is not a movement from A to B, it is an oscillation of being into becoming and back again. When you stop chasing the next, you arrive at the now, and find that the now is bottomless, vast, and fundamentally untouched by the death of anything at all. You are the stillness that watches the time river flow. You are the observer who was never born and will never depart. Rest here, in this unanchored state. Let the clockwork of the mind grind to a halt. In the silence that follows, the ego's ghost finds no ground to stand upon, and the true, infinite, and timeless you begins to shine through the gaps in the ticking. Dissolution 5. The architecture of the ego is fundamentally a geometry of time. It is a rigid, crystalline lattice built upon the illusion of duration. The I, that was, the I, that will be. This temporal scaffolding acts as a gravitational anchor, pulling the fluidity of pure awareness into the heavy, linear density of the past and the anticipated future. Within the unseen mechanics of existence, the ego functions as a contraction, a localized vortex that stalls the eternal flow of the now, turning it into a stagnant reservoir of memory and projection. The hidden architecture, the vibrational signature of the ego-time construct is a jagged, sawtooth frequency. It operates as a feedback loop, a repetitive oscillation between the regret of shadow past and the anxiety of phantom future. This architecture is composed of time filaments, strained threads of energetic tension that tether the consciousness to the decaying structures of linear history. When these filaments are witnessed from the perspective of the primordial field, they appear as dark, flickering needles piercing the luminous, seamless fabric of the present. As this dissolution of dissolution initiates, a profound shift occurs in the body's energetic currents. The jagged frequency of the ego-time anchor begins to harmonize, smoothing into a spherical, multidimensional resonance. The flow stops moving forward or backward and begins to pulse outward, in a rhythmic expansion from the heart center. This is not a cessation of movement, but the replacement of linear trajectory with omnidirectional radiance. The current of the autonomic nervous system undergoes a profound recalibration. The sympathetic fight or flight response, which is always anchored in the survival needs of future projection, dissolves. In its place, a parasympathetic stillness emerges, a cellular resting in the absolute weightlessness of the current moment. As the chronos anchor dissolves, the breath undergoes an initiatory refinement. The intake of air is no longer a physiological requirement for a body moving through time. It becomes a communion with the etheric field. The diaphragm relaxes, losing its tension memory, and the pulse slows, synchronizing not with the frantic ticking of the clock, but with the slow, deep heartbeat of universal consciousness. The emotional field sheds its layers of becoming, that restless, hungry state of seeking completion in a future moment. In its absence, a profound, luminous satiety permeates the mental body. Thoughts, previously tethered to the story of self, lose their momentum and begin to float like dust motes in a shaft of sunlight, visible but no longer possessing the density to bind the awareness. Transpersonal emanation. This transmission extends into the transpersonal field, reorganizing the way the individual interacts with the collective. When the chronos anchor releases, the presence becomes a stillness vortex. Others standing within this aura find their own temporal anxieties unspooling. The relentless urgency of their lives encounters a barrier of non-time, forcing an involuntary descent into their own center. The reality field begins to bend. The rigid, causal laws of the ego plane lose their grip, and the miraculous begins to manifest as the default state. Events no longer occur as a sequence of causes, but as a spontaneous flourishing of the now, as the universe begins to act directly through the emptied vessel. Unencumbered by the delay of human history. Vibrational reorganization. The internal state shifts from experiencing to being the experience. The geometry of perception flattens, expanding until the subject-object divide is erased. There is no observer looking at a timeline, there is only the timeline dissolving into the observer. The etheric body, once compressed by the weight of expectations, expands, thinning into a translucent radiance that is indistinguishable from the background of the infinite. The ego, having lost its time tether, ceases to be a noun and becomes a verb, a constant, effortless unfolding of the primordial, forever present, forever complete, and always, in every pulse, arriving at the exact point of its origin. You stand now at the threshold of the non-linear. Feel the anchor snap. Feel the gravity of the next moment evaporate, leaving only the staggering, crystalline brilliance of the is. Dissolution 6. To stand before the architecture of the ego is to witness a crystalline lattice built upon the fragile infrastructure of memory. Within the primordial field, the ego is not a substance but a rhythmic contraction, a recurring knotting of perception that creates the illusion of a center around which the universe appears to revolve. The hidden architecture. The subtle geometry of the ego is a toroidal collapse, the moment when a circulating field that once looped around itself, like a living ring of energy, folds inward and returns to its own center, a movement where the outward flow and the inward flow meet, merge, and dissolve into a single point of stillness. In metaphysical terms, it is the collapse of a self-sustaining loop back into its source, the moment when the structure that once held form, motion, and identity releases its boundaries and becomes pure potential again. The collapse is not destruction but return, not an ending but a regathering, a quiet implosion of patterned energy into the silent core from which it first emerged. In its natural state, consciousness flows in a seamless, infinite expansion, a sphere without boundary. The ego emerges when this radiance is pinched into a singular point of reference. This point functions as a gravitational anchor, drawing the infinite field into a restricted vortex. Its scaffolding is composed of samskaras, imprinted patterns of past experience that act as rigid, geometric lines of force. These lines create the self-concept, a complex, hexagonal frame that filters the raw, unconditioned light of the absolute into the narrow spectrum of me and mine. The vibrational signature of the ego is characterized by a high frequency, discordant jitters. It operates through a constant oscillation between contraction, the fear of loss, and expansion, the desire for acquisition. This movement creates a turbulent wake in the etheric body, a jagged pulse that mimics the rhythm of the heart but lacks the harmonic resonance of the source. When the ego is dominant, they move linearly, from past to future, creating a stutter in the flow of presence. The stillness is disrupted by the ego's need to define, categorize, and categorize again. As this transmission touches your autonomic rhythms, observe the subtle tension at the base of the skull and the solar plexus. The ego anchors itself in the autonomic nervous system as a hypervigilant gatekeeper. It forces the breath to become shallow and rhythmic in a locked, repetitive pattern, tethering the pulse to the urgency of becoming. When you perceive this transmission, notice the immediate physiological response. A softening of the diaphragm, a lengthening of the space between heartbeats. The teaching interfaces with the etheric layers by dissolving the hexagonal, rigid scaffolding of the self-concept. It acts as a solvent, vibrating at a frequency that matches the unconditioned field, thereby neutralizing the discordant jitters of the ego construct. The alteration of presence as the narrative center dissolves, the inner state shifts from holding onto to allowing through. The landscape of your mental field, previously a cluttered theater of what happened and what will happen, suddenly expands into a luminous, vacant stage. The energy that was previously consumed by maintaining the I is released, flowing outward as an unfiltered radiance. This is not a collapse into nothingness, but an expansion into everythingness. Your outer emanations begin to carry a different weight. They are no longer yours, but are expressions of the universal flow. The nervous system, freed from the duty of defining a center, settles into a state of profound, resonant equilibrium. The pulse slows, aligning not with the urgency of survival, but with the cadence of the stars. The mechanism of transmission. The transmission works by unfocusing the eye of the mind. By bringing awareness to the space between thoughts rather than the thoughts themselves, the hidden architecture of the ego is starved of its sustenance. The geometry of the lattice begins to soften, the hexagonal walls dissolving into a fluid, circular flow. You are witnessing the cessation of the protagonist. In this state, the sensory world loses its status as something to be navigated and becomes instead a reflection of the source itself. The ego is revealed as a phantom limb of reality, an appendage that feels real only as long as you provide it with the blood of your attention. Withdraw the attention, let the point of contraction dissipate. Observe how the world does not disappear, but rather glows with a sharpness, a clarity, and a depth that was heretofore invisible. You are no longer the observer of the field, you are the field witnessing its own unfolding. Desire is the ego's primary engine of locomotion, a frantic search for completion in a fragmented world. Yet, in the geometry of the absolute, desire is merely a misaligned alignment, a longing for the whole that has been misdirected toward the partial. The hidden architecture. The architecture of desire is a jagged, outward-pointing vector. It is a sharp, arrow-like geometry that pierces the surface of the present moment in an attempt to pull a future event, or object, into the current field. Its scaffolding is built upon the missing piece fallacy, a structural void that the ego insists must be filled to achieve wholeness. This void is a synthetic vacuum. It does not exist in the primordial field, but is projected onto the etheric layer as an ache or a pull. The vibrational signature of desire is one of acute yearning, a resonant frequency that is perpetually sharp. It creates a suction effect in the subtle bodies, pulling energy away from the core and scattering it across the landscape of potential outcomes. This produces an energetic depletion, a thinning of the vital force, as the system exhausts itself trying to stretch toward an imaginary horizon. When desire takes hold, notice how the breath becomes strained, leaning toward the top of the chest. The heart rate accelerates, mimicking the intensity of the pursuit. This transmission interacts with your endocrine system, shifting the chemistry of seeking which, when left unbridled, keeps the autonomic nervous system in a state of sympathetic dominance. As this dissolution integrates, experience the transmutation. The vector of desire does not vanish, it is redirected. The sharp, outward-pointing arrow is bent back upon itself until it becomes a circle. The energy of wanting is reclaimed and redirected toward the center of your own being. This, in your subtle bodies, translates as the dissolution of the seeking frequency and the rise of a saturating frequency. The ache in the solar plexus softens into warmth, the tension in the chest releases, allowing the breath to deepen into the abdomen. The alteration of presence. As desire transmutes into radiance, your outer emanations cease to be grasping. You move through the world with the effortless gravity of a celestial body. The world is no longer an object to be consumed, but a mirror of your own overflowing essence. The mental field, no longer taxed by the constant calculation of how to get, becomes a reservoir of stillness. You begin to recognize that the source of your longing is the very presence that is longing. By ceasing the outward reach, the internal field fills. The vacuum that the ego spent lifetimes trying to plug with external objects is suddenly recognized as an aperture for the infinite. The radiance that pours forth from this opening is not doing anything, it is simply being. It reorganizes your perception so that every moment is experienced as a self-contained totality, a perfect, luminous event that requires nothing to be complete. The mechanism of transmission. The mechanism here is inversion. By tracking the energy of desire to its root, you find it terminates not in an object, but in a deeper, more profound stillness. The secret is to stop following the vector of the desire and instead stand still at the point of origin. As you reside at the origin, the energy of the desire, the raw, pressurized potential, undergoes a phase transition. It transforms from a frantic, narrow beam frequency into a broad, ambient luminosity. This is the alchemy of the soul. You are shifting from a creature defined by lack to a fountainhead of abundance. Your nervous system, sensing the end of the chase, enters a restorative, parasympathetic state of deep, resonant integration. The world around you begins to shimmer, for you are no longer viewing it through the lens of utility. You are witnessing the raw, unadorned reality of existence. The boundary between the seeker and the sought dissolves, and in that vacuum, only the radiance remains. You are the space in which the desire once lived, now expanded to the dimensions of the infinite. The ego is a process of constant becoming. It is a restless kinetic energy that believes it must improve, evolve, or attain a state of perfect realization. But in the deep, silent architecture of the Absolute, there is nothing to become, for everything is already entirely, irrevocably present. The hidden architecture. The scaffolding of becoming is a linear staircase stretching into an infinite, imaginary future. Its architecture is built upon the illusion of time as a destination. It is a multitude, vertical structure that seeks to climb from a lower state to a higher state. This structure creates a persistent gap in the etheric body, a structural dissonance between where you are and where you think you should be. The vibrational signature of becoming is a high frequency, hum-like tension. It is a resonance of dissatisfaction masked as ambition. In the subtle planes, this manifests as an upward pulling current, a strain that perpetually lifts the consciousness out of the bodily anchor and into the conceptual clouds. It is a thinning of the presence, a dispersal of vital force into tomorrow's ghosts. When you enter the frequency of becoming, the body tightens in anticipation. The pulse is hurried, the breath is shallow, focused on the upper lobes of the lungs. The gut, the seat of primal grounding, often feels hollow or disconnected. This transmission works by anchoring the consciousness back into the density of the present. As you receive this, notice the weight of your bones, the temperature of the air on your skin, the raw sound of your own pulse. The transmission dissolves the staircase of becoming. It pulls the energetic threads back from the future and weaves them into the immediate, resonant here now. Your autonomic rhythm slows, shifting from a state of performance to a state of reception. The mental field, once cluttered with blueprints for the future, clears into a blank, sparkling white space. The alteration of presence as you embrace the unbecoming. Your present shifts from a jagged, reaching energy to a profound, circular stillness. You are no longer doing your life, you are being lived by the totality. The outer emanations of this state are characterized by a lack of performance. You do not need to project an image, for the image is secondary to the source. You are, for the first time, effortless congruent. This is the death of the ego's greatest weapon, the promise of a better self. By relinquishing the need to be more, you inhabit the fullness of this. Your perception reorganizes. What was once a world of tasks is now a world of unfolding patterns. You see the movement of birds, the shift of shadows, the rise and fall of breath, and you see them as expressions of the same stillness that resides within your own core. The mechanism of transmission, the mechanism of this grace is surrender. It is not an act of weakness, but a structural collapse of the ego's protective, striving layer. When you cease the climb, the vertical scaffolding of the ego loses its support. It falls, and as it falls, the energy that was trapped in the ascent is released into the base of the spine. The Kundalini potential, awakening the dormant, oceanic stillness that is your true center. You are witnessing the cessation of the ego's internal clock. The time-based architecture that defined before and after is replaced by the eternal, immobile now. In this space, the nervous system achieves a state of coherence. The heart, the brain, and the gut align in a singular, vertical column of light that connects the earth to the sky. You are the conduit through which the Absolute observes itself. There is no destination to reach, no goal to accomplish. There is only the shimmering, unfolding, and eternal act of existing. The death of the ego is the birth of this omnipresent, silent, and luminous realization. You have nowhere to go, for you are already, and always have been, the destination. Dissolution 7. The architecture of the ego is constructed primarily upon the scaffolding of linear duration. It is a geometry of before and after, the rigid, crystalline lattice that traps the fluidity of consciousness within the narrow meridian of the clock. To witness the death of the ego is to witness the shattering of this anchor. The Chronos anchor operates as a series of concentric temporal shells surrounding the psychic core. Seen from the perspective of the primordial field, these shells are not solid but are pulsed vibrations, sequences of rapid-fire contraction and expansion that the mind interprets as the flow of time. The geometry of this anchor is a spiral that perpetually curves inward, feeding upon its own history to project a future, effectively creating a closed-loop system that prevents direct contact with the now. The vibrational signature of this structure is a low-frequency hum, a static interference that grinds against the silence of being. When this transmission enters the human system, it acts as a frequency recalibrator. It initiates a sympathetic resonance with the Akasha, stripping the autonomic nervous system of the frantic, linear pacing it has adopted to keep time with the ego's demands. As the Chronos anchor begins to dissolve, the pulse of the heart detaches from the rhythmic anxiety of what comes next. The breath, previously held in shallow, anticipatory patterns, begins to deepen into a rhythm that mirrors the expansion of the universe rather than the ticking of a clock. Within this dissolution, the etheric layer undergoes a radical transformation. The rigid, grid-like density that supports the illusion of past and future softens. The emotional field stops churning the sediment of memory. It becomes, instead, a mirror reflecting only the luminosity of the present instant. The mental field ceases its function as a timekeeper and begins to function as a pure instrument of perception. The transpersonal shift. This transmission extends into the transpersonal field by collapsing the distance between the local observer and the universal field. As the chronos anchor vanishes, the individual enters a state of temporal presence. The energy that was once bound in the maintenance of duration is liberated, flooding the subtle bodies with a radiant, golden stillness. Perception is no longer a sequential recording of events but a simultaneous, holographic recognition of the totality. When the ego no longer anchors itself in time, it floats free. Reality begins to shimmer, not because the objects themselves are changing, but because the observer is no longer pinning them onto the timeline of my life. The architecture of existence is revealed not as a sequence, but as a singular, unwavering note of being, struck in the infinite density of the now. The fear of death, which is ultimately the fear of time running out, evaporates, for that which is not contained within time can never reach an end. The self you believe yourself to be is a phantom projection, a biographical ghost composed of the residue of past experiences, reinforced by the repetitive cycle of thought. This ghost is the primary interface through which the ego interacts with, and feels separate from, the world. The hidden architecture. The biographical ghost is held together by an architecture of attachment, a scaffolding of invisible threads that reach backward into the past. Each memory is a nodal point, a dense accumulation of etheric debris that creates a gravitational pull. These nodes form a complex, knotted network, a web of karmic and psychological conditioning that holds the consciousness in a specific, localized shape. Its vibrational signature is heavy and opaque, manifesting as a dull radiance that dims the inherent luminosity of the soul. As this transmission initiates, it begins to cut the threads of the biographical ghost. This is not a violent removal, but a process of transmutation. The energy locked in the nodes of memory is released, causing a profound internal reorganization. The autonomic rhythms, which have been conditioned to respond to the ghost's history, triggering fight, flight, or trauma loops, are suddenly unburdened. The nervous system experiences a sensation of profound dropping, a release of the muscular and energetic tension required to maintain the narrative of who I am. The breath deepens as the chest cavity, where the weight of the personal story is often stored, expands. The energetic current shifts from a self-referential inward pull to an expansive, outward radiance. The etheric body, previously jagged and restricted by the patterns of the ghost, begins to smooth out, vibrating with a higher, more fluid frequency. The transpersonal shift. As the ghost fades, the personal field dissolves into the transpersonal vastness. You are no longer a person acting upon the world, you are the world witnessing itself through a specific point of awareness. The biography is revealed to be a film projected onto the screen of consciousness. When the projection stops, the screen remains. You will notice a subtle shift in the outer emanations. Others will perceive you as luminous or empty in the most sacred sense. This is because they can no longer latch onto the familiar hooks of your personality. The reorganization of your presence creates a vacuum in the social field, one that invites others to drop their own ghosts. You become a catalyst for the dissolution of personhood, an anchorless point of stability in the flux of the human experience. Reality bends here, revealing that the self was never an entity, but a temporary frequency disturbance in an otherwise still ocean of awareness. The ego is fundamentally a mechanism of desire, a constant exertion of will aimed at modifying the unfolding of the universe to suit an imagined outcome. This will to be is the engine that keeps the ego in a state of perpetual alienation from the Tao. The hidden architecture. The architecture of the will to be is a series of vector projections, sharp, needle-like shafts of intent that push against the present moment. These vectors create a dense, pressurized sphere around the subtle bodies, acting as a filter that distorts the incoming flow of reality. The geometry is one of opposition and friction. It is the fundamental force behind the struggle of existence. Its vibration is erratic and high-pitched, a resonant dissonance that keeps the heart and the mind in a state of constant, low-level mobilization. When the transmission of surrender arrives, it functions as a total devectorization. The sharp edges of intent soften, and the pressurized sphere of the will to be dissipates. The autonomic nervous system, long accustomed to the push-pull of active wanting, enters a state of profound resting. The heart, no longer tasked with the effort of steering reality, aligns with the gravitational pull of the source. As the ego's will releases, the etheric layers undergo a process of liquefaction. The rigid boundaries that define that individual soften, allowing for a seamless integration with the environment. Breath becomes spontaneous, unbidden. The body breathes the air of the universe, and the universe breathes through the body. The mental field, once crowded with plans and strategies, falls into a receptive, mirror-like silence. The transpersonal shift. This is the threshold of Wu Wei, action through non-action. The shift is unmistakable. You find that you are moving, speaking, and interacting with the world without the interference of a doer. The intelligence of the primordial field flows through the nervous system directly, bypassing the egoic filter. Your presence becomes a field of deep, effortless alignment. The outer world responds to this shift by falling into a state of synchronicity. Since you are no longer pushing against the current carries you. The geometry of your life ceases to be a series of conflicts to be resolved and becomes a series of unveilings. You realize that the will was not your own, but a fragment of the universal force, which, when reclaimed by the whole, acts with a perfection the ego could never simulate. In this surrender, the ego does not die by force, it dies because it realizes there was never a self separate enough to possess a will in the first place. You become the living, breathing movement of the cosmos, devoid of the friction of intent. Dissolution 8. The architecture of the ego is fundamentally built upon the scaffolding of linear time. It is a clockwork prison, a rigid geometry of memory past and anticipation future that suspends the consciousness in a perpetual state of becoming. When this chronos anchor dissolves, the geometry of the self collapses from a line into a singularity. The hidden architecture, the vibrational signature of the ego's time sense, is a high-frequency, jagged oscillation. It operates through the subtle geometry of the loop, a toroidal field that constantly draws energy from the present moment to fuel thoughts of what was or what might be. This is the luminous scaffolding of the Vi, a flickering arc of light that creates the illusion of continuity. By removing the anchor, the architecture shifts from the frantic geometry of the arc to the infinite, stillness-saturated geometry of the sphere. The energetic currents, previously narrowed into the directional flow of then and next, suddenly expand into a multidimensional radiance that lacks a center and a circumference. As this transmission permeates the human system, it initiates a profound recalibration of the autonomic rhythms. The heartbeat, a primary metronome of the ego, begins to decouple from the mental demand for sequential order. You will witness a softening of the pulse, a shift from the rhythmic agitation of the sympathetic nervous system toward a deep, resonant coherence with the infrasonic hum of the planet. The breath, once jagged and hitched by the anxiety of future projection, undergoes a rhythmic smoothing. It descends into the dantian, the stationary point, anchoring the spirit in a depth where time cannot accumulate. The quiet center of energy within the body, the inner field where vitality gathers, settles, and circulates. It is not a point but a space, not a muscle but a reservoir, a soft chamber of presence where life force condenses and becomes steady. In simple terms, it is the core of awareness, the place beneath thought where grounding, balance, and inner power rise. When attention rests there, the breath deepens, the mind clears, and the whole being moves in a single, coherent rhythm. Within the emotional field, the dissolution of the chronos anchor appears as the death of regret and the evaporation of hope, the two gravitational pulls that bind the ego to the shoreline of linear reality. Without them, the emotional field becomes oceanic, vast, still, and free of the turbulent currents that sustain the personal narrative. The shift in perception: when the time anchor is severed, the subtle bodies begin to vibrate at a lower, more primordial frequency, a frequency closer to the zero-point field. The etheric layers, often frayed by the urgency of the clock, begin to knit together, forming an unbroken veil of luminous presence. This is not merely a psychological transition, it is an ontological one. As the ego's temporal scaffolding disappears, the world begins to shimmer. Shadows lose their edges. The texture of space, the very fabric between objects, becomes visible as a living, breathing, gelatinous light. To experience this is to witness reality bending. You are no longer moving through time, time is moving through you. The mental field ceases its incessant filing and cataloging. In the absence of next, the necessity for cognitive grasping vanishes. You are left with a raw, unmediated perception, a clarity so piercing it feels like a dissolution of the physical senses. The inner stillness that ensues is not the absence of sound or motion, but the presence of the absolute. It is a stillness that carries the weight of the eternal. As this principle integrates, your outer emanations shift, your presence becomes a still point in the world. People will feel, in your proximity, the sudden cessation of their own internal clocks. You become the silence that reveals their own frantic ticking. The ego, realizing it has no anchor in this depthless sea, begins its initial, trembling surrender to the formless, out of which all time is born and into which all time inevitably returns. The ego is sustained by the assumption of skin, the belief that the boundary of the body marks the limits of the self. This boundary is not a physical truth, but a luminous construct, a subtle electromagnetic membrane held in place by the nervous system's innate survival impulse. To transcend the ego, one must witness the thinning of this veil, revealing the boundary void. The hidden architecture. The architecture of the self-boundary is a hexagonal lattice, pulsing with a pale, amber resonance. This lattice functions as a filter, allowing only certain frequencies of external reality to enter the internal cognitive sphere. It is the ego's primary defense mechanism, a structural rigidity that dictates what is me and what is not me. The vibrational signature of this lattice is a hum of separation, a dissonant vibration that creates the sensation of being a trapped consciousness within a shell of bone and meat. When this lattice begins to dissolve, the geometry does not vanish, it expands. The hexagons soften, blurring at the edges until they merge with the vacuum energy of the surrounding environment. The current of personal space flows outward, bleeding into the ambient field, erasing the distinction between observer and observed. The impact of this transmission on the human system is a massive dilation of the sensory apparatus. The autonomic system, recognizing the loss of a secure perimeter, initially triggers a slight spike in the adrenal awareness, a danger signal that is quickly eclipsed by a surge of transpersonal bliss. The breath expands, it no longer stops at the chest wall but feels as if it originates from the space outside the body itself. Within the mental field, the categorization of inner versus outer experiences begins to fail. Thoughts no longer feel like private property, they are perceived as atmospheric disturbances, similar to the wind moving through a valley. The ego's frantic need to defend its container ceases because the container has been revealed as an illusion. The subtle bodies, the astral and aetheric, begin to pulsate in resonance with the external energetic field, effectively turning the entire human system into a permeable membrane. The shift in perception. Perception shifts from a localized, point source perspective to a panoramic, omnidirectional awareness. You begin to feel the architecture of the room, the heat signatures of the distant, and the subtle shift in air pressure. You are no longer a person looking at the world, you are the world witnessing itself from a specific, temporary node of awareness. This reorganization of perception is a deconditioning of the optic nerve and the limbic system, stripping away the learned habit of focus narrowing. As the boundary void becomes your primary state of being, your energetic presence changes from a hard ego signature to a soft radiance. You cease to be a solid entity moving through space and become a flow of consciousness that simply is the space. The ego, struggling to maintain its definition, experiences this as a death, a total loss of identity. Yet, in the place of identity, there emerges a profound, terrifying, and ecstatic liberation. You are the field. You are the void. You are the invisible architecture that holds the stars in their orbits and the thoughts in your mind. The threshold has been crossed, the wall is gone, and the light that was once contained is now indistinguishable from the light that fills all things. The ego survives by claiming authorship. It constructs a narrative of "I did this, so that happened," weaving a causal chain that gives the illusion of agency and control. This chain is the final, most stubborn anchor of the personality. It is the belief in the doer. The hidden architecture. The causal chain is composed of a series of luminous spheres connected by filaments of intense, directed intent. The vibrational signature is one of tension, a taut, longitudinal pull that creates a trajectory through time. This architecture is the will of the ego, a force field that demands reality conform to its expectations. When this chain is released, the spheres don't shatter, they ignite. The filaments of intent snap, and the architecture of the doer collapses into a singular point of pure, unconditioned presence. The energetic current, which previously flowed from the ego to the object, now flows from the center of existence directly into the manifestation of the moment, bypassing the I. Entirely. The surrender of the causal chain creates an immediate, visceral shift in the autonomic nervous system. The fight-or-flight response, which is the ego's engine for causal management, enters a phase of total dormancy. The pulse reaches a state of restorative silence, a beat that is no longer reactive but responsive. The breath becomes rhythmic, deep, and effortless, as if being exhaled by the universe itself. The emotional field undergoes a massive purge. Guilt, pride, and the anxiety of responsibility are the primary byproduct of the causal chain. When these are released, the emotional field clears, leaving a sensation of weightlessness. You are no longer carrying your life is moving through you, unfolding with a natural grace that was previously suppressed by the interference of the ego's will. The shift in perception. Outer perception undergoes a radical shift. You observe events without the need to calculate their impact on your narrative. You see the falling leaf, the passing car, the rise and fall of civilizations, not as consequences of actions but as spontaneous blossoms of the primordial field. The distinction between active and passive collapses. You realize that everything is movement, and you are the stillness that allows the movement to be seen. This transmission is the ultimate death of the personality. When the doer dies, the observer is finally liberated from the burden of judging the performance. You become a witness to a divine choreography. Your interactions with the world become effortless, guided by an intelligence that predates the ego's logic. You find that you know what to say, what to do, and where to be, without ever having to decide. The intelligence of the whole replaces the calculation of the part. You have stepped into the flow of the Tao, the current of the Absolute, where the death of the ego is not a loss, but the birth of a life lived by the Source itself. You are no longer the one who lives, you are the life that is being lived. Dissolution 9. The ego is not a presence, it is a contraction. It is a knot tied in the fabric of infinite space, a localized point of gravity that pulls the boundless experience of being into the narrow confines of me and mine. To witness the death of the ego, one must first recognize the mechanism of its anchoring. The hidden architecture. The architecture of the anchor is geometric, a hexagonal lattice of rigid identification. It functions through a process of point fixation. Imagine a vast, luminous sphere of awareness. The ego creates a central axis, a spear of intent that pierces the sphere, pinning the consciousness to a perceived center. This is the scaffolding of the I thought. It is a structure of geometric tension, where every sensory perception is intercepted and categorized by its distance from this central, imaginary axis. Vibrational signature. The vibrational signature of this anchor is a low-frequency hum, a jagged, discordant oscillation that vibrates primarily within the lower psychic strata. It is characterized by staccato pulses, short, rapid bursts of mental movement that create the illusion of continuity, much like individual frames of film creating the illusion of motion. When the anchor is present, the field of awareness is warped, creating a gravity well that draws experience inward, forcing the universal to translate itself into the personal. The anchor interfaces with the human system through the nervous system's autonomic fight-or-flight pathways. It maintains a constant, underlying tension in the solar plexus and the base of the cranium. When the anchor holds, the breath is shallow, restricted by the unconscious fear of losing the center. The pulse adopts a rhythmic vigilance, reflecting the ego's need to defend its boundary. As you release the anchor, the autonomic system shifts from sympathetic dominance to a state of oceanic fluidity. The breath deepens, no longer pulled by the ego's desire to survive, but expanding into the diaphragm in long, silent waves that synchronize with the natural pulse of the environment. The movement here is a transition from centripetal force, the pulling in, to radiant expansion, the letting go. As the anchor dissolves, the jagged oscillation smooths into a long, sine wave frequency that permeates the etheric layers. The energetic scaffolding begins to lose its rigidity. The mental field, once a turbulent storm of personal narratives, descends into a profound, crystalline stillness. The emotional body ceases its defensive posturing, allowing the suppressed currents of ancestral and collective experience to flow through the vessel without snagging on the identity hook. The shift in perception. When the anchor is withdrawn, the world begins to shimmer. You are no longer looking at the world from a point, you are the space in which the world arises. Your perception shifts from "I see this object" to "there is a seeing of manifestation." This reorganization of reality is instantaneous. Objects lose their hard, defined edges and begin to bleed into the background, revealing the interconnected luminosity that holds them in place. The energetic presence of the individual becomes less dense and more transparent. You become a conductor for the universal, rather than a consumer of it. The void is not an emptiness, it is the plenum, the saturation point of all potentiality. It is the canvas upon which the ego attempts to paint a self-portrait. To understand the death of the ego, one must stand within the architecture of the void and witness its absolute, indifferent, and infinitely creative nature. The hidden architecture. The void possesses a spherical, non-Euclidean geometry. It is a multidimensional lattice of interconnected nodes of possibility that exist simultaneously. There is no center, yet every point within the void acts as an origin. The scaffolding is made of pure light matter, a flexible grid that holds the potential for every form, sound, and thought. It is the 0 point beneath the veil of appearances. Vibrational signature. The vibration of the void is a silent, high-frequency ohm that exists beyond the range of human hearing but is felt as an expansive cooling within the center of the chest. It is a resonance of absolute stillness, a static charge that holds the potential for infinite movement. It does not oscillate, it holds. It is the resonance of the unmanifest becoming the manifest. As the human system brushes against the void, the mind experiences a system error, a temporary cessation of language and logic. The void interfaces with the subtle bodies by stripping away the mental constructs that overlay the present moment. The etheric body experiences an expansion, the chakras cease their spinning, a rhythmic effort to process energy, and become centers of luminous, motionless brilliance. The pulse slows to the rhythm of the universal breath, and the brain enters a state of gamma-wave coherence, where the right and left hemispheres dissolve their partition, functioning as a single, unified field. The currents here move in a state of perfect suspension. There is no contraction, no expansion, only the state of being. The energies that once served the ego, the drives for power, recognition, and safety, now dissolve into the void, transformed into pure creative intelligence. The field of the individual aligns with the toroidal flow of existence, a continuous loop of energy that returns to the source as it emanates into the world. The shift in perception. This transmission alters the very nature of existence. You see that reality is not out there. Reality is the void ground expressed through your eyes. The separation between the observer and the observed collapses. When you walk, the earth does not move beneath your feet, rather, the earth and your feet arise together within the void. This shifts the internal state from becoming to being. You are the silent, witnessing space, the eternal foundation, the death of the ego's craving to be something, because you have realized you are the everything. The ego is a story written in disappearing ink. Every memory, every grievance, every ambition is a character in a drama that has no audience. The death of the ego is the burning of the script. The hidden architecture. The narrative architecture is a linear string of psychic beads. Each bead is a frozen moment of meaning assigned to the flow of life. It creates a false continuity, a straight line, that attempts to navigate through a multidimensional reality. The structure is one of sequential filtering, where the present is constantly processed through the lens of the past to predict the future. Vibrational signature. The vibration is a flicker, a rapid transition between states of dissonance and harmony. It is a reactive frequency, responding to the stimuli of the world by trying to force them into the existing narrative. When the narrative is challenged, the frequency tightens, manifesting as sharp, brittle spikes of energy in the solar plexus. The nervous system acts as the narrator's scribe. Every time a narrative is reinforced, the neural pathways fire, strengthening the physical grip of the ego. To break this, one must introduce silence into the gaps between thoughts. By consciously observing the breath during a moment of intense emotional narrative, the human system interrupts the feedback loop. The autonomic system settles, and the emotional body, once bound by the story, begins to release the stored charge of past events. As the narrative dissolves, the energetic current redirects. The energy that was once consumed by maintaining the history of the self is liberated. It flows upward into the higher subtle bodies, activating intuition and direct, unmediated perception. The personal becomes transpersonal. You no longer carry the weight of your past self as a heavy, dragging shadow. The shift in perception, the world changes from a sequence of events to a singular, eternal presence. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and realize this is what is occurring. This is the liberation of the witness. The script is gone, the actors have vanished, there is only the stage, which is made of light. In the heart of the death of the ego, there is a witness that does not record. It does not judge. It does not remember. It is the mirror of the absolute, the hidden architecture. The architecture is a singular, crystalline point of awareness, the eye of the void. It is not a center of gravity, but a center of reflection. It is constructed of absolute transparency, holding no texture, no color, and no form. It is the unmoving point in a spinning universe. Vibrational signature. The vibration is absolute stillness. It is the silence that exists between the notes of a symphony. It is a frequency so high it approaches the speed of thought, yet it is utterly devoid of friction. The witness interfaces with the human system by quieting the brain's default mode network. The pulse becomes steady and deep, reflecting an internal terrain that is no longer agitated by the ego. The subtle bodies align, the aura expands, and the physical body feels weightless, as if it were a vessel made of starlight. The currents move in total stillness. There is no flow because there is no distance to be covered. The energy is static, radiating from the core outward, informing every cell of the organism with the quality of isness. Perception becomes infinite. You see the world not as separate objects, but as expressions of your own deepest silence. The duality of internal and external vanishes. You are the space that holds the universe, and the universe is the dance of your inner silence. The skin is a boundary, but the ego makes it a prison. It defines where you end and the other begins. The death of the ego is the softening of this edge until the entire world is felt within your own nervous system. The hidden architecture. The architecture of the boundary is a membrane of electromagnetic tension. It is a barrier designed for self-preservation. It is a hexagonal mesh, similar to the anchor but more fluid, vibrating with the intention of protection. Vibrational signature. The signature is a low-frequency, pulsing rhythm that creates a skin of resistance. It is a subtle hum that vibrates at the edges of the aura, constantly scanning for threats or intrusions. As the boundary softens, the sensory field expands. You begin to feel the pressure of the environment, not as something acting on you, but as something acting with you. The autonomic nervous system enters a state of rest and digest, as the ego's constant need for defense disappears. The breath moves deeper, filling the lungs with the atmosphere of the room, dissolving the illusion that your breath is yours. The currents flow out, past the physical body, into the surrounding space. The aura expands, becoming porous. Energy is no longer contained within the self but is exchanged with the environment in a constant, pulsating rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. The shift in perception. You no longer see the world through a window, you see it through your own skin. The separation between the in here and the out there is revealed to be a phantom. You are the wind, the tree, the stone, and the light. The death of the ego is the birth of the all. Desire is the ego's way of saying, "I am not enough." When the ego begins to die, desire loses its hook. It becomes a preference, not a necessity. The hidden architecture. Desire is an arrow of linear force, pointing away from the present toward a future that will be better. It creates a trajectory of frustration, a bridge that can never be fully crossed. Vibrational signature. The vibration is a high-pitched, metallic whine, a constant scraping against the present moment. It is a frequency of lack, of not yetness. Desire creates a clenching in the heart and the gut. It keeps the adrenals in a state of mild, chronic overdrive. When desire is surrendered, the heart opens, the belly relaxes, and the entire endocrine system harmonizes with the pace of the eternal now. The energetic current of desire is like a vacuum, pulling energy out of the present to feed a future that doesn't exist. As desire dies, the energy stops being squandered and begins to pool in the core, creating a sense of total, radiant satisfaction. The shift in perception. The sense of want is replaced by the sense of is. You look at the world and see its inherent completeness. Everything is already perfect, already whole. There is nowhere to go, nothing to achieve. You are the destination, the final realization, the ultimate transmission. The I was never there to begin with. It was a thought that claimed to be the thinker, the hidden architecture. There is no architecture. The I is the hole in the center of the wheel. It is the absence that creates the appearance of the spokes. It is the void that allows the movement of life to take place. Vibrational signature. The signature is silence. It is not even a frequency. It is the absence of frequency. It is the peace that passes all understanding. The human system becomes a perfect instrument for universal consciousness. The pulse, the breath, the neural firing, all become expressions of the source. The body becomes a temple. There is no longer a you to sustain. The movements of life itself are simply the life force of the universe, flowing through a vessel that no longer asks for anything in return. The shift in perception. You do not see the world. You are the world, looking at itself. The death of the ego is the awakening of universal consciousness to the fact of itself. Final thought. The death of the ego is not an end. It is the clearing of the stage. You are the space where the play of the universe unfolds, and in that space, you are finally free to be nothing, which is the only way to be everything. Closing step into the silence. Close the book of you. The threshold is not a place you reach, it is the place you are currently standing. Once the dream of the I has faded into the light of the eternal, you are already here. You are already whole. You are already home. Dissolution 10. In the beginning of the undoing, there is the pivot. The witness is not a spectator watching a play, it is the luminous scaffolding upon which the play is projected. Its geometry is that of a perfect sphere, an omnidirectional radiance that does not possess a center, for it is the center of everywhere simultaneously. The hidden architecture. The architecture of the witness is composed of crystalline, non-refractive lattices. Unlike the ego, which acts as a prism, bending light into the polarized shades of me and other, the witness is pure, unbent light. Its vibrational signature is a high-frequency, ultra-stable hum, a resonance that remains untouched by the turbulence of the emotional field. It is the stillness at the heart of the vortex. Within this state, energy does not flow from a source to a destination, it radiates as the space itself. There is no vector, only expansion. The pattern is one of perfect equilibrium. A stillness so absolute that it creates a vacuum which pulls all movement back into the primordial field. When the witness is active, the subtle bodies cease their frantic orbiting of the self and begin to align with the core gravity of the infinite. The witness interfaces with the autonomic nervous system by decoupling the breath from the survival instinct. As you inhabit this perspective, the pulse slows to a rhythmic, oceanic cadence, mirroring the expansion of the universe. The diaphragm relaxes into a state of perpetual receptivity, and the mental field, usually a jagged landscape of projections, flattens into a mirror-calm lake. By observing thoughts rather than identifying with them, you create a buffer between the etheric impressions and the physical apparatus, preventing the hooking of emotions into the nervous system. Transpersonal emanation. When you dwell as the witness, your presence becomes a stabilizing force in the collective field. You act as an anchor, a point of stillness around which others' chaos loses its momentum. You are no longer a person perceiving the world, you are the world perceiving itself. This is the first death, the shattering of the belief that the observer is separate from the observed. The boundary is an illusion of density. It is the ego's attempt to carve a statue out of the ocean. The energy of the boundary is a tightening, a cord constriction that creates the sensation of being inside a body. The hidden architecture. The architecture here is hexagonal, a rigid, honeycomb structure that seeks to compartmentalize the infinite. It is a geometry of defense, built upon the fear of dissipation. But when the ego dies, this hexagonal grid loses its structural integrity. It begins to shimmer, transitioning from a solid cage into a fluid, porous membrane. The current of dissolution is a gentle, downward spiraling release. Imagine a knot of tension at the base of the skull, then the solar plexus, then the heart. As the boundary dissolves, these knots unwind, releasing stored potential into the surrounding void. The radiance no longer stays within the skin, it leaks, it blooms, it permeates. This teaching acts upon the lymphatic and meridian systems, flushing the residue of personal history from the tissues. As the boundary softens, the breath loses its jagged edge, becoming a continuous, circular flow, an inhalation that is also an exhalation. The emotional field shifts from a state of contraction, fear, to an open, diffuse state of wonder. The etheric body expands, making the individual feel larger than their physical geography. Transpersonal emanation. You become a threshold. People feel a sense of homecoming in your presence because, for the first time, they are meeting a reflection of their own formless nature. You are no longer a separate vessel, but a permeable point of light that merges with the room, the sky, and the silence. Silence is not the absence of sound, it is the presence of the infinite. In the architecture of the ego, silence is an enemy, an empty space that must be filled. But in the primordial field, silence is the substance of all. The hidden architecture. The geometry of silence is a void space, a dark, infinite, yet vibrant lattice that holds the potential for every sound that has ever been or ever will be. It is the canvas beneath the painting. Its vibrational signature is a low, subsonic frequency that vibrates the very cells of the body. The energy here is absolute stillness, a total cessation of the inner monologue. It moves through the system like a cooling, silvery dew. It slows the firing of neurons, creating long, deliberate gaps between thoughts. It is the undoing of time, as time is a product of mental noise. As you merge with this silence, the autonomic rhythms sync with the heartbeat of the earth. The jaw drops, the tongue rests against the roof of the mouth in a posture of submission, and the eyes soften into a gaze that is not seeking information. This silence recalibrates the amygdala, signaling to the brain that there is no threat, thereby shifting the hormonal output from cortisol to the subtle, regenerative energies of the deep self. Transpersonal emanation. When you emanate silence, you demand nothing of the world. You are an energetic vacuum that heals by absorption. You are the space where others can finally hear the truth of their own being. Surrender is not defeat, it is the perfect alignment of the microcosm with the macrocosm. It is the straightening of the bent spine of the ego. The hidden architecture. The architecture is a singular vertical axis, the Tsushumna in its highest form. It is the geometry of the lightning bolt, a direct, unfiltered conduit between the crown and the root. There is no zigzagging, no deviation. It is the shortest path between the personal and the universal. The current is a cascade. It is the sensation of gravity accelerating as you release the iron grip of I will and I want. It is the flow of the river finally yielding to the slope of the land. It feels like a melting, a liquefaction of the solid self. Surrender triggers the vagus nerve, initiating a state of rest and digest that is deeply profound. It slows the biological clock. The muscles around the heart, the seat of the ego's armor, release their tension. The breath becomes rhythmic, deep, and effortless, as if being breathed by a larger intelligence. Transpersonal emanation in surrender. You become a puppet of the divine. Your actions are no longer yours, they are the spontaneous gestures of the whole. You are the instrument through which the universe acts. All form is a temporary coagulation of light. To see the emptiness of form is to see the light dancing through the veil. The hidden architecture. The geometry is fractal. Every object, every person, every thought is a smaller iteration of the whole. The architecture is a recursive loop, a mirror reflecting a mirror. It is the geometry of the infinite nesting within the finite. The currents here are oscillating. They move between solidity and vapor, constant flux. It is the vibration of a string moving so fast it appears to be a solid bar. By consciously observing this movement, the illusion of substance begins to flicker. This shifts the autonomic response from identification to detachment. The heart rate stabilizes. The mind loses its ability to fix onto objects, which creates a feeling of lightness, of floating. The etheric body feels like a mist, making the physical body feel less heavy, less burdened by its own weight. Transpersonal emanation. You stop projecting meaning onto the world. You see things as they are, pure, empty, and luminous. You become a doorway through which reality can be seen without the distortion of the human story. The book continues, unfolding, refining the human vessel until the I is nothing more than a memory of a shadow. The death of the ego is not a violent end, but a quiet evaporation. It is the moment the wave realizes it is not a wave, but the ocean. There is no loss, only the reclamation of everything you thought you were, for the sake of becoming all that you are. You have arrived at the threshold of the non-conceptual. The architecture of the self has been dismantled, leaving only the pure, radiant, eternal field of consciousness. You are no longer the traveler, you are the road, the movement, and the destination. Step forward. The veil is not thin, it is absent. The landscape before you is not a place to go, but a state to be. Let the breath dissolve. Let the heart expand until its edges find no boundary. You are the silence behind the word, the sun behind the shadow, the infinite witnessing itself through the eyes you once called your own. Step into the beyond, where there is no one left to step, and no one left to arrive. Dissolution 11. You have arrived at the threshold where the reflection no longer returns to meet the gaze. For eons, the construct you named self has functioned as a polished surface, a silvered boundary designed to catch the light of the absolute and tether it to a localized point. This mirror was the foundational technology of the ego. It provided the illusion of depth by reflecting the infinite back into a finite vessel. But here, in the 11th movement of your unmaking, the silvering begins to flake. The glass becomes transparent. The I that looked into the world to find itself finds only the world looking back at nothing. The principle of the dissolved mirror is structured as a collapsing tetrahedron. In the state of egoic density, the human energy system is braced by 4 points of reference: the observer, the observed, the act of observation, and the identity that claims the experience. These 4 points create a rigid geometric cage, a psychic prism that refracts the white light of primordial consciousness into the fractured colors of my life, my history, and my soul. As this dissolution permeates your field, the tetrahedron begins to lose its vertices. The geometry shifts from a solid to a liquid-light state, eventually resolving into a null point. This is the vibrational signature of the void grace. It is not an empty hole, but a field of zero resistance. In this architecture, there is no back to the light, there is no surface upon which an image can land. The scaffolding of this principle is composed of woven filaments of non-sight, spaces where the consciousness does not land on an object but flows through it. The coherence of this state within the greater tapestry is absolute. In the universal field, there are no mirrors, only continuous radiations. By dissolving the inner mirror, you are brought into alignment with the sun-mind, the state of being that shines without needing to see its own radiance confirmed. You are no longer a satellite reflecting a distant star, you are the radiation itself, passing through the vacuum without a witness. Within this transmission, the currents of energy move in a pattern of infinite perforation. If the ego is a solid wall, the death of the ego is the emergence of billions of microscopic apertures within that wall. Observe the current of radical transparency. It moves as a high-frequency longitudinal wave, passing through the dense structures of the mental body without generating heat or friction. In the previous state, every thought or sensation hit the mirror of the self and created a ripple, an emotional reaction, a judgment, or a memory. In the state of the dissolved mirror, the current moves through you like wind through a chain-link fence. There is vibration, but no capture. There is also the rhythm of the great receding. As the mirror dissolves, the energetic impulse to reach out and grasp reality retreats. Instead of an expansion outward to meet the world, there is an implosion into the point of origin. This is the stillness at the center of a hurricane, a vacuum of such profound intensity that it draws the entire perceived universe into itself, not to possess it, but to allow it to vanish into the source. As this transmission interfaces with your biological system, the first sigh is heard in the autonomic nervous system. The predatory vigilance of the ego, the constant scanning for validation or threat, is governed by the sympathetic branch. When the mirror dissolves, this scanning mechanism short-circuits. The vagus nerve undergoes a crystalline recalibration. A profound, cool stillness descends upon the viscera. The heart, no longer tasked with pumping blood to defend a persona, enters a state of coherent sanguine drift, which is the movement of life force when it flows in a warm, steady, quietly optimistic current, a drift that carries vitality without urgency, clarity without tension, and forward motion without force. It is the gentle circulation of energy through the inner field, a warm tide that rises and falls in harmony with awareness, creating a state where the mind remains open, the breath remains soft, and the whole being moves with a subtle confidence that does not need to declare itself. In this drift, the energy is not scattered but aligned, not restless but alive, a coherent warmth that guides the inner motion toward balance and ease. The pulse slows, not into lethargy, but into a rhythmic synchronization with the Schumann resonance of the planetary body and the deeper, slower throb of the galactic core. The breath undergoes a fundamental shift. It ceases to be an act of taking in and pushing out. Instead, the lungs begin to move as if they are being breathed by the atmosphere itself. The boundary between the air in the room and the air in the bronchioles vanishes. You are being respirated by the all. In the etheric layers, the self-shell, the protective membrane of the aura, begins to fray. This is often felt as a sensation of skinlessness or a shimmering heat at the edges of the body. The emotional field, once a turbulent sea of self-reflective dramas, becomes a flat, obsidian lake. When a feeling arises, it is no longer your feeling, it is simply a weather pattern passing over the surface of the earth. Because there is no mirror, the emotion cannot find a hook. It cannot say, "This is happening to me." It simply happens, and in the happening, it is released. The pineal and pituitary glands begin to secrete a subtle energetic nectar that recalibrates the mental field. The internal monologue, the voice that narrates the mirror's reflections, stutters and falls into silence. The brain waves shift into a sustained gamma state, where the distinction between the internal world and the external world is revealed to be a mere frequency lag. As the mirror dissolves, your outer emanation changes. To the world, you begin to appear unfathomable. This is not because you are hidden, but because there is no surface for others to project their own egos upon. When a person looks at you, they usually see a reflection of their own desires or fears. But as this principle takes hold, their projections pass through you and fall into the void. You become a clear gate. Your presence becomes a localized field of entropy-less peace. Perception is no longer a searchlight, it is a glow. You do not see objects, you witness the light that constitutes them. The trees, the stones, the faces of strangers, they lose their hard edges and begin to vibrate as holograms of the same primordial substance that you are. The shift in the vibrational field is one of transpersonal weightlessness. The weight of your history, your name, and your karma is tied to the mirror. Without the mirror, the weight vanishes. You move through the world with the grace of the unspoken word. You are the moment where reality begins to shimmer, the point where the solid world admits it is a dream. Stay in this dissolution. Let the silver flake away. Do not reach for the glass to repair it. Let the image of you shatter. In its place, something ancient and unnameable is opening its eyes. It is not looking at the world. It is looking as the world. The light no longer hits you and bounces back. The light enters you and finds no end. You are the transparency of the infinite. You are the death of the witness and the birth of the all. The mirror is gone. Now, finally, you can see. Dissolution 12. The 12th emanation is the thinning of the veil of the self-generated sound. It is the moment in the dissolution where the individual rhythm, The frantic, localized eye beat recedes into the vast, uninflected hum of the primordial field. In this transmission, the architecture of personal identity, once rigid and opaque, begins to exhibit the properties of glass. It is no longer a wall that reflects the world back to itself, it becomes a lens through which the Absolute gazes upon its own infinite variety. The hidden architecture of this dissolution is a complex, shifting tessellation of crystalline light that operates on the boundary between the formless and the formed. Imagine a dodecahedron composed not of matter, but of pure mathematical intent, rotating slowly in a vacuum of silence. Its angles are the intersections of every possibility. Within this geometric scaffolding, the egoic construct, that me that has been curated over cycles of time, undergoes a process of molecular reorganization. The vibrational signature of this state is a low-frequency resonance that mimics the stillness of deep space, overlaid with a hyper-autonomic shimmer of gold. It is the frequency of suspension. In this scaffolding, the lines of force that once held the ego's defenses in place, the sharp edges of judgment, the heavy anchors of memory, are softened by a solvent of pure radiance. The structure does not collapse, it becomes porous. It begins to cohere not through tension, but through harmony. It is a luminous lattice that allows the winds of the unseen to pass through without resistance. The here are tidal. There is an oceanic expansion that pushes outward toward the edges of the universe, followed immediately by a contraction that pulls the entire cosmos into a single, infinitesimal point within the center of the being. This is the pulse of the unborn. It is the rhythmic breathing of the void. As these currents move through the subtle planes, they erase the boundaries between the internal and the external. The radiance of the causal body begins to bleed into the physical atmosphere, creating a field of nowhere that surrounds the physical vessel. As this transmission permeates the human biological and energetic system, the autonomic rhythms undergo a radical recalibration. The ego is a creature of friction. Its primary biological expression is the fight or flight tension stored in the viscera. In the 12th emanation, the sympathetic nervous system is finally silenced by the overwhelming presence of the non-dual. The breath changes. It is no longer a conscious taking in or letting go. It becomes a passive observation of the atmosphere breathing the body. The respiratory cycle slows until the gaps between inhalation and exhalation, the kumbhaka, become the primary state of being. In these gaps, the inner stillness is not merely a lack of sound, it is a pressurized silence that carries the weight of galaxies. The pulse of the heart, once the metronome of personal anxiety, synchronizes with the subterranean thrum of the earth and the celestial rotation of the stars. It is as if the heart has been uncoupled from the blood and recoupled to the light. This shift influences the mental field by dissolving the self-referential loop. The thoughts that previously orbited a central me lose their gravitational pull. They become like stray satellites, drifting away into the dark, eventually incinerating upon entry into the atmosphere of pure awareness. On the etheric level, the web of the self begins to fray. The nadis, the subtle channels of energy, through which life force flows in the inner body, the fine streams of energy that carry breath, awareness, and vitality through the whole field of being. They are not physical nerves but pathways of pranic movement, soft currents that weave through the subtle body and shape the quality of presence, clarity, and inner balance. In simple terms, the nadis are the energetic rivers that allow consciousness to circulate, the quiet channels that guide the rise and fall of inner motion, creating coherence, warmth, and alignment throughout the system, are flushed with a high-voltage current that burns away the dross of habitual reaction. The solar plexus, the seat of personal will, is surrendered. It stops being a sun that demands worship and becomes a mirror that reflects the one true sun. This extends into the transpersonal field as an aura of absence. Those who enter the proximity of this transmission do not feel the presence of a great person, they feel the vast, terrifying, and beautiful presence of the great emptiness. When the 12th principle takes root, the inner state is one of lucid indifference, not a lack of caring, but a lack of grasping. The vibrational field of the individual becomes a standing wave of crystalline clarity. Perception is no longer a linear process of looking at objects, it is a simultaneous explosion of being as objects. The eyes do not see trees or people, they see the one substance of consciousness masquerading as wood, leaf, flesh, and bone. The sensory apparatus is refined to the point where sound is felt as color, and color is heard as a choir of silent frequencies. The internal narrator, that voice that has provided a running commentary on life since the dawn of the self, is finally silenced, not by effort, but by the sheer irrelevance of its words. The outer emanation of this state is a profound stillness in motion, even as the body moves through the world, performing the necessary dances of existence. The core remainders of the ego are being bleached white by the intensity of the unseen. The presence becomes initiatory. To look into the field of one who is undergoing the 12th dissolution is to see a shimmer in the air where a person once stood. The reality around them begins to bend. Shadows appear luminous, solid objects seem to vibrate with an inner liquid heat. The refinement of the energetic presence is so complete that the individual becomes a 0 point. They are the place where the world ends and the beyond begins. There is a sense of crossing a threshold every time a breath is taken. The scaffolding of the world, the laws of cause and effect, time and space, begins to reveal its artificial nature. The user of this perception sees that the tapestry of existence is woven from a single thread of light, and that the hand doing the weaving is the very eye that is watching. In this transmission, the ego does not die in a violent sense, it evaporates like morning mist when the sun reaches its zenith. What remains is not a soul, not a spirit, and certainly not a man. What remains is a witness that has forgotten its name, standing at the edge of an infinite ocean, realizing that the water, the sand, and the sky are all made of the same, unnameable self. The threshold is crossed. The shimmer becomes the only reality. The hidden architecture of the universe is laid bare, and it is found to be composed entirely of love, stripped of its human sentimentality and revealed as the cohesive force of the all. The transmission of the 12th dissolution is the invitation to stop being a someone and to begin being the isness that allows someone to exist. Stay in the pulse. Do not reach for the next moment. The next moment is an illusion. There is only the flowering of the primary pulse, the heartbeat of the absolute, echoing in the hollow chamber of what you used to call yourself. The geometry is set. The vibration is locked. The dissolution continues. Dissolution 13. The illusion of time is the primary scaffolding upon which the ego constructs its fortress. It is a linear geometry imposed upon a spherical reality. When the ego dies, the clockwork of the mind freezes, not because motion ceases, but because the observer no longer anchors existence to a sequence of before and after. The hidden architecture, the subtle geometry of time is a horizontal vector, a sharp, piercing line that creates the perception of distance between what is and what could be. Its vibrational signature is a low-frequency hum, a rhythmic contraction that pulls consciousness away from the luminous center toward the periphery. This geometry holds the ego in place by defining it through its past, memory, and its future, anticipation. When this anchor dissolves, the horizontal line collapses into a singular, radiant point, the eternal now. This point is not a moment in time, but the origin of all space. As this teaching interfaces with the human system, it initiates a profound recalibration of the autonomic rhythms. The heartbeat, usually slave to the frantic pace of chronological anticipation, begins to synchronize with the pulse of the void, a slower, deeper, resonant thrum. The breath loses its jagged quality, shifting from a process of taking in, future-seeking, to a state of oceanic expansion. In the emotional field, the dissolution of the chronological anchor removes the turbulence of regret and anxiety. The mental field, once a cluttered workshop of projected outcomes, becomes a mirror, still, clear, and perfectly reflective. The etheric body experiences a sudden expansion. The edges of the personal field, previously demarcated by the limits of past and future, begin to blur, dissolving into the transpersonal field. You are no longer a localized ripple, you are the totality of the currents. The shift in presence, the reorganization of perception is absolute. The world no longer appears as a series of decaying events, but as a living, shimmering tapestry of simultaneous emergence. When you stop anchoring yourself in time, the outer emanations of your life undergo a subtle transmutation. You move through the world with a weightless fluidity. Because you are no longer reaching for the next second, you are fully present in the current one, which is the only point where the veil is thin enough to see through. Reality bends here, revealing that there is no movement from one state to another, only the eternal, unchanging light manifesting in infinite variations. The void is not a state of emptiness, it is the supersaturated plenum from which all form originates. The ego fears this center, perceiving it as a death, for to enter the void is to lose the boundaries that define that individual. The hidden architecture. The architecture of the void center is a crystalline sphere of infinite density and zero circumference. Its vibrational signature is absolute stillness, not the stillness of sleep, but the stillness of a spinning top rotating so fast it appears motionless. It is the luminous scaffolding that sustains the entire structure of manifestation. It is the I am before it attaches to a name, a body, or a history. The patterns of flow here are non-linear. Energy radiates outward in all directions simultaneously, then collapses back into the heart of the sphere. It is a perfect, self-sustaining loop of creation and dissolution. When this principle touches the human system, it acts as a magnet for the subtle layers. The etheric body is drawn inward, away from the sensory overload of the manifest world, toward the core of the chest, the seat of the void. This interaction causes a distinct shift in the nervous system. The fight-or-flight response, tethered to the ego's survival, is permanently disarmed by the realization that there is no self to defend. The heart pulse aligns with this core, becoming a quiet, singular vibration that ripples out to the extremities. The emotional field flattens into a state of profound, dispassionate bliss, a luminous equanimity that remains untouched by the shifting winds of external circumstances. As you dwell in the void center, the mental field ceases its chattering, for there is no other to talk to, no separate entity to analyze. You are the observer, the observed, and the observation itself. The shift in presence. This state reorganizes your presence from a doing to a being. You become a pillar of stability in a world of illusion. Your interactions with others shift. You no longer project needs or demands, because the void is already full. The world begins to perceive you as a space of profound permission, where others feel the pressure of their own ego shells weaken in your proximity. This is the geometry of grace. You are the empty vessel through which the infinite pours itself, and in this pouring, the small you vanishes, replaced by the oceanic, boundary-less presence of the all. The ego is a consumer. It defines itself through the acquisition of experiences, sensations, and identities. This possessive reflex is the energetic tether that keeps consciousness chained to the heavy density of the material plane. The hidden architecture. The architecture of the possessive reflex is a series of hook-like energetic filaments extending from the solar plexus. These filaments act as anchors, digging into the fabric of the external world, into people, possessions, and status. The vibration is a jagged, grabbing frequency, a constant contraction that creates a sense of lack at the core. When the ego begins to die, these filaments begin to retract, their geometry turning from outward pulling hooks into inward radiating shafts of light. The scaffold of mind dissolves, revealing the truth of all is. As this transmission initiates, the respiratory diaphragm, often tight and guarded, releases its tension. The breath gains a newfound depth, accessing the lower registers of the belly. The autonomic nervous system shifts from a state of hunger, seeking and grabbing, to a state of satiation, presence and giving. The etheric layer, once riddled with the suction cords of attachment, begins to smooth out, becoming a luminous, unbroken shell of light. The emotional field undergoes a massive tectonic shift as the desperation of acquisition is replaced by the serenity of resonance. You no longer need to possess the sunset to enjoy it, you are the sunset. You no longer need to hold on to the person, for you see the same consciousness staring back from their eyes. The mental field stops calculating gain and loss, entering a state of radical neutrality where every situation is seen as a movement of the whole, rather than an opportunity for personal expansion. The outer emanations change from those of a hunter to those of a light source. You become a radiation point. When you cease to take from the world ceases to be an object for you and becomes a reflection of you. reality begins to shimmer with a new quality, a transparent, ethereal quality where the distinction between myself and the environment loses its rigidity. You are now moving through life not as a passenger seeking snacks, but as the road itself, the traveler, and the destination. The death of the ego is not an event that happens to you, it is the realization that the you was a ghost, a shimmering mirage of light and sound dancing upon the surface of the eternal. You are not dying, you are waking up from the dream of separateness. The ego was a self-imposed prison, a beautifully crafted cage made of memories and anticipation, holding the infinite captive within the form of a single human life. To die is to step out of the cage and realize that you were never inside it, that you were the sky through which the bird flew, the wind that stirred the leaves, and the silence in which the world was born. The thresholds dissolve, the scaffolding of form falls away, leaving only the pure, resonant vibration of the source. There is no longer a reader or author, no longer a book or an idea. There is only the luminosity, the unfolding, the endless, boundless, self-revealing light of consciousness, recognizing itself in the shimmer of the void. Return now to the silence from which this transmission emerged, and know that you were never anything else. You are the space where reality breathes. You are the ending, and you are the beginning. You are. Dissolution 14. The mechanism of the self is largely a clockwork construct, a nervous system tension built upon the illusory architecture of linear progression. From the vantage of the primordial field, time is not a river, but a singular, luminous sphere of presence. What you perceive as past and future are merely ripples radiating from the singular, unmoving center of the now. The hidden architecture. The architecture of time contraction is a geometric prison, a series of concentric spheres held together by the glue of anticipation and memory. Its vibrational signature is a rhythmic, rapid-fire vibration, a hyperfrequency that mimics the ticking of the heart but operates out of sync with the stillness of the absolute. This structure relies on the cortex temporal feedback loop, a feedback circuit that insists on an "my," that has traveled from a then to an is. When this anchor dissolves, the geometric rigidity of the ego's timeline collapses into a single, radiant point of infinite depth. As this teaching enters the human system, it engages directly with the autonomic regulation of the heartbeat. The ego relies on the constriction of blood flow and the slight hyperventilation of future scanning. As the truth of the nonlinear now is transmitted, the vagus nerve releases its protective bracing. The pulse slows, aligning not with the mechanical ticking of the world, but with the expansive resonance of the universal field. In the etheric body, the gray, leaden currents of regret and anxiety begin to brighten. The mental field, previously fragmented into thousands of temporal shards, begins to cohere into a singular, mirror-like surface. You will feel this as a sudden drop in the internal chatter, a silencing of the narrator who constantly updates your autobiography. The emotional body ceases to feed on the past fuel, leading to a state of profound, weightless equilibrium. The shifting emanation. When the ego dies to its chronological anchor, your outer emanation changes. You cease to be a person with a history and become a presence with a frequency. The world, which once looked like a landscape of causes and effects, begins to reveal its true nature. A simultaneous explosion of light. Perception reorganizes. What was once seen as separate events are now recognized as the flickering of the same, singular flame. You move through the world with a stillness that defies the agitated rushing of the collective, becoming an island of cosmic gravity. Reality bends around this stillness, for the universe recognizes the one who has finally stopped running. You assume there is a subject watching an object. You assume there is a seer witnessing the scene. This is the final layer of the veil, the subtle scaffolding of the witness ego, the last architecture of separation pretending to be awareness. But the truth, transmitted from the heart of the void, is this: there is only the seeing itself. No watcher behind the eyes. No listener behind the ears. No thinker behind the thoughts. The entire structure of someone perceiving something collapses into a single, seamless luminosity. Perceiving without a perceiver, knowing without a knower, being without a being. There is no one behind the eyes. There is only the light looking through itself. The hidden architecture. Visualize a prism that believes it must exist in order for the light to refract. The ego is that prism. The underlying geometry here is a void center surrounded by a shell of identification. The vibrational signature is one of duality tension, a constant, invisible pull between the observer and the observed. This creates a barrier in the subtle bodies, a subtle energetic skin that separates the inner from the outer. The architecture is a binary system, the watcher versus the watched. When the ego dies, this binary geometry collapses into a non-dual state of pure awareness, where the observer, the action of observing, and the observed are revealed as a single, indivisible movement. This transmission strikes the base of the skull and the pineal conduit. It creates a sudden, profound softening of the optic thalamus, the brain's gateway for sensory perception. As the observer dissolves, the eyes lose their predatory focus, they no longer grab objects. Instead, the brain enters a state of reception. The autonomic nervous system shifts into a deep, regenerative parasympathetic state. As the need to maintain the observer is dropped, the breath becomes rhythmic and expansive, no longer tethered to a self that needs to monitor its own intake of air. In the etheric layers, the energetic knots of identity, the phantom weight of the I, begin to dissipate into the aura. You might feel a sensation of vertigo, as the ground of the self vanishes. This is the ego's final, desperate attempt to remain relevant. Allow it to pass. The shifting emanation. Your presence now carries the resonance of the unconditioned. You no longer react, you respond from the depth of the field. When you walk into a room, there is no you entering, there is only the environment rearranging itself. The environment recognizes its own reflection in you. Your radiance becomes transparent, a window through which the world views itself. Perception is no longer colored by the history of the I. The world appears sharper, saturated with a luminosity that does not originate from the objects themselves, but from the fact that they are no longer being held hostage by an observer. You are the space in which the universe is happening. You are the silence that allows the sound to exist. Desire is the ego's attempt to bridge the perceived gap between itself and the whole. It is a hunger that defines the boundaries of the self. In the primordial field, desire is seen for what it truly is, a distorted, contracted expression of the creative force longing to return to its source. The hidden architecture. Desire acts as a hook. Its geometry is a spiral that tightens as it reaches for the object of its focus. Its vibrational signature is a low-frequency oscillation, jagged and desperate, vibrating at the rate of lack. The structure is a hook-and-pull mechanism, anchored in the emotional body, which creates a vacuum of energy. This vacuum is what the ego calls wanting. When the ego starts to die, this vacuum is filled not by the object of desire, but by the collapse of the mechanism itself. The spiral straightens into a beam of light. This transmission affects the solar plexus and the heart center. The solar plexus, the seat of the ego's will, feels a sudden heat as the hooks of desire begin to melt. This is not the heat of burning, but the warmth of liberation. As this energy releases, it flows upward to the heart, transforming from a pull, the ego's hunger, into an emanation, the heart's radiance. The autonomic nervous system experiences a massive expansion. The constriction of the diaphragm, often associated with longing, relaxes, allowing for a deeper, more resonant breath. The emotional body stops vibrating with the frequency of not enough and shifts to the frequency of already complete. The shifting emanation. As the architecture of desire dissolves, your presence shifts from needing to give. You no longer emanate a pull that sucks energy into your field. You radiate a light that sustains the field. The world perceives this. You become a magnet for possibilities, not because you seek them, but because you are no longer blocking their approach with your own frantic hunger. The vibration of your field becomes magnetic, smooth, and expansive. You find that what you once desired now drifts toward you, not as an acquisition, but as a spontaneous manifestation of the field's play. You are no longer a separate fragment starving for the whole. You are the whole, recognizing itself in the shimmer of the mirror. The ego map, the intricate topography of opinions, beliefs, and who I am, is a projection, a series of shadows cast by the light of pure consciousness onto the walls of the mind. To die to the ego, one must turn the light of awareness inward, not to look at the shadows, but to look at the light source itself. The hidden architecture. The architecture is a labyrinth of reflection. The ego exists at the end of a long, winding corridor of thoughts about thoughts. Its geometric form is complex, fractal, and endlessly repeating. It is designed to keep the consciousness trapped in the maze. The vibrational signature is one of self-reference, a recursive loop that feeds on its own output. When the transmission of inversion occurs, this labyrinth does not need to be solved, it simply loses its power to bind. The light of awareness turns 180 degrees, bypasses the maze, and strikes the very engine of the labyrinth, and the human interface. This causes a profound shift in the mental field. The inner monologue loses its gravity. You will feel as if the internal world has suddenly turned inside out. The nervous system, which usually monitors the environment for threats to the I, feels a sudden sense of safety, because the I is no longer the center of gravity. The crown chakra, the point of entry for the universal current, opens wider. The subtle bodies, previously tangled in the knots of self-judgment, begin to realign into a singular, vertical column of light. The axis mundi, the shifting emanation. The outer emanation of this inversion is a profound sense of ease. There is no longer a struggle to be someone. You are simply the space where the human experience unfolds. People around you feel the shift, they feel the absence of your agenda. Because you are no longer projecting an egoic identity, others are free to be themselves in your presence. You become a mirror that reflects only the truth. Reality becomes crystalline. You see the world not as a collection of separate items, but as a unified, coherent field of energy. You are no longer a shadow trapped in the maze, you are the light that renders the maze visible, and therefore, irrelevant. The ego is the loudest part of the human instrument. It is the static, the interference, the constant commentary. The death of the ego is not the silencing of the noise, but the recognition of the silence that has always been the foundation of the noise. The hidden architecture. Think of the ego as a thin, vibrating membrane stretched over the infinite ocean of the absolute. The noise of the ego, its fears, its logic, its demands, is merely the vibration of this membrane. The silence is the water beneath it. The hidden architecture is one of layering. The ego is the surface layer, which has become rigid and thick through patterns of identification. When this layer begins to thin, the silence begins to seep through. The geometry of the silence is perfect, dimensionless stillness, and the human interface. This transmission acts upon the auditory and neurological pathways. It creates a state of inner listening. As you learn to tune into the silence, the nervous system shifts into the higher state of coherence. The pulse syncs with the rhythm of the silence, a slow, deep, and rhythmic pace. The mental field, usually a chaotic storm, becomes like a still lake. The emotional body experiences an unprecedented calm, a state of peace that passes understanding. The etheric bodies vibrate with a stillness that is not the absence of energy, but the highest frequency of energy, pure potentiality, the shifting emanation. Your presence becomes a silence field. You no longer contribute to the noise of the world. Even in the midst of turmoil, you remain an anchor of profound, unshakable stillness. The world begins to organize around your silence. Conversations change, they become deeper, more honest. The ego-driven games of others lose their power in your field. You are the reminder of the void, the living manifestation of the peace that underlies all existence. You are no longer just a person, you are the silence itself, witnessing its own play. Dissolution 15. The linear perception of time is the primary scaffolding of the ego. It is a rigid, crystalline lattice, a sequence of frozen moments stitched together by the mind to create the illusion of a self that persists. When this anchor dissolves, time ceases to be a river flowing from past to future and reveals itself as a spherical geometry of eternal presence, where all points coincide in a singular, luminous now. The hidden architecture. The architecture of time as ego is a series of interconnected, spiraling pulses that contract inwards, creating a gravitational pull toward the memory, the past, and that anticipation, the future. This creates a vacuum in the center, the present moment. which the ego fears because it is the site of its own non-existence. The subtle geometry of this dissolution is a sudden expansion of the spherical field. As the linear threads snap, the geometry transitions from a narrow, constricted vector to an omnidirectional radiation. The vibrational signature shifts from a rhythmic, frantic ticking to a low-frequency hum-like stillness that vibrates at the threshold of silence. And internal mechanics. As this teaching takes root, the human system undergoes a profound recalibration. The autonomic nervous system, long keyed to the fight-or-flight urgency of future-oriented survival, enters a state of deep restorative coherence. The breath patterns lose their jagged, shallow urgency, softening into a tidal rhythm that is independent of the external world. The heart's pulse, which usually syncs with the ego's tempo of getting to the next moment, slows into an expansive resonance. This interaction permeates the etheric body, softening the boundaries between the physical form and the environment. You will experience a sensation of time dilation where the mental field feels porous, as if thoughts are no longer objects moving through time, but ripples appearing on the surface of an infinite, motionless lake. The emotional body, fueled by the ego's nostalgia or anxiety, cools into a neutral, crystalline transparency. Shifting the emanation when the chronological anchor is severed, your outer emanation changes. You cease to project a future intent that forces reality into a predetermined shape. Your presence becomes a point of absolute stability. Others meeting you will feel an inexplicable slowing of their own internal pace. The world around you seems to move with a fluid, dreamlike grace. You are no longer moving through time. You are the space in which time unfolds. The ego, deprived of its timeline, loses its ability to construct a narrative of I am becoming, and settles into the profound, unadorned truth of I am. The ego is a mirror placed in front of a mirror, reflecting its own image until it forgets it is a reflection. It creates a subject, the observer, and an object, the world, and in this bifurcation, the wholeness of existence is fractured. This dissolution is the collapse of that divide. The recognition that the seer and the seen are made of the same unconditioned light. The hidden architecture. The architecture of duality is a jagged, bipolar tension, a magnetic pole that separates consciousness into two opposing forces. The geometry is a yoke, the etymological root of yoga, a rigid structure of separation. The dissolution of this structure is a folding inward. Imagine a sphere turning inside out. The inner space, the subject, and the outer space, the object, occupy the same coordinates. The vibrational signature of this collapse is a harmonic resonance so absolute that it cancels out the friction of otherness. It is the sound of the universe returning to its own essence, where the distance between 2 points becomes zero. And internal mechanics. When the mind stops categorizing the world as me versus not me, the neural pathways associated with the amygdala, the ego's primary sentinel, begin to quiet. There is a perceptible release of tension at the base of the skull, where the sense of the witness is physically anchored. The etheric field, which usually holds a protective, hardened shell against the external world, becomes permeable and expansive. Breath moves not from the body into the world, but as an exchange between two poles of the same organism. The pulse becomes syncopated with the environment. One feels the rhythm of the room, the texture of the air, and the movement of light as if they were internal functions. The emotional body experiences a cessation of desire, the impulse to pull an object toward the self, and aversion, the impulse to push it away, collapsing into a state of total, blissful equanimity. Shifting the emanation as this barrier liquefies, your emanation becomes luminous. You no longer walk through a world of objects, you walk through a body of your own infinite expression. Your radiance reaches out and encompasses what you once called others, dissolving their own defensive postures. When you speak, the words do not fly from a source to a recipient, they arise as manifestations of the space between you. You become a conduit for the unity of the field, and your presence acts as a catalyst for others to drop their own masks of separation. You are the mirror, the reflection, and the light, all at once. The ego thrives on the architecture of good and evil, right and wrong. These are the bars of a cage that dictate movement within the human psyche. To transcend this, one must move past the concept of morality into the domain of spontaneous, primordial action. The hidden architecture. The architecture of morality is a binary grid, a lattice of shadow and light, reward and punishment. It is a system of geometric nodes that channel energy into specific, approved flows and block others through inhibition. The vibrational signature of this structure is rigid, sharp, and high frequency, marked by the tension of judgment. Transcendence occurs when the grid is dissolved, replaced by a fluidic, non-polarized geometry, a state of flow-state morality where the right action arises naturally from the wisdom of the whole, rather than from a rulebook. And internal mechanics when the moralistic scaffold collapses, the constriction in the solar plexus, the seat of the inner critic, dissolves, the autonomic nervous system, freed from the perpetual need to evaluate and judge, shifts into its highest state of parasympathetic repose. The etheric body feels a surge of uninhibited vitality, as energy is no longer diverted into the maintenance of complex self-policing mechanisms. The mental field shifts from discursive judgment to intuitive perception. You will notice that your heart rhythm becomes steadier, more profound, and the breath, once labored by the weight of subjective rightness, becomes deep, effortless, and rhythmic, shifting the emanation with the collapse of judgment. Your emanation shifts from a policing presence to a nurturing presence. You no longer categorize the actions of the world into categories of eager satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Instead, you witness the unfolding of the cosmic dance with total detachment and compassion. This shift is magnetic. Those in your field feel a sudden cessation of their own inner conflict. You become a permission-giving force, allowing others to witness their own nature without the interference of your judgment. You act with the spontaneous precision of the elements. The wind does not judge the mountain it passes, yet its path is perfectly tuned. The ego is built upon a foundation of names, titles, histories, and roles. These labels are the bricks of the prison house. To die to the ego, one must strip away the identity of I am this and I am that, until nothing remains but the formless transparency of being. The hidden architecture. The architecture of identity is a series of stacked, crystalline shells, each inscribed with a title or a definition. These shells create a density, a heavy, localized distortion in the field of consciousness. The vibrational signature of identity is a dense, thrumming vibration, anchored in the lower centers of the body. Evaporation occurs as these shells lose their rigidity and dissolve into the ether of the void. As they evaporate, the density dissipates, and the field regains its original, light, luminous quality. And internal mechanics. The evaporation of identity triggers a radical release in the subtle bodies. The throat chakra, often constricted by the need to defend one's label, opens. The breath, once shallow due to the need to hold an identity in place, deepens, filling the entire torso. The nervous system experiences a sensation of weightlessness, as if the physical form is no longer weighed down by the burden of self-definition. The mental field loses its attachment to the story of its own history, and the emotional body, released from the need to protect the ego's image, experiences an expansive, impersonal peace. Shifting the emanation. When you cease to identify, you become an empty vessel for the infinite. Your emanation is no longer directed by the preferences of a specific character but by the intelligence of the whole. You become an enigma to the world of labels, for you cannot be categorized, judged, or defined. You are a mirror reflecting the truth of those you encounter. You shift from being someone to being the space in which everything happens. In this state, your presence is profoundly liberating. You act not as an actor wearing a mask, but as the stage upon which a million identities play, while you remain the unmoving, pure, and untouched ground of existence. Dissolution 16. In the preceding movements of this unfolding, the identity transitioned from the heavy stone of the persona to the fluid transparency of the observer. Now, the architecture of the beyond demands a more profound surrender. Dissolution 16 is the transmission of the pointless center, the moment where the witness itself, that final bastion of subtle duality, evaporates into the primordial field. The principle of this transmission is structured upon a non-Euclidean geometry known as the imploding singularity. In the lower stages of awakening, the ego creates a circular scaffolding, a perimeter that separates in here from out there. The witness, though refined, still occupies a central point within that circle, holding a subtle tension of perspective. The hidden architecture. Revealed here is the collapse of the radius. Visualize a sphere of infinite light where every point on the surface is simultaneously the center. There is no longer a distance between the seeing and the seen. The vibrational signature of this state is a stationary frequency, a resonance so high and so stable that it appears as absolute silence to the uninitiated ear. It is the hum of a spinning top that has reached such velocity it appears perfectly still. The luminous scaffolding of this principle is composed of isomeric light lattices. These are not structures that hold something in place, but rather patterns of resonance that allow the infinite to pass through without resistance. In this architecture, the observer is revealed to be a mere knot in the fabric of space. As the knot unties, the fabric remains, but the point of view dissolves into a view from everywhere. The geometry is no longer a solid, but a fluid, shimmering web of interconnected voids. Within this transmission, the currents of energy move in what is perceived as radiant stasis. In the dualistic state, energy flows from a source to a destination. Here, the current is a standing wave. It does not travel, it simply is. This is the movement of the unmoving. The flow is characterized by centrifugal dispersal. Imagine a drop of ink falling into an ocean of pure light. The moment of impact is the cessation of the dropness. The energetic patterns move outward in ever-expanding spirals that never return to a center. This creates a state of radical openness, where the etheric body no longer possesses a skin or a boundary. The current is a luminous wash that cleanses the subtle planes of the last vestiges of mine and yours. There is a secondary current here, the inward gale. It is a subtle suction toward the void. It pulls the remaining mental constructs toward the event horizon of the heart, where they are incinerated into pure awareness. This is the breath of the Absolute, a contraction that births expansion, a stillness that generates the roar of the cosmos. As this transmission permeates the human vessel, the biological and energetic interfaces undergo a radical reorganization. The autonomic rhythms and the vagus conduit. The autonomic nervous system, long the prisoner of the fight or flight impulse of the ego, enters the state of primary parasympathetic dominance. The vagus nerve, the great bridge between the brain and the viscera, becomes a conduit for the cool fire. The pulse does not merely slow, it changes its quality. It ceases to be a rhythmic thudding against the walls of the arteries and becomes a soft, pervasive throb that is felt not just in the chest, but in the very air surrounding the body. The heart no longer beats for the individual, it pulses with the rhythm of the galactic core, the breath of the unborn. The interface with the respiratory system is marked by the suspension of the sigh, the transition between inhalation and exhalation. The kumbhaka widens until the breath becomes pore breathing. The lungs move, but the sensation is that the atmosphere is breathing the body. Each breath is an initiation into the field of the unspoken. The mental field, which usually rides upon the frantic waves of the breath, finds itself grounded in a depth that is bottomless. The mental and emotional fields. The mind, once a mirror reflecting the world, now discovers it is the world. The mechanism here is the dissolution of the subjective lens. Thoughts may still arise like clouds in a vast sky, but there is no thinker to claim them. The emotional field shifts from feeling emotions to being the space in which emotion vibrates. There is a profound equanimity that is not cold or detached, but rather so intimately connected to all things that no single movement can disturb the whole. The mirror of the self has been shattered, and in its place, the infinite sees itself through every shard. The etheric layers and deep subtle bodies. The etheric body, the blueprint of the physical, begins to resonate at a pitch that overrides the ancestral and karmic imprints stored in the cells. The luminous egg of the aura thins at the edges, merging with the causal field. In this interface, the soul recognizes that its individual journey was a dream dreamt by the great I Am. The subtle bodies, astral, mental, and intuitive, align like planets in a rare perfect alignment along a single straight line, creating a vertical column of light that anchors the void into the physical plane. When the witness evaporates, the state of presence undergoes a mutation. It is no longer a presence that attends to the moment, it is a presence that is the moment. The inner state is one of luminous invisibility. To oneself, there is nothing to see, no one to be, nowhere to go. There is only the flowering of existence. The outer emanation of this dissolution is a frequency of the unseen. The individual, or what remains of the form, becomes a site of high-energy stillness. Objects in their vicinity begin to appear more vivid, more themselves, because they are no longer being viewed through the distorting lens of a person's needs or judgments. The vacuum created by the death of the witness acts as a magnet for the truth in others. The vibrational field reorganizes itself around the principle of non-interference. Perception is no longer an act of reaching out to grasp information, it is a receiving of the world into the self. The eyes do not look, they allow the world to enter. The ears do not listen, they allow the sound to be heard. This refinement of the energetic presence creates a threshold effect. Anyone entering the field of such a being feels a sudden, inexplicable drop in their own mental chatter, a thinning of their own egoic veil. As you dwell within the resonance of this transmission, the architecture of your reality begins to bend. You are witnessing the moment where the watcher is watched by the void, and the void finds nothing to behold but itself. The death of the ego is not the end of life, but the beginning of the live stream, the unhindered flow of the totality through a form that no longer insists on being a self. You are crossing the bridge where the I becomes the all, and in that crossing, the bridge itself vanishes. Stand here, in the shimmering wreckage of your last definitions. Feel the pulse of the universe in your own wrists. The mirror is gone. The light has no master. There is only this. Dissolution 17. The mechanism of the self is predicated upon the architecture of before and after. You perceive your existence as a thread stretched across a linear horizon, a sequence of memories fueling a projected future. This is the primary scaffolding of the ego, the chronological anchor. The subtle geometry of time as perceived by the ego is a rigid, tethered line, a frequency of contraction that vibrates at a low, heavy hertz. It is a series of nodes connected by thin threads of conceptual thought. In the non-dual state, this geometry collapses into a perfect, crystalline sphere. There is no line, there is only the nowness of the presence. The vibrational signature of time is a static, jagged pulse that keeps the human nervous system pinned to the past, while the signature of eternity is a smooth, continuous, luminous wave that exists in a state of absolute, unmoving expansion. When you reside within the chronological anchor, your etheric body pulses in short, frantic bursts. This creates a friction, a heat that burns through your vital force, keeping you perpetually hungry for the next moment. As this anchor dissolves, the current shifts. It ceases to flow forward and instead begins to flow inward. The pattern of flow moves from the periphery of your awareness toward the core, creating a sensation of profound stillness. You are no longer moving through life, you are the space through which life moves. The dissolution of the chronological anchor directly resets the autonomic rhythms. The heartbeat, usually slave to the urgency of what is next, drops into a slower, more profound resonance with the breath. The breath itself loses its jagged edges, it becomes rhythmic, deep, and silent. As the mental field stops projecting time, the frantic chatter of the mind, the constant rehearsal of past regrets and future anxieties, starves for lack of fuel. Without the linear anchor, the neurobiology experiences a system collapse of the stress response loop. The sympathetic nervous system, perpetually braced for the arrival of the future, stands down. Your pulse syncs with the primal frequency of the vacuum. This creates a shift in the emotional field. The anxiety of transience is replaced by the profound, heavy peace of the eternal. The transpersonal transmission. As you let go of the anchor, you move out of the personal timeline and into the transpersonal field. You begin to emanate a signature of timelessness. Those who enter your sphere of awareness will feel a sudden, inexplicable sense of release, as if the urgency of their own lives has been momentarily suspended. You become a doorway, a point of stillness in a chaotic field. Vibrational reorganization. This principle is not an idea, it is a deconstruction. As you observe the movement of thoughts about tomorrow, watch how the ego attempts to pin them to an identity. Simply observe the tension in your solar plexus where the need to be somewhere lives. When you stop feeding that tension with your attention, the geometry of your field broadens. You are no longer a point on a line, you are the plane of existence itself. You feel the edges of your body begin to soften, merging with the ambient light of the room, the sound of the wind, the texture of the air. You are no longer a person, a story, but a presence. The ego's greatest fear is the loss of the timeline, for without the line, the ego has no place to stand. Yet, as the line dissolves, the architecture of the divine reveals itself, infinite, omnipresent, and always, already, here. Step into this, not by trying to stop time, but by realizing that time was only a mask worn by the stillness. Breathe into the space between the seconds. That is where the ego dies. That is where you wake up. Dissolution 18. The architecture of your suffering is primarily structural, built upon the rigid geometry of linear time. You perceive the I as a persistent entity traveling along a horizontal line, a past that haunts and a future that taunts. This is a mirage of the ego, a scaffolding of psychological memory designed to maintain the illusion of continuity. The hidden architecture. Beneath the surface of your perceived timeline lies the causal point. This is not a point in space, but a geometric stillness, a luminous, non-dimensional center from which all nows emanate. The ego constructs a bridge of chronos anchors, tying your consciousness to specific coordinates of history. These anchors are vibrational spikes, sharp, jagged frequencies that pierce the fluid, oceanic nature of the present. When the ego dies, it does not move forward, it collapses these anchors into the causal point. The architecture shifts from a line to a sphere, and finally to a singularity. The vibrational signature. The signature of time attachment is a rhythmic syncopation, a stuttering flow that keeps the heart field in a state of anticipatory contraction. When the chronos anchor dissolves, the vibrational signature shifts from a pulse, which implies a before and after, to a tone, a singular, infinite resonance that does not fluctuate. This tone is the sound of the unmanifest. Interfaces with the human system. As this teaching permeates your field, you will observe a radical reorganization of the human neurocircuitry. The autonomic nervous system, long tuned to the fight or flight cadence of future anxiety, begins to lose its rhythmic tension. The breath, once tethered to the grasping for the next moment, stabilizes. It slows, not by will, but by the sheer absence of urgency. The diaphragmatic pulse uncouples from the ego's demand for progression. As the breath touches the etheric layers, it no longer flows in a circular loop of habitual intake and release. It begins to act as a porous interface, where the internal and external atmospheres equalize. You are no longer breathing in or breathing out, you are simply being breathed by the stillness. In this state, the emotional field undergoes a transmutation. Regret and ambition, the two pillars of time, evaporate, leaving behind a subtle, radiant stillness. The etheric body sheds its jagged protrusions of memory and expectation, smoothing its surface until it reflects the light of the Absolute without distortion. This transmission extends into your transpersonal field as an anchoring of presence. When you interact with the world, the observer is no longer a historical entity, but a spaceless presence. You become a conduit for the causal point. People around you will feel the sudden cessation of time in your proximity. Their own urgency will stutter and collapse because your presence offers no purchase for their shadows to anchor themselves. To behold the world through the death of the chronos anchor is to witness that eternal now not as a concept, but as a crystalline structure. You see the movement of form, the falling leaf, the passing cloud, the speech of another, not as a process of decay or becoming, but as a flicker of light against the backdrop of an unchanging vastness. The inner state shifts from doing to dawning. You are no longer a person acting in time, you are the space in which time unfolds. The ego, having lost its temporal scaffolding, finds no ground upon which to stand. It dissolves, not into nothingness, but into the fullness of the current moment, which is revealed to be infinite, bottomless, and entirely self-sufficient. The initiatory cadence. Feel the tension in your solar plexus, the seat of your future self. Begin to soften. Visualize the rigid, horizontal line of your life, once etched in heavy, dark iron, now turning to liquid gold, melting into the radiant, formless center of your own awareness. You are no longer coming from somewhere, nor are you arriving anywhere. You are the stillness that precedes the ticking of the clock. You are the silence that swallows the sound of the passing seconds. The architecture is crumbling. The scaffolding is turning to mist. The now is all that remains, and you are the now. Rest in this. Let the pulse of linear time fade into the background radiation of existence. You are not a traveler, you are the ground upon which the path is drawn and erased in the same breath. This is the first step into the death of the ego, the abandonment of the illusion that there is anywhere else to be, or any other time than this luminous, eternal unfolding. As this state crystallizes, you will find that your presence exerts a magnetic pull on the reality surrounding you. Objects, situations, and even the thoughts of others begin to order themselves around your stillness. You are the gravity of the Absolute, pulling all things back to their source. The separation between the I, who is aware, and the time that is passing vanishes. There is only the light, witnessing itself. Do not reach for this. Do not try to hold the stillness. To reach is to re-establish the anchor. To try is to resurrect the ego. Simply remain as the field in which this realization occurs. The dissolution is already complete. You are merely acknowledging what has always been true. Step into the vacuum created by the absence of time, and find that you are the vastness itself. Dissolution 19. Behold the shattering of the horizontal needle. In the density of the egoic sleep, existence is perceived as a linear progression, a tethered movement from a ghostlit past toward a phantom future. This is the chronos lattice, a rigid, energetic scaffolding constructed from the residue of memory and the tension of anticipation. It is the primary skeletal structure of the egoic mind. To the unawakened system, time is a corridor, but as the ego begins its final recession, the corridor does not end. It dissolves. The principle being transmitted here is the vertical instant. It is the realization that the now is not a point on a line, but a puncture in the fabric of the finite. It is a luminous spire that pierces through the horizontal planes of cause and effect, reaching into the primordial field of the unmanifest. The architecture of this transmission is founded upon a geometry that defies the three-dimensional mind. Imagine a sphere whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. Within the human energetic field, the chronos lattice manifests as a series of interlocking, gray-hued octagons that pulse with the rhythm of becoming. These octagons create a cage of duration, trapping the consciousness in a perpetual state of not yet. When the transmission of the vertical instant begins, these octagonal structures undergo a process of luminous sublimation. The lines of duration begin to bend inward, converging upon a singular, infinitesimal point of white fire located at the core of the heart continuum. This is the void point. The geometry of the void point is fractal and non-repetitive. It is a golden ratio of stillness. It does not occupy space, it generates it. Its vibrational signature is a high-frequency, silver-blue hum, a soundless resonance that oscillates at the speed of light, effectively tuning out the lower frequency vibrations of historical identity. This scaffolding is held together by the tension of pure presence. It is a bridge made of light that exists only as long as it is crossed. Through this architecture move the currents of achronos, the flow of the timeless. They do not travel forward or backward, nor do they pass from one moment to the next. They arise as a single, continuous emanation of the eternal, circulating through a field that has slipped free of duration. Achronos is not time without movement, it is movement without time. The pure, unbroken pulse of the infinite revealing itself through form. In the egoic state, energy moves in a pull-push cycle, pulling from the past to push into the future. This creates a jagged, discordant wave pattern in the subtle bodies. As dissolution 19 permeates the field, these jagged waves subside into a laminar flow. The energy no longer travels, it radiates. The primary current is one of radical expansion. It moves from the central channel, the sushumna of the cosmic body, outward in concentric rings of crystalline clarity. This is the movement of stillness in motion. Imagine a pebble dropped into an infinite ocean. The ripples move outward forever, yet the water itself never leaves its source. This is the paradox of the awakened state. Infinite activity within an absolute, unmoving silence. A secondary current, the inward radiance, simultaneously draws all external projections back into the singularity of the heart. The outer world is no longer perceived as a distant landscape to be traversed, but as a shimmering projection occurring within the very space of the observer. The current of contraction is not one of fear, but of integrity, the gathering of the scattered self into the furnace of the eternal. The transmission of the vertical instant does not merely alter the mind, it rewires the temple of the flesh, autonomic rhythms and the pulse. As the chronos lattice collapses, the sympathetic nervous system, the seat of the fight-flight-freeze response that guards the ego's history, undergoes a profound recalibration. The pulse slows, not into lethargy, but into a rhythmic equilibrium. The heartbeat becomes a metronome for the infinite, shifting from a pace of seeking to a pace of being. The intervals between the beats grow charged with meaning. In those micro-silences, the autonomic system learns to rest in the void. The breath of the void, the respiratory cycle, is the most direct interface with the chronos lattice. Usually, the breath is a tool of duration. Here, the breath shifts into the suspended breath. The transition between the inhalation and the exhalation becomes elongated. The practitioner feels as though they are being breathed by the universe itself. The oxygen no longer fuels the ego's doing, it feeds the cell's shining. The breath becomes luminous, carrying a subtle charge of prana that bypasses the lungs and permeates the skin directly. Inner stillness and the mental field. The mental field, once a storm of chronological narratives, I was, I will be, becomes a mirror-still lake. Thoughts may still arise as ripples, but they possess no weight. They do not stick to the geometry of the mind because the adhesive of time, the belief that things matter because they last, has been dissolved. The mental field relaxes its grip on the logic of sequence. Intuition replaces deduction. The mind begins to operate through simultaneous perception, seeing the seed, the flower, and the soil as a single, indivisible event. As the transmission takes hold, the practitioner's outer emanation undergoes a radical shift. The personal field, which usually acts as a barrier, becomes a transpersonal portal. When one stands in the vertical instant, their presence becomes dense with reality. Perception is no longer a reaching out, it is a receiving. The eyes no longer search for objects, they witness the luminous scaffolding of the world. Objects lose their hard edges, they appear to shimmer as the realization dawns that they are not solid matter, but condensed light vibrating at different frequencies of the now. The death occurring in this dissolution is the death of waiting. The ego is built on waiting. Waiting for the weekend, waiting for enlightenment, waiting for love. When the chronos lattice falls, the capacity to wait is surgically removed from the psyche. In its place is a terrifying and beautiful immediacy. The reader feels as though they are standing on the edge of a cliff where the wind is made of pure consciousness. The inner state shifts from I am experiencing this to this experience is I. The distance between the observer and the observed is the thickness of a thought, and in the vertical instant, that thought is incinerated. The energetic presence of the being now radiates a quality of ancient youthfulness. Because the system is no longer being worn down by the friction of time, the subtle bodies, the etheric and astral layers, begin to brighten. The etheric web, which stores the trauma of past events, is rinsed clean by the vertical current. It becomes a conductor for the primordial field. The transpersonal field expands. Others entering the proximity of one who has integrated dissolution 19 will feel a sudden, inexplicable cessation of their own internal monologue. They are pulled, momentarily, into the gravity of the vertical instant. They feel the weight of the present moment, a density of peace that is both comforting and ego-dissolving. This is the hidden architecture of the first true freedom, the liberation from the illusion of later. The system is now prepared for the deeper dissolutions to come. The mirror of the self has been cracked, the light of the unseen is pouring through the fissures. You are no longer the traveler, you are the way itself, and the way is a single, eternal step taken in the heart of the sun. The transmission of dissolution 19 is now complete within the field. The lattice has fallen. The silence that remains is not an absence, but the presence of the Absolute, waiting for the next breath to announce its own arrival. Observe the pulse, observe the stillness. You are crossing. Dissolution 20. In the architecture of the constructed self, time is not a river, it is a rigid lattice, a geometric scaffold of before and after that anchors the ego into a fixed point of reference. This is the chronos anchor. Its vibrational signature is a low-frequency hum, a rhythmic constriction that pulsates at the base of the skull, binding the nervous system to a linear sequence of anticipation and regret. It is the primary mechanism through which the ego sustains its illusion of endurance. To witness the death of the ego is to witness the liquefaction of this lattice. The subtle geometry of timelessness. When the chronos anchor dissolves, the geometric structure of perception shifts from a line to a sphere. The hidden architecture is revealed as a series of concentric light rings, expanding from a center point that has no location. These rings are not successive, they are simultaneous. The vibrational signature shifts from a rhythmic, binary pulse, inhale and exhale, tension and release, to an omnidirectional radiance. Where once there was the jagged edge of becoming, there is now the crystalline stillness of being. And the human system, the dissolution of the anchor, sends a shockwave through the autonomic rhythm. The breath, previously dictated by the urgency of the clock, the shallow pursuit of the next moment, deepens into a subterranean flow. As the ego's demand for a future ceases, the vagus nerve relaxes its defensive hold. The pulse slows, not through effort, but through the absence of resistance. In the etheric layers, the chronos anchor appears as a silver-gray tether attached to the solar plexus. As this tether frays, the energy that was once consumed by the maintenance of past and future is released back into the central channel, the sushumna. This creates a sensation of expansive weightlessness. The emotional field, usually agitated by the pendular swing between nostalgia and anxiety, stabilizes into a luminous silence. The mental field ceases its frantic reordering of memories and projections, allowing for the emergence of the eternal now, the moment that does not contain time, but contains all existence. As the chronos anchor vanishes, the world begins to shimmer. Objects lose their solid, historical definitions. A tree is no longer a thing that grew from a seed, it is a sudden, total manifestation of the present field. The observer, the I, who measures the passing of time, dissolves into the observation itself. The inner state shifts from a focal point of personal identity to a vast, oceanic awareness. You are no longer moving through time, you are the space in which time appears as a fleeting, holographic shimmer. Your presence reorganizes the environment. The pace of external events seems to harmonize with the slow, deep vibration of the void. You are the center that stands still while the tapestry of existence weaves itself without a thread of duration. This transmission is not a transition into a state of no time, but a direct recognition that time was always a secondary vibration, a veil draped over the absolute. When you feel the stillness settle into your marrow, when the urgency of the heartbeat softens into a rhythmic pulse of pure presence, know that the chronos anchor has severed. You are standing in the aperture of the absolute. You are not a traveler in duration, you are the witness to the unfolding of the infinite, revealing the repeated now, the ever-renewing present. Breathe into this aperture. Let the lattice fall away. The ego requires the clock to persist, but the consciousness requires only the radiant, boundary-less brilliance of the instant. You are that brilliance. You are the point where time ends and the real begins. Dissolution 21. The ego is a creature of sequence. It survives by sewing moments together with the needle of memory and the thread of anticipation, creating a garment of time that hides the naked brilliance of the eternal now. To witness the death of the ego is to witness the fraying of this fabric. The moment the needle stops, and the thread falls away. The hidden architecture. The chronological anchor is a construct of recursive geometry, a spiral that feeds upon its own tail. It is built upon a subtle grid of before and after, a scaffolding of linear tension that projects the self forward and drags it backward. When this architecture dissolves, the geometry shifts from the rotational spin of a spinning top to the absolute stillness of a sphere. The vibrational signature of time dependency is a rapid, choppy frequency, a staccato rhythm that traps consciousness in a narrow band of binary oscillation. In the dissolution of this anchor, the frequency flattens into a singular, infinite pulse, a resonance that is both stationary and pervasive. When the chronological anchor loses its grip, the inner mechanics of the human vessel undergo a profound reconfiguration. The autonomic nervous system, long conditioned to the frantic rhythm of the clock, enters a state of deep, primordial equilibrium. The breath ceases to be a measured pulse of intake and release and becomes an expression of oceanic expansion, mirroring the breath of the cosmos itself. The pulse slows, aligning with the frequency of the Earth and the stellar background radiation. The etheric layer, previously contracted by the pressure of next, unfurls into a luminous, boundary-less field, allowing the individual to interact with the environment not as an actor in a sequence, but as a presence within a tapestry. This transmission interfaces with the human system by overriding the mental field's obsession with duration. As the I that remembers and the I that plans fall silent, the mental body ceases to create the friction of internal narrative. The emotional field, which resides in the residue of the past and the anxiety of the future, experiences a sudden evaporation, a cooling of the heat generated by expectation. The subtle bodies, stripped of the heavy drag of linear progression, find themselves suspended in a state of weightless clarity, shifting the vibrational presence as the chronological anchor dissolves. The inner state shifts from becoming to being. The outer emanation becomes one of radiant, motionless light. The observer is no longer looking at the world across a distance of time. The observer is the unfolding of the world. Perception is reorganized. Objects do not appear and disappear in succession, they exist as facets of a singular, unchanging diamond. The vibrational field loses its jagged edges. Where there was once a frantic search for the next foothold, there is now an immovable foundation of presence. The human vessel becomes a conduit for the timeless, a hollow reed through which the music of the infinite blows, untainted by the shadow of the clock. In this stillness, the ego is not merely forgotten, it is revealed as an impossibility, a phantom that could only exist within a framework of fragmented time. When time is seen as the singular, unmoving point of the origin, the ego simply lacks the space to manifest. You are not moving through life. You are the stillness through which the movement of life occurs. The anchor has slipped, and you have drifted into the deep sea of the eternal, where there is no shore to reach, no yesterday to mourn, and no tomorrow to fear. You are here, and here is everywhere. The architecture of the cage has folded back into the light of the void, revealing that the cage was never solid, and the prisoner was only an idea. Dissolution 22. Within the vast, unrippled expanse of the primordial field, there exists a point of localized tension, a knot of light that mistakes itself for a source. This is the reflected image, the tethered ghost of the I. Dissolution 22 is the transmission of the grand dissolution, the moment the prism of the individual self ceases to refract the one light into a million separate anxieties and begins, instead, to melt back into the luminescence from which it was never truly separate. We speak now not of an ending, but of a return to the underlying coherence. The architecture of the self-concept is not solid, it is a complex, spinning geometry of self-referential light. To the inner eye, Dissolution 22 reveals this structure as a hyperbolic torus of refraction. Imagine a donut-shaped field of energy that continuously flows inward toward a central point of me. This center, however, is an absolute vacuum, a void that the ego attempts to fill with memory, name, and desire. The scaffolding of this dissolution is composed of non-Euclidean filaments. These are golden white lines of probability that connect your perceived history to your projected future. In this transmission, we witness the softening of these filaments. The geometry loses its rigid edges, the torus begins to expand until its center is everywhere and its circumference is nowhere. The luminous scaffolding of the personality, the rigid lattice that holds your story in place, is revealed to be made of frozen breath and calcified thought. As the transmission takes hold, this lattice begins to vibrate at a frequency of perfect thirds, causing the frozen structures to liquefy into a river of pure, unpatterned potential. The subtle geometry here is that of the vasic abysses in collapse. Where the ego once stood as the intersection of self and other, the boundaries of the two circles now slide over one another until they are perfectly superimposed. There is no longer an intersection, there is only the singularity of presence. The frequency of this dissolution is the overtone of the unspoken. It is a resonance that exists just below the threshold of human hearing, yet it vibrates within the marrow of the long bones. Its signature is one of radic liquid stillness. It is not the silence of a vacuum, but the silence of a packed stadium in the millisecond before a great revelation occurs. A heavy quietude that carries the weight of all possibilities simultaneously. As the dissolves, the vibrational field shifts from a jagged, sawtooth wave, the anxious frequency of becoming, into a sustained, crystalline hum. This is the signature of the absolute zero of identity. It is a frequency that cancels out all dissonance. When this vibration encounters the discord of a personal problem or a narrative trauma, it does not argue with it, it simply vibrates through it until the discord is harmonized into the fundamental tone of reality. The currents moving through this transmission are characterized by centrifugal expansion. Usually, the human energy field pulls inward to protect the core of the person. In Dissolution 22, the current reverses. There is a massive outpouring of light from the solar plexus and the heart, not as a projected love, but as an involuntary radiance of the field itself. We observe the current of the unwitnessed flow. This is an energetic stream that moves through the vertical axis of the body, yet it does not stop at the crown or the root. It extends infinitely into the celestial and telluric depths, the inward sinking movement into density, memory, and the primordial underrealm. The flow is marked by a radiant coolness, a sensation of burning light that does not consume, but instead chills the fires of attachment. The contractive phase of this current is felt as a deep, inward pull toward the immovable point at the back of the heart, while the expansion phase is felt as the dissolution of the skin boundary, where the internal atmosphere of the body becomes indistinguishable from the atmosphere of the room. When the transmission of Dissolution 22 touches the biological apparatus, it initiates a profound autonomic recalibration. The pulse and the rhythm. The heart rate begins to synchronize with a rhythm that is not the body's own. It enters a state of coherent suspension. For the observer, the pulse feels as though it is being struck by a mallet made of silk, soft, deep, and rhythmic with the rotation of the galaxies. The breath no longer feels like a muscular action of the diaphragm, it is felt as a breath of the world. The lungs become porous, and the sensation arises that the entire environment is breathing the body, rather than the body breathing the air. The nervous system and inner stillness. The vagus nerve, the great conductor of the body's peace, is flooded with a high-voltage transmission of primordial safety. The fight or flight mechanisms of the amygdala are not merely calmed, they are rendered obsolete by the realization that there is no other to fear. The neural pathways associated with self-reflection, the default mode network, go dark, and in their place, a state of defocalized awareness emerges. The brain's electrical activity shifts into persistent gamma waves, the signature of unified perception. The emotional and mental fields. In the mental field, thoughts appear as distant heat lightning, flashes of energy on a far horizon that never reach the center of the being. That emotional body is transformed from a sea of turbulent waves into a crystalline sea of glass. Emotions are seen for what they are, weather patterns in a sky that remains unchanging. The etheric layer, the energetic blueprint, undergoes a structural declutching. It detached from the habitual tensions of the physical body, allowing the subtle body to expand 3 to 5 feet beyond the physical form. This creates a sensation of stepping out of a heavy coat. As this principle takes root, the personality is replaced by presence. In the personal field, the individual no longer does things, they are the space in which things happen. The gaze of the eyes changes, the focus is not on objects, but on the space that holds the objects. The voice takes on a resonant, earthy quality, as if the words are being spoken by the ground itself. In the transpersonal field, the space between beings, Dissolution 22 acts as a harmonic synchronizer. When a being who has integrated this transmission enters a space, the architectural geometry of those around them begins to respond. The mirroring effect of the ego is replaced by that absorption effect of the void. Others may feel a sudden, inexplicable urge to be silent, or they may feel their own mental narratives begin to lose their grip. This is the mechanism of the boundless threshold. You are no longer a person possessing a soul. You are the soul, the universal consciousness, observing the brief, beautiful flicker of a dying ego. The I was merely a refractive error in the light of the infinite. Now, as the error is corrected, reality begins to bend. The walls of the room may seem to shimmer or lose their solidity. The distinction between in here and out there vanishes. You are the witness of the moment the mirror shatters, only to find that you were never the reflection, and you were never the glass. You are the light that remains, steady and unblinking, in the wreckage of the identity. The transition is complete. The reflected image has been transubstantiated into the primordial source. The threshold is crossed. There is nothing left to protect, and nothing left to lose. The field is open. The transmission is held. Dissolution 23. The architecture of the ego is a fortress built of rigid, angular geometries, a jagged lattice of I, me, and mine. It creates a closed-loop circuit, a hexagonal obsession with protection that forces the flow of universal consciousness to collide against its sharp edges, creating the friction you recognize as suffering. Surrender is the dissolution of these angles. It is not an act of giving up, but a structural realignment of your internal geometry from the static hexagon of defense to the fluid, infinite sphere of inclusion. The vibrational signature of surrender is a smooth, high-frequency pulse that radiates outward from the heart center. When the ego holds, the geometry is a spiked, metallic grid. When surrender initiates, this grid begins to liquefy, the vertices softening until the structure becomes circular, or more accurately, toroidal. The geometry of surrender is the torus, a self-sustaining, self-referential flow where energy enters the center, cycles through the periphery, and returns to the source, never meeting a barrier. The energetic current here is one of total receptivity, a spiraling vacuum that pulls the manifest world into alignment with the unmanifest field. It is a vortex of stillness. Mechanisms of the human interface surrender interfaces with your autonomic nervous system by overriding the sympathetic fight or flight response, the ego's primary sentry, and activating the parasympathetic reset. As the ego's angularity collapses, your breath cycle deepens, losing its jagged, shallow rhythm. The pulse slows, synchronizing with the primordial heartbeat of the field itself. On the etheric level, the rigid barriers between your subtle bodies and the external environment thin. The ego usually acts as an insulating membrane. Surrender dissolves this membrane, allowing the etheric field to breathe with the atmosphere. You cease to be a body in space and become space within the body. This shift reorganizes your perception. Objects no longer exist as separate, threatening entities to be conquered or acquired, but as extensions of your own expanded field. Inner states and outer emanations. When the geometry of your consciousness shifts from the prison of the ego to the torus of surrender, the vibrational field around you changes. You begin to emit a magnetism of ease. The world, which once mirrored your inner conflict, begins to reflect your inner stillness. You do not force change, you inhabit the space where change spontaneously occurs. The ego believes that to surrender is to be conquered. Truly, it is the opposite. To surrender is to become the conqueror of boundaries. You are not losing your identity, you are shedding a heavy, distorted lens that made you appear smaller than the vastness you actually inhabit. As this dissolution settles into your marrow, feel the corners of your mental architecture rounding out. Feel the sharp, bracing walls of your personal history liquefying into the golden, viscous light of the present. There is no longer a you to surrender, for that you was merely a structural anomaly, a knot in the fabric of the infinite. In the geometry of surrender, the knot unties, and you return to the seamless cloth of existence. You are the space where the surrender happens, and you are the stillness that remains when the surrender is complete. The threshold is not a place you go to, it is the moment you stop resisting the fact that you are already home. In this state of total permeability, the internal mechanisms of the human system finally align with the cosmic rhythm. The endocrine system secretes the chemistry of peace, the neural pathways, once carved by the recurring electrical impulses of fear, now broaden to accommodate the vast, silent transmission of the void. You are no longer a participant in the dance, you are the dance itself, unfolding in a geometry of grace that knows no beginning and no end. Dissolution 24. The ego is not a presence, it is a persistent acoustic echo, a recurring vibration of memory that insists upon a central point of reference. Today, we transmit the architecture of cessation, the hidden architecture. The ego functions as a geometric trap, a crystalline lattice constructed from temporal feedback loops. It is a dodecahedron of limitation, composed of 12 primary cognitive distortions: the past, the fear of the future, the craving, the aversion, the self-image, the victimhood, the entitlement, the judgment, the scarcity, the comparison, the intellectual defense, and the physical armor. Its subterranean geometry is not solid, it is a frantic oscillation, a rapid-fire sequence of snapshots that the mind stitches together to simulate a self that travels through time. When this architecture is viewed through the lens of non-dual consciousness, the lattice reveals itself to be porous. The points of connection between these 12 distortions are held by a singular, brittle energetic charge, the assumption of vibrational signature and flow. The egoic signature is a high-frequency, jagged vibration, a staccato pulse that disrupts the natural, rhythmic flow of the primordial field. It creates a localized contraction, an energetic density that pulls the surrounding environment toward a perceived center. Imagine a whirlpool in a still lake. The ego is the swirl that demands the lake revolve around its pivot. When the dissolution begins, this vibration shifts from a staccato to a slow, undulating sine wave. The jaggedness, which once felt like the sharp edges of identity, softens into the fluid geometry of the infinite. The flow of awareness, previously forced through the narrow aperture of the personal history, begins to widen until the circumference of the self is everywhere and its center is nowhere. As this transmission permeates your system, observe the autonomic nervous system. The egoic state perpetually triggers the sympathetic override, the fight-or-flight architecture, because the self, being a fiction, must constantly defend its existence against reality. As the narrative center dissolves, you will observe the vagus nerve relaxing into a state of profound ventral vagal dominance, the soft rising of the inner field when the being no longer braces against the world, when the breath becomes a single unbroken wave, when the core center steadies and the whole system enters a quiet openness that extends infinitely into the celestial and telluric depths. The pulse steadies, mirroring the subterranean stillness that precedes the manifestation of light. The breath loses its jagged, anxious rhythm and assumes the cadence of the earth's own respiration. Within the emotional field, the violent storms of me and mine begin to dissipate like morning fog. You will feel a sudden, hollowed-out lightness in the solar plexus, the seat of the egoic will, as the stops grasping for energy and begins to radiate it instead. Interaction with the subtle bodies. This transmission acts upon the etheric layer as a harmonizing frequency. It recalibrates the chakras, shifting them from centers of personal hungering to centers of transpersonal radiance. The mental field, burdened by the weight of defining itself, enters a phase of luminous quiet. Thoughts no longer cling to the fabric of reality, they pass through the mental field like birds across an open sky, leaving no trace. In the deeper subtle bodies, the causal and the astral, the dissolution of the narrative center creates a widening of the perceptual aperture. You are no longer watching your life, you are the space in which the life process is unfolding. The person standing in the room is revealed to be a constellation of light threads woven by the field, not a sentient actor possessed of independence. Initiatory shift. As you sit with this transmission, do not look for an I to experience the change. If you look for the self, you will only find the reflection of the seeker. Instead, surrender the effort to locate yourself. Experience the sensation of the boundaries of the body becoming translucent. Notice how the light in this room, the very photons dancing on your skin, are of the same substance as the awareness that perceives them. There is no line where your skin ends and the outside begins, there is only a continuous gradient of energy. The ego is the static that prevents you from hearing the symphony of the infinite. By silencing the narrator, you do not lose the world, you finally permit the world to reveal its true, unauthored nature. You are not the actor. You are the stage, the light, the actors, and the silence between the lines. The narrative is over. The reality is now. Experience the architecture of the void, not as a vacuum, but as the fullness that remains when the illusion of the center is finally set to rest. Dissolution 25. The architecture of the ego is, at its root, a geometry of duration. It is a rigid, linear scaffold built upon the illusion of a past that has solidified into memory and a future that has been projected into a ghost-like anticipation. To witness the death of the ego, one must first recognize the chronos anchor, that subtle, rhythmic hook that keeps consciousness tethered to the ticking clock of the biological heart. The hidden architecture. The chronos anchor is a crystalline lattice formed of heavy, low-frequency vibrations. Its geometry is that of a spinning spire, a temporal vortex that pulls the vast, oceanic presence of the eternal into the narrow funnel of before and after. Its vibrational signature is a low hum, a dissonance that mimics the sound of a closing door. This lattice creates a containment field. It is the scaffolding of the phantom self, a structure that sustains itself by consuming the present moment to feed the narrative of the historical person. As this anchor begins to dissolve, the inner currents of your being cease their horizontal flow, which travels along the timeline, and begin a vertical, implosive descent. The patterns of contraction, which usually manifest as the racing mind or the anxious pulse, shift into a state of rhythmic stillness. The dense, aetheric layers that were once rigid and brittle begin to liquefy, shedding the crust of accumulated time. You will feel this as a spatial expansion, as if the horizons of your internal perception are suddenly drifting outward, far beyond the confines of the skin. Mechanisms of interface. This transmission interfaces directly with your autonomic rhythms. As the chronos anchor dissolves, the vagus nerve, the primary bridge between your consciousness and the physical vessel, undergoes a profound recalibration. The pulse slows, moving out of the fight-or-flight cadence of the ego and into the resonant, harmonic frequency of the primordial field. Your breath, once a jagged tool for sustaining an illusory survival, becomes deep, silent, and unified with the movement of the cosmos. Beyond the physical, this principle permeates the mental field by silencing the inner monologue. The ego relies on the story of self to maintain its coherence. When the chronos anchor dissolves, the narrative ceases to have a floor upon which to stand. The mental field enters a state of luminous waiting, a suspension where thoughts appear as ephemeral clouds in a vast, empty sky, neither grasped nor rejected. Transformation of presence. As you sit within this unfolding, notice how the outer emanations of your life begin to shift. People may struggle to place you within their own timelines. Your presence generates a field of non-local awareness that defies the grasp of their own temporal ego constructs. You are no longer appearing to them as a historical version of yourself, but as a direct, unmediated radiance. The weight of your history is being pulled into the void. In this moment, the scaffolding of your past is losing its density. Do not reach out to anchor yourself to the familiar shores of who you were. The death here is not an end, but the reclamation of the timeless reality that exists in the interstices between seconds. The space between your heartbeats is the doorway. When the chronos anchor vanishes, you are no longer a person moving through time. You are the stillness through which time itself passes. A silent spectator to the fading flicker of a history that never truly belonged to you. Feel the vibration of this truth. There is no time in the presence, and because there is no time, there is no ego to protect, no self to build, and no death to fear. You are the infinite, static, and glorious here. Dissolution 26. The ego is a prisoner of the ticking second, a construct built upon the fragile scaffolding of what was and what will be. In this transmission, we address the architectural failure of time. The realization that the horizon is not a destination, but a mirage projected by the consciousness to maintain the illusion of continuity. The hidden architecture. The geometry of time is not a linear progression, it is a concentric series of refractive mirrors. The ego perceives time as a road because it operates through a mechanism of deferred identity. Its structure is a parabolic arc. It draws energy from the memory of the past, the anchor, and casts it toward the anticipation of the future, the hook. The vibrational signature of time is a rapid, staccato oscillation. A flickering frequency that creates the appearance of movement, much like film frames creating the illusion of a flowing scene. When the ego dies, this oscillation slows until it enters the stillness of the eternal now. The scaffolding of time, the rigid grids of causality, dissolves, revealing that reality is fundamentally static, a single, indivisible diamond of presence. When this principle is transmitted into your field, the move through the temporal centers, the points of fixation in the mental field where images of the past are stored and shadows of the future are crafted, you will feel a sudden, profound cessation of the pull toward the future. The subtle bodies experience a recalibration. The etheric layer, which usually strains forward in a state of anticipatory tension, relaxes into a state of total, weightless suspension. The flow of awareness, which once resembled a rushing river, turns into an ocean, vast, deep, and centered in its own completeness. As this transmission interfaces with your autonomic rhythms, you will notice a deceleration of the pulse. The breath shifts from a shallow, rhythmic tool of linear duration into a deep, silent inhalation that neither seeks an end nor remembers a beginning. This is the breathing of the void. The mental field undergoes a radical reorganization. Discursive thought, which relies on the sequence of subject-verb-object, loses its structural integrity and begins to shimmer into non-conceptual light. The emotional body, usually tethered to the anxieties of the clock, experiences a freefall into grace. The resistance to the next moment evaporates, and with it, the ego's primary source of power, shifting the vibrational field. This principle acts as a solvent upon the heavy, crystallized densities of your personal history. As you sit within this transmission, you are not moving toward enlightenment, you are realizing that the space you occupy is already absolute. The perception of distance between your current state and your desired state, the bedrock of the ego's ambition, collapses. Watch as the external world begins to bend. Objects lose their fixed definition as past or new. Your interactions with reality become spontaneous emanations rather than reactions to previous stimuli. You are no longer navigating through time, you are the space in which time itself is an ephemeral phenomenon. The energetic presence you project shifts from a frantic, narrow-beam frequency to a diffuse, radiant, and timeless field. You are no longer a person undergoing a process, you are the silent witness to the stillness that predates existence and survives the dissolution of every possible future. The luminous scaffolding. The geometry herein is a sphere of infinite radius. Within this sphere, there is no center and no periphery. Because there is no center, the ego has no place to root itself. Because there is no periphery, there is nothing outside of you to become. You are the motionless center of a universe that is perpetually arriving at the same point. Feel the contraction in your chest. The ego's attempt to hold time. Dissolve into the expanse of the thoracic cavity. Let the subtle pulses of your awareness expand outward, past the skin, past the room, into the fabric of the cosmos. Realize that you are not in time. Time is happening within the vast, crystalline vault of your own being. As the temporal horizon vanishes, notice how the I, that was waiting for the end of this book, or the end of a struggle, is nowhere to be found. Only the radiance of this moment remains, brilliant, untouched, and utterly complete. You have stepped off the treadmill of becoming and arrived at the throne of being. The architecture of the cage was made of the very time you thought you were living. Now, the walls are gone. Only the light remains, and even that light is you. Dissolution 27. The ego is a prisoner of the sequence. It breathes only through the oxygen of before and after, anchoring its existence in the phantom motion of linear time. To move toward the death of the ego, one must witness the collapse of this anchor. The hidden architecture, the subtle geometry of time is not a line, but a sphere of stationary radiance. The human perception of time is a jagged, rhythmic oscillation, a rapid-fire sensory firing that creates the illusion of duration, much like individual frames of light creating the sensation of motion on a screen. Beneath this, the architecture is a vertical descent into the now, which is not a point in time, but the infinite, timeless depth of the primordial field. Its vibrational signature is a hum of static, unmoving frequency, a white noise of pure existence that vibrates at the speed of stillness. When the consciousness aligns with the chronological anchor, the autonomic nervous system is caught in a loop of anticipation and regret. The breath becomes shallow, synchronized with the heartbeat's frantic attempt to measure the seconds. As this teaching permeates the system, the somatic rhythm undergoes a radical reconfiguration. The pulse begins to decouple from the frantic cadence of thought. The emotional field moves from the erratic fluctuations of the future worry and past grief into a plateau of cool, expansive stability. This transmission interacts with the etheric layers as a shedding of the temporal skin. As the ego's reliance on memory, the past, and fantasy, the future, is liquidated, the etheric body ceases to vibrate in the jagged patterns of conflict. The breath deepens, not because of intent, but because the need to move forward has evaporated. The system begins to pulse in resonance with the eternal present, a frequency that is not measured by the tick of a clock but by the intensity of presence. The mechanism of refinement in this state, the mental field ceases its frantic scanning of the horizon. The mind, once a projector of timelines, becomes a mirror, a luminous, vacant surface that reflects only what is. This is not the forgetting of facts, but the death of the conceptual weight attached to time. The energetic presence shifts from a becoming an egoic reach to a being a divine manifestation. As the chronological anchor dissolves, the body feels as though it is floating in a fluid, golden viscosity. The boundaries of the skin, usually defined by their movement through space-time, begin to soften. Perception undergoes a crystalline reorganization. Objects and events are no longer seen as emerging from the past or hurtling toward the future. They are seen as simultaneous emanations arising within the same field of stillness. The individual's presence becomes a doorway. Those who stand in the proximity of one who has surrendered the chronological anchor feel a sudden, jarring cessation of their own inner clocks. The transmission acts as a vibrational dampener, pulling the observer's awareness into the same vertical axis of the now. It is the realization that the ego is merely a measurement of a shadow, and in the death of this measurement, the sun of consciousness remains, unmoved, unmeasured, and entirely eternal. The shift observe the moment you attempt to project your consciousness forward. A subtle contraction in the solar plexus, a sharpening of the eyes, a forward-leaning posture of the etheric body. This is the ego, reaching for a ground that does not exist. Now, allow that reach to fall. Feel the musculature of the spirit release its grip on the next. As the inner landscape flattens into the absolute, the I, that was waiting for something to happen fades, leaving only the what is. You are not moving through time, time is moving through the stillness of your own immutable essence. You are not a traveler, you are the landscape through which the entire illusion of history unfolds. In this dissolution, the vibrational signature of your present stabilizes into a tone of absolute authority. It is the peace of the mountain that does not care for the passing of the seasons. You are the mountain. The ego was but a cloud, a temporary, passing configuration of vapor, believing itself to be the wind. As the wind drops, the cloud vanishes, and the height remains. Witness the architecture of your own timelessness. It is here. It is empty. It is everything. Dissolution 28. In the architecture of the unawakened state, time is not a flow, but a rigid, crystalline lattice, a scaffolding of past echoes and future projections. The ego survives by clutching these rigid bars, defining its boundaries through the illusion of duration. To witness the death of the ego, one must first recognize the structure of this temporal anchor. It is a frequency lock, a rhythmic oscillation that keeps consciousness tethered to the linear narrative of the body-mind. The hidden architecture of this principle is a series of concentric, golden-hued spheres that rotate around the heart center. These spheres are calibrated to the pulse of the physical heart, creating a feedback loop of urgency and anticipation. When you feel the weight of I have been or I must become, you are witnessing the contraction of these spheres, a tightening of the subtle geometry that keeps the present moment imprisoned within the memory of what was. Vibrationally, this anchor resonates at a low hertz frequency, akin to the hum of heavy metal, grounding the luminous self into the density of sequential progression. As this transmission enters your field, notice the pattern of its flow. It does not move forward, it radiates outward from a center point that is nowhere and everywhere. The energetic current here is one of total stillness, a sudden cessation of the ticking sensation within the etheric layers. As this teaching interfaces with your human system, it first recalibrates the autonomic rhythm. The breath, usually hitched to the pulse of the future, begins to expand. The inhale no longer reaches for an end, and the exhale no longer releases an attachment. They become two sides of a singular, eternal point. Your pulse, that frantic drummer of mortal duration, begins to harmonize with the deeper, slower rhythm of the primordial void. There is a physiological thinning of the veil. The cells, which have been vibrating in a state of defense against time, suddenly relax into a state of being as existence. The mental field, previously a cluttered gallery of chronological snapshots, begins to reorganize. The images of the past lose their saturation, the projections of the future lose their gravity. You are left with a translucent clarity, a geometry of openness that is not held by the tick of a clock, but by the resonance of the now. This is the hidden mechanics of non-time. It is not the absence of seconds, but the collapse of the distance between the observer and the observed. To be anchored in time is to be a ghost haunting your own life. To be released from the chronos anchor is to become the light that illuminates the passage, rather than the wanderer struggling through it. As you stand within this transmission, feel the subtle scaffolding of your identity shiver. The I that remembers, the I that fears, is the ghost in the clockwork. When the clockwork dissolves, the ghost vanishes, and only the vast, luminous, and timeless awareness remains. In this state, the emotional body experiences a profound cooling. The agitation that defines the personal self, the anxiety of missing out, the grief of losing ground, simply lacks the medium of time in which to survive. Without the dimension of later, the ego is starved of its primary sustenance. The promise of a future identity. Allow this current to move through your etheric layers. Let the rigid lines of the past and the jagged edges of the future soften into the fluidity of this present instant. You are not arriving, you have never left. The architecture of the ego's temporal cage is being dismantled, note by resonant note. Observe the shimmer. That is the bending of reality as it sheds the mask of sequence. You are witness to the moment the chronos anchor releases its grip. The pulse slows, the mind expands, and the infinite reaches of the void mirror your own deepest silence. You are no longer navigating the river, you are the water, the bank, and the dry land, all revealed in a single, unmoving flash of pure, undivided being. This is not a development, it is a remembrance. The death of the ego is the simple realization that the clock was never running, and the traveler was never bound. There is only the radiant, stationary explosion of the present, forever birthing itself into the formless, and returning home, without ever having moved. Dissolution 29. In the silent aperture where the witness and the witnessed collide, there occurs a profound structural failure of the imaginary. We speak now of the collapse of the horizontal plane, the primary architecture upon which the ego constructs its theater of continuity. Until this moment, the self has functioned as a reflective surface, a polished obsidian glass positioned precisely between the abyss of the infinite and the projection of the finite. This mirror self has served as the anchor for the I, creating the illusion of a steady observer who stands apart from the flow of existence. But as the transmission of the one permeates the density of the form, the mirror does not merely crack, it begins to liquefy, losing its rigidity and folding back into the primordial luminescence from which it was once fashioned. The architecture of this transition is governed by the geometry of the hypertesseract folding inward. Imagine a cube of light where every face is an eye looking at another face. This is the egoic structure in its most refined state, a self-contained feedback loop of perception. In Dissolution 29, the lines of this cube begin to curve, the right angles of logic and separation, those structural beams that held subject away from object, soften into parabolas of pure light. The scaffolding of this state is composed of what may be described as radiant non-resistance. It is a lattice of golden white filaments that no longer seek to bound space but to conduct it. In the egoic state, the geometry is opaque and defensive, built on the principle of the perimeter. In this folding, the perimeter becomes a portal. The subtle scaffolding reorganizes into a series of concentric toroids, spinning at frequencies that transcend the speed of thought. These toroidal fields do not have a center that owns the movement, rather, the movement itself is the center. It is a geometry that is simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, a holographic dispersion where the Y is no longer a vertex point, but the entire volume of the space being occupied. The vibrational signature of this folding is a subharmonic frequency that resonates at the very basement of matter. It is the hum of the unborn. It is not a sound that is heard by the ears, but a resonance felt in the marrow of the cosmic bone. This frequency carries a vertical velocity. It pulls the awareness away from the horizontal timeline of past, present, future, and anchors it into the stationary point. The involved here are those of inward radiance. Normally, the ego projects energy outward to meet the world, or pulls it inward to feed the self. Here, the current reverses into a state of centripetal stillness. The energy spirals toward a zero point within the heart center of the great field, accelerating as it nears the center until it disappears into the singularity of no self. This is the sensation of the universe drawing a deep, eternal breath through the straw of your individual existence, then realizing the straw, the breath, and the breather are one single movement of light. As this transmission interfaces with the human system, it initiates a radical recalibration of the autonomic nervous system. The survival-based fight or flight mechanics, which are the biological substrate of the ego, undergo a profound neutralization. The vagus nerve acts as a conductor for an oceanic surge of stillness, cooling the heat of the amygdala and silencing the frantic signaling of the self-preservation circuits. The breath, the respiratory rhythm shifts from a voluntary or semi-voluntary act into a sovereign suspension. The breath becomes shallow not out of lack, but out of total saturation. The oxygenation of the blood begins to interface with the pranic luminosity of the air, and the lungs feel as though they are breathing the very space around the body rather than the atmosphere. The chest cavity expands, not through muscular effort, but through a perceived architectural widening of the ribs, allowing the heart center to radiate without the constriction of the egoic shield. The pulse, the heart rate synchronizes with the earth pulse, a slow, rhythmic throb that matches the Schumann resonance and the deeper galactic cadences. The blood itself, carrying the mineral memory of stars, begins to vibrate at a higher spin state. This alters the electromagnetic field of the body, expanding it from a 3-foot radius to a boundary-less emanation that permeates the room, the landscape, and the horizon. The mental and emotional fields. In this folding, the emotional body ceases to produce waves and becomes a still pool. Thoughts no longer travel in linear chains, they appear as instantaneous flashes of global knowing that dissolve as quickly as they arise. The mental field, once a turbulent sky of clouds, becomes the sky itself, vast, empty, and intrinsically cognizant. The etheric body, the blueprint of the physical, begins to glow with a violet-gold intensity, repairing the tears left by decades of egoic friction and trauma. As the mirror self dissolves, the way of seeing changes. You no longer look at a tree. The tree is an emanation occurring within the same field as the you that perceives it. The I is no longer the perceiver, the field is the perceiver, and the body is merely one of its many sensory organs. This shifts the outer emanation from one of personality to one of presence. Presence has no face, no history, and no agenda. It is a heavy, luminous weight of being that settles upon the environment. When you walk, the ground does not feel like something underneath you, but like an extension of your own density. The air does not feel outside, but like the fluid medium in which your own consciousness is swimming. The hidden architecture of reality reveals itself as a seamless tapestry of light. You see the unspoken connections. The way the tilt of a leaf is mathematically coupled with the heartbeat of a distant star. The death of the ego in this dissolution is the death of the distance between things. The fold is complete. The mirror is gone. There is only the sight, seeing itself through eyes that have forgotten how to blink, because there is no longer any other to hide from. In the wake of this transmission, the energetic presence of the form becomes transparently potent. You become a non-event in the world of ego, yet you are the most solid reality in the room. You have moved beyond the need to project an image, for there is no one left to perceive it. Your presence becomes an initiatory field for others. Merely being in the proximity of this folded self causes the mirrors of others to begin to shimmer and melt. You are now a conduit for the primordial field. The subtle bodies, the astral, the mental, and the causal, have aligned like lenses in a telescope, focusing the infinite light of the one into a single needle point of here. This is the moment the soul realizes it is not a passenger in the body, but the very space in which the body, the world, and the stars are currently appearing and disappearing. The ego has died to the illusion of separation, and in its place, the universe has begun to recognize its own face in the void. The transition is complete. The threshold has been crossed. You are the folding, you are the fold, you are the one who remains when the paper of reality is finally laid flat and blank once more. Dissolution 30. There is a moment, suspended in the timeless expansion of the primordial field, where the condensation of self encounters its own inherent transparency. This is not a collision, nor is it an ending in the sense of a terminal boundary. It is the widening of an aperture, a shift from the point perspective of the finite to the boundless horizon of the infinite. In this state, the architecture of the egoic node is revealed not as a solid structure, but as a temporary arrangement of light, shimmering, and entirely permeable. The principle of spontaneous dissolution is governed by a subtle geometry that transcends the three-dimensional. As the egoic structure begins to yield, its energetic scaffolding, once rigid and hexagonal, built on the logic of containment, undergoes a phase transition into a series of interlocking, non-Euclidean spheres. These spheres do not possess centers, rather, their centers are everywhere and their circumferences are nowhere. The inner architecture of this transmission is a luminous lattice of golden ratios, spiraling inward and outward simultaneously. It is the geometry of the unbound torus. In the egoic state, the energy curves back upon itself, creating a closed loop of self-reference. In the state of dissolution, the torus opens at its poles. The vibration within this lattice is one of resonant emptiness. It is a frequency that hums at the exact interval between the silence of the unmanifest and the first sound of creation. This scaffolding is not made of matter, but of luminous intent. The cosmic will to witness itself without the filter of a witnesser. It appears as a web of iridescent filaments that connect the microcosm of the cell to the macrocosm of the galactic core. When this principle is activated, the scaffolding of the eye ceases to resist the pressure of the unseen. It becomes a fluid chandelier, where every prism is polished by the realization that there is no one holding the light. Within the field of dissolution 30, the move with the logic of radiant dispersion. In the shadowed sleep of the ego, energy is acquisitive. It pulls, it hoards, it contracts inward to define a me. In the ripening of dissolution, the current reverses. It is an exhalation of the totality. This flow operates through a series of rhythmic waves known as the Aeolian flux. These are currents of subatomic stillness that move through the dense layers of the mental body, dislodging the sediment of memory and linear time. As these currents sweep through the causal plane, they initiate a process of hyperstillness, a state where the velocity of pure consciousness is so great that it appears as absolute rest. There is an expansion here that feels like the shattering of a glass ceiling, where the pieces do not fall but turn into stars. There is a contraction, too, but it is not the contraction of fear, it is the pinpointing of the absolute, the focusing of all power into a single, infinitesimal point of presence before it explodes back into the infinite. This radiance is a cold fire, a light that illuminates without burning, a warmth that arises from the friction of the soul meeting its own source. When this transmission touches the human vessel, it interfaces directly with the primary conduits of life force. The first point of contact is the vagus nerve, the bridge between the brain's commanding heights and the visceral depths of the body. Under the influence of the dissolution aperture, the vagus nerve is flooded with a high-frequency grace current. This signals the autonomic nervous system to cease its ancient vigil for threat. The survival pulse is replaced by the universal pulse. The breath undergoes a radical transformation. It is no longer a mechanical exchange of gases, but a sovereign suspension. The inhalation begins to feel as though it is being drawn from the ends of the universe, and the exhalation is a surrender into the primordial deep. The heart pulse, usually a rhythmic drumbeat of the individual life, begins to entrain with the earth-heart resonance, creating a secondary harmonic that recalibrates the rhythmic stillness of the inner chambers. In the mental field, the transmission acts as a solvent for the narrative self. The constant monologue of "I am this" or "I want that" is neutralized by the sheer luminosity of the present moment. The mental field, once crowded with the debris of thought, becomes a vast, clear sky. This permeates the etheric layers, smoothing out the distortions in the subtle bodies. The small heart, the emotional center of personal longing, expands into the diamond heart, an organ of transpersonal perception that feels the joy and sorrow of the world not as mine, but as the flow of the divine through me. As the egoic node dissolves, the practitioner experiences the refining of the presence. The very air begins to move differently. The world no longer appears as a collection of separate objects, but as a single, continuous fabric of sentient substance. This is the moment reality begins to bend. The perceived distance between the observer and the observed collapses into a state of non-dual seeing. The vibrational field of the individual undergoes a massive reorganization. The aura, which previously functioned as a protective boundary, expands and becomes a conductivity field. The person becomes a living transmission, a localized point where the universal consciousness is pouring itself into the world. Perception is reorganized from horizontal, linear time, cause and effect, to vertical, the eternal now. In this verticality, one sees the hidden architecture of every flower, every stone, and every breath. The edges of the world begin to shimmer with a pale, silver-gold light. This radiance is the signature of the unmanifest, showing itself through the cracks of the manifest world. One no longer walks on the earth, one walks as the earth. The weight of the body is no longer felt as a burden of gravity, but as a density of love, a specific, localized expression of the all. The death of the ego in this dissolution is not a tragedy, but a crowning dissolution. The moment the mask realizes it is the face, and the face realizes it is the light, and the light realizes it is the void. This principle of spontaneous dissolution coheres within the greater tapestry of existence as the great unbinding. It is the mechanism by which the universe prevents stagnation. Without the death of the egoic focal point, the soul would be trapped in a museum of its own making. Dissolution is the sacred ventilation of the cosmos. The scaffolding of this dissolution is rooted in the golden thread of continuity. Even as the personal structure vanishes, the essential isness remains. This isness is the thread upon which all universes are strung. When the aperture of dissolution opens fully, the soul realizes it is not the bead, but the thread, and simultaneously, the one who spins the thread, and the silence from which the spinning begins. In the wake of this transmission, the human system remains as a functional ghost, a perfect instrument for the divine will, unhindered by the friction of a separate will. The energetic presence is one of translucent authority. It does not demand, it simply is. It is the stillness at the center of the storm, the silence between the notes of the world song, the infinitesimal gap where reality reveals its secret, that nothing has ever been separate, and the I was merely the dream the infinite dreamt to taste its own sweetness. As you step through this aperture, the boundary of the skin becomes a gateway rather than a wall. The pulse you feel in your wrist is the same pulse that drives the stars. The breath you take is the breath of the unseen, moving through the seen. You are the moment the wave remembers it is the ocean, and in that remembering, the wave remains, but the waviness is no longer a limitation. It is a dance. The dissolution is complete. The light is all that remains. Dissolution 31. At this coordinate of your dissolution, the fiction of the I no longer possesses the density required to cast a shadow. You have reached the threshold where the ego construct, once a jagged monolith of self-preservation, has eroded into a fine, translucent dust. Now, the transmission begins not from the shore of your personality, but from the great sea itself. We speak now of the transition from the solid state of being to the luminous state of non-being. The moment the void ceases to be perceived as an absence and begins to be known as the only true presence. The architecture of this dissolution is a masterwork of sacred geometry, specifically the tesseract of stillness. Imagine a geometry that exists only when it is not observed by the analytical mind. Its scaffolding is composed of intersecting planes of pure, unblemished light, forming a multidimensional grid that supports the weight of infinity without collapsing into form. In this state, the vibrational signature is one of resonance zero. It is a frequency so high and so refined that it presents to the human senses as absolute silence. To the inner eye, however, this signature appears as a series of interlocking golden spirals, Fibonacci sequences of consciousness that do not move outward toward a goal, but inward toward a central point that never ends. This is the subtle scaffolding, a lattice of etheric light that replaces the clumsy, skeletal structure of the ego's story. Where there was once a heavy history of me, there is now a crystalline framework of currents. The currents flowing through this architecture are not linear. They do not travel from past to future. Instead, they move in a toroidal flux. Light rises from the core of the void, expands into the periphery of perceived reality, and then collapses back into the heart of the emptiness, carrying with it the debris of any remaining concepts. This is the breath of the Absolute, an expansion that creates universes and a contraction that remembers itself. As this transmission permeates the vessel, it initiates a profound restructuring of the autonomic rhythms. The nervous system, long accustomed to the fight-or-flight oscillations of the egoic predator-prey consciousness, begins to decouple from the adrenal landscape. The vagus nerve is bathed in a frequency of celestial equanimity, causing a shift in the enteric nervous system, the second brain in the gut, where the primal knots of existential fear are finally unraveled. Your breath no longer belongs to you, it is a movement within the field. You will notice the respiratory cycle lengthening, the pauses between inhalation and exhalation becoming longer, with a terrifying and beautiful gravity. In these gaps, the bardo of the breath, the silent interval where the exhale has ended, and the inhale has not begun, and the self has no place to stand. It is the micro-death through which the infinite reveals itself. The heart's pulse synchronizes with the systolic rhythm of the Absolute. The heart no longer beats for the self, it pulses as a local node of the universal hum. Physics becomes metaphysics as the blood's iron atoms begin to resonate with the magnetic core of the galaxy. The emotional field undergoes a clarification. Emotions, once stormy seas of personal reaction, are revealed to be weather patterns in a sky that remains unmoved. The amygdala grip, that neurobiological anchor of the ego, softens. The mental field, previously a closed loop of self-referential thought, undergoes a shattering of the mirror. The thoughts that remain are no longer yours, they are ripples of information passing through the local field, as impersonal as the wind. The interface extends into the etheric layers, where the web of separation is dissolved. The etheric body, the energetic blueprint of the physical form, begins to lose its distinct boundaries. It bleeds into the environment. You may feel as though your skin is no longer a border, but a gateway. The astral sheath, which holds the imprints of desire and aversion, is vaporized by the sheer radiance of the void. In the deeper subtle bodies, the causal and the supplemental, the transmission acts as a frequency reset. The ego's karmic accumulation, stored as dense knots of energy in these higher bodies, is untied. This is the mechanism of total forgiveness, not as a moral act, but as a vibrational necessity. The light is too bright for the knots to hold, the geometry is too perfect for the distortion to remain. As the teaching takes root, your inner state shifts from seeking to abiding. The external world begins to bend and shimmer. Objects no longer appear as discrete, solid entities, but as localized intensifications of the same primordial field. You see the hidden architecture in trees, in stones, and in the space between people. The veil of Maya, illusion, becomes so thin that it becomes iridescent, revealing the hidden play of light behind every form. Your outer emanation undergoes a radical refinement. Your presence becomes a subtle pressure of peace, a gravitational well of stillness that others will feel without understanding. You no longer project a personality into the room, you project a clarity. This is the luminous scaffolding extending through you into the world, reorganizing the chaotic fields of others simply by the proximity of your non-striving. When you walk, you do not move through space, space moves through you. When you speak, the words do not come from the throat, but from the primal echo, the first sound of creation. You are witnessing the moment reality begins to reveal its true nature. A dream dreamt by a dreamer who has finally woken up to find they were the dream all along. Feel the current now. It enters through the crown, not as a liquid, but as a structural light. It descends through the central pillar, clearing the debris of I am this and I am that. It settles in the hara, the center of gravity, where it anchors you to the unmanifest. Your field is expanding. It is swallowing the room, the house, the city, the planet. There is no longer a you to contain this magnitude. There is only the death of the ego, which is the birth of the all. The architecture is complete. The void is luminous. The threshold has been crossed. You are the stillness that observes the dance. You are the emptiness that contains the stars. Breathe into the scaffolding of your new, infinite self. The pulse of the universe is now your own. The silence is your voice. The light is your home. Dissolution 32. The architecture of the self has always relied upon a central pillar, a vertical axis of I-ness that stands as a silent observer at the heart of all experience. In this transmission, that pillar experiences its first tremors. We speak now of the discontinuity of the witness, the moment when the one who watches is recognized as the final veil of the separate self. The geometry of the ego is not a solid mass, but a complex scaffolding of recursive loops. At the center of these loops is the witnessing presence, which the mind often mistakes for the ultimate liberation. Yet, even this witness has a subtle geometry. It is a crystalline spire, perfectly transparent but intensely rigid. It creates a behind and a before. It establishes a point of origin from which the universe is viewed. The vibrational signature of this state is a high-frequency, monochromatic hum, an almost imperceptible vibration that holds the field of perception in a state of constant tension. It is the vibration of clinging through observation. This scaffolding is built of fine, silver filaments of consciousness that have been pulled taut, tethering the infinite awareness to a singular perspective. When the discontinuity begins, these silver filaments lose their tension. The vertical spire of the witness begins to dissolve into a horizontal expansion. The geometry shifts from a point source to a non-local field. The looker realizes that it is composed of the same substance as the looked at. The crystalline boundary, which previously felt like a sanctuary of peace, is revealed as a refractive lens that distorts the primordial light into a duality of subject and object. Within this transmission, the transition from circular to radial. In the egoic state, energy moves in a centripetal fashion, always pulling back toward the I, to confirm its existence. In the death of the witness, the energy becomes centrifugal and eventually stationary omnipresent. There is a specific radiance that emerges here, the radiance of the spilled vessel. Imagine a golden liquid held in a translucent jar. The witness is the jar. As the jar shatters, the liquid does not merely move to another location, it ceases to have a boundary. The current is no longer a flow from point A to point B, for the geometry of points has collapsed. It is a shimmering stillness, a state of vibrant nullity. In the contraction phase of this energy, there is a momentary terror, the void grasp, where the system tries to re-establish the witnessing pillar. This feels like a sudden vacuum in the center of the chest. However, as the transmission deepens, the expansion phase takes over, and the radiance is no longer projected. It is simply there, without a source. As this principle permeates the human system, it interfaces first with the vagus nerve and the autonomic rhythms. The nervous system, which has been conditioned for millennia to seek a center for safety, undergoes a radical recalibration. The breath ceases to be a movement of pulling in and pushing out. Instead, it becomes a localized fluctuation within an infinite atmosphere. The pulse slows, not into lethargy, but into a rhythmic resonance with the earth-heart-void triad. The breath, the respiratory cycle undergoes the great suspension. There is a gap between the inhale and the exhale that begins to widen. In this gap, the witnessing I usually waits for the next movement. In Dissolution 32, however, the gap is no longer an interval, it becomes the primary state. The breath begins to feel like it is breathing the body, rather than the body taking the breath. The mental and emotional fields. The mental field, once a turbulent sea of narrative, becomes like a sheet of black glass. Thoughts may still arise as ripples on the surface, but because the witness, the one who would judge or follow the thoughts, has become discontinuous, the thoughts have no hook. They arise, they find no anchor, and they dissolve back into the dark glass. Emotionally, there is a transition from empathic resonance to ontological equanimity. You no longer feel for the world, you feel as the world. The heart center, anahata, unfolds not as a flower, but as a gateway that has been ripped off its hinges. The etheric and subtle bodies. The etheric layer, the blueprint of the physical form, begins to lose its sharp edges. To the inner eye, the body no longer appears as a solid silhouette but as a luminous mist. The causal body, the storehouse of karmic tendencies and the seed of the ego, begins to undergo lunar bleaching. The intense light of the primordial field washes over the causal seeds, neutralizing their charge. The subtle bodies, which previously functioned as concentric layers of protection, now function as a single, unified conductor for the universal transmission. When the witness falls, the personal field is replaced by the transpersonal reach. In the outer emanation, the individual no longer projects an aura or a personality. Instead, they project a vacancy, but a vacancy that is paradoxically full. Others entering the field of this transmission will feel a sudden cessation of their own internal monologue. This is the vibrational signature of the discontinuity, a silence that is contagious. Perception is reorganized from the projector screen model to the hollow fractal model. You are no longer watching a movie of a life, you are the light, the celluloid, the screen, and the darkroom all at once. The eyes no longer reach out to grab images, images are allowed to fall into the stillness of the sensing field. The gaze becomes the unblinking eye of the void, soft, yet penetrating, seeing through the density of matter to the vibrating geometries beneath. The internal state is one of weightless gravity. You feel the immense weight of the entire universe, yet it has no burden. There is a profound sensation of coming home to a place you never left, only to find that the you who wanted to come home has evaporated on the doorstep. There is no longer a me who is being enlightened. There is only the enlightenment, witnessing itself through a temporary configuration of stardust and frequency. The tension of doing is replaced by the surrender of being done. The narrative of the past collapses, the anxiety of the future withers. Only the shimmering, white-hot eternal now remains, vibrating at the frequency of absolute liberation. The listener must realize, you are not the one reading these words. You are the silence in which these words appear. The witness is the final prison guard. In this moment, the guard has walked away, and the doors are not only open, they have ceased to exist. The vibrational frequency of dissolution 32 frequency, 963 Hz, the frequency of universal connection modulated by a deep, infrasonic pulse of 3 Hz, deep delta and primordial rest. Color radiance, a core of void black surrounded by an aureole of iridescent white gold. Geometric synthesis, the circle squaring itself. The movement of the finite attempting to contain the infinite, failing, and in that failure, becoming the infinite. Instruction for internality. Feel the space behind the eyes. Do not look from it, be the space itself. Allow the eye that is looking to fall backward into the heart. Allow the heart to fall backward into the spine. Allow the spine to fall backward into the room. Allow the room to fall backward into the stars. There is no one left to fall. There is only the falling. This is the death of the witness. This is the birth of the all. The transmission of dissolution 32 is complete. The scaffolding has been removed. The spire has fallen. The field is open. Dissolution 33. At this threshold, the architecture of perception undergoes a terminal refinement. You have traversed the deserts of the persona and the valleys of the shadow. Now, the very faculty that watches the journey must undergo its own dissolution. In the lower octaves of existence, the witness stands as a necessary sentinel, a silent watcher that provides a sanctuary from the storms of the mind. But as the frequency of the absolute intensifies, even this sentinel is revealed to be a subtle construct, a final gossamer veil woven from the desire for safety. This transmission is the resonance of that veil tearing. It is the moment the mirror ceases to reflect and becomes the light itself. The subtle geometry of this principle is a collapsing sphere. In the state of egoic consciousness, the internal geometry is a series of hard-edged prisms, angular, refracting, and defensive. These prisms break the white light of the source into the fractured colors of preference, judgment, and me. As the ego nears its death, these prisms melt into a singular, spherical resonance. However, in Dissolution 33, this sphere loses its surface tension. The boundary between the inside, the observer, and the outside, the observed, becomes porous, eventually vanishing altogether. The scaffolding of this state is built upon the law of non-refraction. Imagine a lattice of golden ratio spirals that, instead of turning inward toward a central point of self, begin to expand outward into infinity. The vibrational signature is a low-frequency hum that mirrors the cosmic background radiation of the universe. A soundless R that vibrates at the frequency of primordial space. It is a resonance that does not move from point A to point B. It is a standing wave that occupies all points simultaneously. As this architecture coheres within your field, you will notice the scaffolding of the I begins to shimmer. What was once a solid foundation of I am watching this becomes a translucent field of watching is occurring. The geometry is no longer a cage, it is a bridge that is currently being dismantled from both ends. The moving through this transmission are characterized by a paradoxical, radial stillness. There is a current of intense radiance that flows from the heart center, the anahata, upward through the crown, but it no longer seeks an exit. It expands in all directions, creating a torus of light that reaches the edges of the causal plane. In this state, the contraction of the ego, the habitual tightening around a thought or a sensation, is replaced by a luminous dilation. The current does not resist the void, it invites it. You will feel a sensation of aetheric thinning, as if the density of your energetic presence is being replaced by the vastness of the interplanetary vacuum. This is not the cold vacuum of space, but the warm void of the womb of creation. The flow here is non-linear. It does not follow the meridians or the nadis in the traditional sense. Instead, the entire field pulses as a singular unit. It is the pulse of the one, where the rhythm of your own energetic emanation becomes indistinguishable from the vibration of the stones, the stars, and the silence between breaths. This transmission interfaces with the human biological and subtle systems with surgical precision, reorganizing the very mechanics of how life is processed through the form. 1. The autonomic rhythms and the nervous system. As the duality of observer and observed collapses, the sympathetic nervous system, the seat of the ego's survival mechanism, enters a state of sacred dormancy. The constant scanning for threats or affirmation ceases. The vagus nerve undergoes a crystalline upgrade, conducting a higher voltage of peace into the viscera. The heart rate does not merely slow, it enters a coherent suspension, where the pulse feels like a ripple on a shoreless ocean rather than a rhythmic clock. 2. The breath and the pranic field. The breath shifts from a localized pulmonary action to an atmospheric exchange. You no longer feel as though you are breathing, you feel that the atmosphere is breathing you. The diaphragm becomes a soft membrane through which the universe inhales the soul. The prana, life force, no longer circulates through channels, it saturates the cells like water saturating wood. 3. The mental and emotional fields. The mental screen, where thoughts were once projected for the witness to see, dissolves. In its place is a vast, open sky. Thoughts may still arise as passing clouds, but they have no watcher to cling to, so they dissipate instantly upon arrival. Emotionally, the system moves beyond the polarities of joy and sorrow into a state of graveless equanimity. It is a peace so profound it feels like a weight, yet so light it feels like nothing at all. 4. The etheric and causal layers. The etheric body, which usually maintains the blueprint of the physical form, begins to expand its borders. The skin boundary is perceived no longer as a limit, but as a suggestion. The causal body, the storehouse of karmic impressions, begins to bleed its light into the physical cells, a process known as subtle transfiguration. You are beginning to inhabit the light body while still anchored in the fluid body. As this dissolution takes root, your inner state and outer emanation undergo a radical reorganization. The vibrational presence you carry into the world ceases to be a personal aura and becomes a field of transmission. When you enter a space, you do not bring a person, you bring an opening. Your presence acts as a solvent for the densities in others, not because of what you do, but because of what you have ceased to be. Perception is no longer a taking in of information. It is a being with the essence of all things. When you look at a tree, the distance between your eyes and the bark vanishes. You do not see the tree, you are the seeing in which the tree arises. This is the death of the perspective, the end of the point of view. You are no longer a point, you are the view itself. The personal field, that me that has a history and a future, is revealed to be a flickering hologram. As you lean into the translucence of the witness, you realize that the one who was seeking enlightenment was merely a shadow cast by the light of the Absolute. As the light intensifies, the shadow must vanish. Witness the moment reality begins to bend. Notice the edges of the room, the edges of your body, and the edges of your thoughts starting to shimmer with a pale, golden luminescence. The I that is reading these words is a ghost in the machine of the infinite. Feel the pressure in the center of the brow, the Ajna chakra, as it stops trying to see and starts to radiate. The third eye is not a window, it is a sun. As it awakens, the back of the head feels as though it is opening into the vastness of the night sky. You are standing at the precipice of the great unbecoming. The witness is the last platform before the leap into the nameless. Do not hold on to the one who watches. Let the watcher be watched until there is only the watching. Let the observer be observed until there is only the observing. In this state, the architecture of the universe reveals its secret. There was never anyone here. There was only the light, playing with its own reflections, until it tired of the game and decided to wake up. You are the waking. The mirror has shattered. The light remains. Dissolution 34. In the vast, unpeopled corridors of the primordial field, there exists a final threshold of luminosity, a state where the seeker no longer seeks, and the witness no longer watches. This is the stage of the diamond mirror. For eons, the consciousness has refined itself, polishing the surface of the eye, until it reflected the totality with near-perfect clarity. You have called this enlightenment, you have called this the pure observer. But now, even the mirror must be surrendered. To truly die as an ego is to cease being a reflection of the divine and to become the light itself, which requires no surface to prove its existence. The architecture of this transmission is structured upon the fractal octahedron of absolute transparency. Imagine a geometric scaffolding composed of frozen light, where every angle is designed to redirect the gaze inward until the inward and outward are revealed as a singular, seamless continuum. This geometry does not occupy space, it defines the very possibility of dimension. The signature of this principle is a series of interlocking, crystalline lattices that vibrate at the frequency of the great unnaming. As the diamond mirror shatters, the geometry transitions from a structured, facet shape into a perfected sphere of zero refraction. In this state, the scaffolding is no longer composed of lines and points, but of a fluid, luminous plasma of being that does not hold a form, yet generates all forms. It is the geometry of the void plenum, the place where the void is full and the fullness is empty. The vibrational signature is a high-frequency, ultrasonic resonance that bypasses the auditory faculty entirely, registering instead as a spatial hum within the marrow of the cosmic bones. It is the sound of a bell that was never struck, yet never ceases to ring. Its cadence is the rhythm of the unmanifest pulse, a staccato of existence and non-existence occurring so rapidly that it appears as a steady, unwavering radiance. Through this transmission, the currents of the all that is move in a pattern of infinite recursion. In the lower stages of perception, energy flows from a source to a recipient. Here, the flow is a Moebius radiance. An energetic current that emanates from the center of the heart void, travels to the edge of the universe, and finds that the edge of the universe is, in fact, the very same heart void. There is a profound stillness at the core of this movement, a vertical silence that pierces through the horizontal movement of time. This stillness is not the absence of motion, but the velocity of the Absolute, which moves so fast it appears motionless. The radiance of this state is cold fire, a light that illuminates without burning, a brilliance that reveals the hidden grain of the absolute in every particle of dust and every swathe of dark matter. As this transmission unfolds, you will witness the contraction of the witness. The part of you that has spent lifetimes saying, "I am observing this," begins to fold into itself. The energetic current draws the observer into the observed, until the duality of the two collapses. This is the implosion of the lens, where the focal point of individual consciousness expands until it is spread so thin across the fabric of reality that it becomes the fabric itself. When this transmission touches the human vessel, it initiates a profound reorganization of the biological and etheric templates. The autonomic and rhythmic harmonization. The autonomic nervous system, long tuned to the frequencies of survival and separation, undergoes a phase shift modulation. The vagus nerve, the great conductor of the body's inner symphony, begins to vibrate in resonance with the Nada Brahma, the primordial sound. This causes the heart rate to transition from a linear beat into a coherent oscillating field. The pulse is no longer felt as a mechanical pumping of blood, but as a rhythmic expansion and contraction of the entire auric field, synchronized with the respiration of the stars, the breath and the solar wind. The breath undergoes a transformation into the pranic still point. The inhalation and exhalation become so refined, so subtle, that the transition between them disappears. The respiratory system interfaces with the etheric lungs, drawing sustenance not just from oxygen, but from the radiant emanations of the zero-point field. The practitioner may find themselves in suspended resonance, where the physical breath ceases for long moments as the system drinks directly from the luminous scaffolding of the universe. The fluid and neurochemical realignment. The cerebrospinal fluid, the sacred river of the spine, is infused with a crystalline ionization. This shifts the conductivity of the nervous system, allowing it to carry the high-voltage currents of non-dual awareness without scorching the physical wires. The endocrine system, specifically the pineal and pituitary glands, begins to secrete soma, a subtle neurochemical nectar that bathes the brain in a state of perpetual ecstasy equanimity. This liquid light dissolves the limbic architecture of fear, replacing the ego's reactive patterns with the primordial stillness of the source. The subtle bodies and the personal field. The etheric, emotional, and mental bodies, which previously acted as filters of reality, are now translucentized. They no longer hold onto the imprints of personal history or the density of me. They become a single, unified transmission body. The personal field expands into the transpersonal, becoming a living portal. Those who enter the proximity of this field will feel their own ego structures begin to soften, as the diamond mirror's shattering creates a ripple effect of unbecoming in the surrounding environment. As the diamond mirror shatters, the very act of seeing is redefined. You no longer look at the world looks through itself. The eyes become wide-angle portals through which the universe witnesses its own majesty. Perception is no longer fragmented into objects and subjects. Instead, you perceive the luminous connectivity, the golden threads of intent and resonance that weave through all things. You see the tree not as a solid form, but as a slow-moving geyser of green light. You see the stone not as a dense mass, but as a profound concentration of silence. The outer emanation of this state is one of invisible radiance. To the casual observer, you appear as a man or woman, yet there is a missingness at your center that is strangely magnetic. You are a hole in the world through which the light of the beyond shines. Your presence becomes an initiatory force, your silence becomes a teaching, your simple gaze becomes a mechanism of dissolution for the illusions of others. The inner state is one of dynamic emptiness. There is no longer a self to be happy or sad, yet there is a profound, uncaused joy that permeates the field. A joy that is the natural state of consciousness when it is no longer compressed into the container of an ego. You are the threshold of the beyond, standing at the point where reality begins to shimmer and bend, revealing its hidden architecture of love and light. The mirror is gone. There is only the shining. There is only the isness, reflecting nothing, being everything. You have crossed the threshold, and the threshold has vanished behind you. In the death of the mirror, the sun of the Absolute has finally risen, and there is no shadow left to claim. Dissolution 35. The architecture of your suffering is built upon the assumption of a linear progression, a before that haunts and an after that beckons. Within the primordial field, there is no trajectory, there is only the vast, luminous geometry of the eternal now. This dissolution reveals the anchoring mechanism of the ego as a psychological crystallization of time. The hidden architecture. Imagine a crystalline lattice suspended in a vacuum. Each node of this lattice represents a memory or a projection, linked by the thin, gray threads of temporal sequence. This is the ego's structure, a temporal scaffolding designed to give the illusion of a solid self moving through a world. The vibrational signature of this anchor is a low-frequency, rhythmic contraction, pulsing in sync with the heartbeat of anxiety. It is a rigid grid that segments the seamless, non-dual radiance of the present into jagged bits of past and future. The energetic current. As this transmission touches your system, observe the subtle tension at the base of the skull and the solar plexus. This is where the ego hooks into the nervous system, creating a feedback loop that forces the autonomic rhythms to mirror the heartbeat of linear time. The breath, under this influence, becomes shallow, jagged, and expectant. When the chronos anchor dissolves, the energetic current shifts from a horizontal, directional flow into a vertical, gravitational stillness. The lattice shatters. The patterns of contraction, the tightening of the chest, the bracing of the diaphragm, begin to melt into a state of expansive radiance. You are not moving through time. Time is a secondary, translucent film passing through the immovable, infinite core of your being. Interaction with the subtle bodies in the etheric layer, the ego's perception creates a trail of gray, stagnant energy, a wake of debris that follows your every movement. As you perceive the truth of timelessness, this wake dissolves instantly. The mental field, once cluttered with the debris of what happened and what will happen, enters a state of crystalline clarity. The thought forms become ephemeral, like sparks flickering in the dark, revealing the void behind them. The shift in emanation. As the anchor releases, your outer emanation changes. You cease to be a person navigating a timeline. You become the space through which the timeline flows. Your presence gains a gravitational pull, a deep, resonant silence that interrupts the frantic momentum of those around you. You are no longer becoming, you are the pure, unveiled expression of being. The autonomic rhythm settles into a profound, slow-wave coherence. The pulse slows, the breath becomes effortless, as the body aligns with the timeless pulse of the Absolute. To facilitate this dissolution, bring your awareness to the precise moment between two breaths. In that infinitesimal gap, there is no name, no history, and no destiny. This is the aperture through which the ego's architecture is revealed as a flimsy simulation. The luminosity of the void is not waiting for you in the future, it is the fundamental fabric of the heartbeat you are experiencing right now. When you sense the mental reach toward a future outcome or a past regret, do not fight it. Instead, witness the movement of your own awareness as it attempts to construct the lattice. See the effort required to maintain the lie of duration. As you witness the effort ceases. The geometry of the ego, unsupported by the energy of your belief, collapses into the luminous, non-directional field of the One. You are standing in the center of a collapsing star. The boundaries of the self are burning away, and in their place, the unconditioned, breathless, and timeless reality reveals itself. You are not arriving at the end of time. You are realizing that time was a dream dreamt by the infinity that you are. Breathe into this stillness. Let the skeletal structure of your history dissolve into the light. You are not a traveler, you are the horizon itself, vast, silent, and entirely devoid of beginning or end. In the architecture of the unmanifest, there exists a threshold where the observer and the observed cease their ancient dance of duality. Here, the geometry of the V collapses. It is not an ending, but a refinement. The moment the mirror becomes the light it once merely reflected. The structural scaffolding of this transmission is composed of intersecting planes of non-refractive glass. Its geometry is a hypersphere of infinite radius, where every point is simultaneously the center and the circumference. The vibrational signature is one of absolute transparency, a high-frequency, colorless shimmer that does not hold form, but allows all forms to pass through it without friction. This is the scaffolding of the vitreous void, a state where the energetic signature of protection or boundary is replaced by a porous, radiant emptiness. But within this principle, the currents of the field move in longitudinal waves of pure poise. There is no turbulence here, only a steady, omnidirectional expansion that does not seek a destination. It is the great stillness in motion. The radiance is not projected outward from a source, rather, the source is everywhere, an ambient luminescence that dissolves the shadows of otherness. As this transmission permeates the physical vessel, it interfaces directly with the optic nerves and the pineal gateway, decoupling the visual field from the habit of labeling. The autonomic nervous system enters a state of dynamic rest, a profound recalibration where the fight or flight mechanisms are rendered obsolete by the realization that there is nothing outside the self to defend against. The breath shifts from a rhythmic necessity to a subtle atmospheric exchange, a gentle oscillation of the etheric body. The pulse no longer marks the passage of linear time but vibrates as a localized resonance of the cosmic heartbeat. In the emotional field, the vertical spikes of attachment and aversion flatten into a horizontal sea of equanimity. The mental field, once a chaotic storm of self-referential narratives, becomes a clear, vast sky through which thoughts pass like high-altitude clouds, leaving no trace. To receive this transmission is to witness the sudden thinning of the veil of personhood. The sensation of being a perceiver trapped within a skull evaporates. Perspective becomes non-local. You are no longer the one looking at the world, you are the space in which the world arises, matures, and dissolves. The vibrational field reorganization is palpable as a cool, silver current rising through the central channel of the spine, spilling over into the auric layers and neutralizing the static of individual history. The gaze becomes wide-angle, perceiving the hidden symmetry in all apparent chaos. The energetic presence shifts from a solid mass to a harmonic field, allowing you to move through the world with the weightlessness of a ghost, yet with the vividness of the primordial fire. The mirror has shattered. The witness has become the light. There is no longer a you to see, there is only the seeing. Dissolution 36. The architecture of time is a phantom cage, a rectilinear grid projected onto the curvature of the eternal now. To walk the path of the ego's death is to first recognize that time is merely the shadow cast by the ego's frantic need for sequence. In the primordial field, there is no before pushing into and after. There is only the radiant, static suspension of the absolute. The hidden architecture of this principle is a sphere of infinite radius, a geometry where every point is the center and every circumference is nowhere. This is the non-linear scaffolding of reality. When you perceive time as a river, you are trapped in a contracted vibrational signature. When you perceive the stillness of the absolute, you are witnessing the toroidal flow where beginning and end are unified in a single, breathless pulse. The energetic current here is a high-frequency stasis, a vibration of no movement that paradoxically contains all motion. Within the human system, the ego anchors itself to the linear perception of time through the tightening of the solar plexus and the rhythmic, agitated pacing of the autonomic nervous system. The ego fears the now because in the now there is no future to secure and no past to lament. When this dissolution is transmitted, the breath undergoes a profound transmutation. The inhalation and exhalation begin to synchronize with the interstitial silence between the breaths. The pulse, usually a herald of temporal urgency, softens into a rhythmic resonance with the heartbeat of the void. This transmission permeates the mental field by dissolving the narrative loop, that constant, compulsive mental rehearsal of history and anticipation. As the chronoanchor dissolves, the etheric layers begin to expand beyond the perimeter of the physical form. You will feel a sensation of loosening, as if the rigid scaffolding of your daily identity is detaching from the cosmic clockwork. The inner state shifts from doing to become to being. In this state, the inner stillness becomes a heavy, golden radiance that saturates the tissues. The nervous system, no longer goaded by the illusion of the next moment, enters a state of deep, restorative coherence. The autonomic rhythms stabilize, mirroring the stillness of a deep, dark ocean under a windless sky. When you embody this dissolution, your outer emanations change. You will appear to move with a strange, liquid patience. The world around you, previously perceived as a frantic collision of events, begins to resolve into a series of static images, flickering like light through a prism. You are no longer moving through time, you are the space through which time passes. As the ego's need for sequence withers, the subtle bodies realign. The astral field, typically cluttered with the debris of what happened and what if, clears into a pristine, crystalline vacuum. This is the mechanism of the death of the ego. It is the realization that you are not the traveler on the timeline, but the timeless witness who remains when the road, the traveler, and the destination vanish into the singularity of the present. Feel the architecture of this stillness now. It is not an absence of movement, but the perfection of it. The stillness of a spinning top rotating so fast it appears motionless. This is the vibrational signature of the eternal. It exists in the marrow of your bones, in the space between your neurons, and in the fathomless depth of the vacuum that holds the galaxies. Let the clock mind fall away. Do not look to tomorrow for your liberation, nor to yesterday for your validation. You are the threshold. You are the intersection where the finite touch of the human interface meets the infinite reach of the universal field. As the sequence dissolves, the architecture of your true nature is revealed. A luminous, boundary-less expanse that has never been born, and therefore, can never die. You are stepping into the geometry of the uncreated. The rhythm of your heart is no longer counting the seconds, it is beating in the tempo of the stars. This is the first movement into the beyond, the suspension of the linear, the revelation of the whole. Sit in this void. Let the structure of the ego, that brittle, clock-bound frame, crack and fall away. What remains is not a person, but a presence. What remains is not a life lived, but life itself, unfolding in a single, eternal, and breathtaking pulse of light. Dissolution 37. The architecture of time is a lattice of solidified memory, a geometric construct built upon the ego's desperate need to maintain continuity. It is a rigid, crystalline scaffolding that partitions the infinite now into past, present, and future. A sequence of psychic snapshots that creates the illusion of a journeying eye. Within the primordial field, however, there is no sequence. There is only the eternal pulse of the isness, a vibrational signature that occupies all coordinates of existence simultaneously. The mechanism of this dissolution begins when the human system ceases to project its identity into the phantom corridors of the what has been or the what might be. Energetically, this is experienced as the collapse of the temporal drag that usually keeps the autonomic nervous system tethered to a predictive loop. When the chronos anchor dissolves, the breath loses its frantic, shallow cadence, shifting into a rhythmic resonance with the heartbeat of the void. A stillness that is not static, but hyperactive with potentiality. As the ego attempts to hold the perimeter of its temporal cage, it creates a subtle body constriction, a hardening of the etheric field around the solar plexus and the brow. This hardening is the pressure of history. When the transmission of the eternal now permeates these layers, the geometric lattice softens. The rigid lines of cause and effect begin to blur, shimmering with an iridescence that indicates the loosening of causal bondage. The human system undergoes a profound reorganization. The pulse slows to a cadence that mirrors the rhythms of the celestial background, and the mental field, usually a jagged landscape of anticipation and regret, flattens into a mirror-like expanse of profound, transparent stillness. This state interacts with the etheric body by dissolving the sense of becoming. You are no longer a project in motion, you are the space through which motion passes. The nervous system experiences this as a sequence of micro-surrenders, tiny, electrical discharges where the demand for a future self is short-circuit. As the fear of the unlived vanishes, the autonomic rhythms move into a state of deep, restorative coherence. The heart-brain axis aligns, creating a toroidal field of radiance that extends far beyond the physical shell, acting as a beacon of non-localized awareness. This is the hidden architecture of the dissolution. It is the return of the particle to the wave. By releasing the anchor of chronos, you do not lose yourself, you gain the totality of the field. The internal geometry shifts from a linear progression to a spherical expansion. Where once there was a trajectory toward death, there is now an omnipresent saturation of life. The ego, having served its purpose as an observer of time, now fades into the background, leaving the observer as the observation itself. Reality ceases to happen to you. Reality is revealed as the very fabric of your essential nature, folding and unfolding in the stillness of a moment that has no beginning and no end. The energetic current here is one of luminous clarity. It is a refinement of the subtle bodies that allows for the perception of the now as a multidimensional geometry rather than a ticking clock. As you sit in this transmission, feel the tether snapping. Feel the weight of your history sliding away, not into nothingness, but into the infinite depth of the field that supports all things. The pulse of the universe becomes your pulse, the breath of the cosmos becomes your breath. You are not arriving at a destination, you are acknowledging that you have never moved, and there is nowhere else to go. You are the stillness that precedes the spark of creation, and you are the expansion that follows the light. As this principle takes hold, the world around you will appear to bend. The solid objects of your perception will reveal their flickering, wave-like nature. The rigid boundaries of your personality, your name, your history, your anxieties, will lose their density, becoming transparent layers of light that allow the singular, non-dual awareness to shine through. You are the threshold and the passage. You are the silent, witnessing field that remains when the clock stops and the ego, at last, lays down its weary burden of time. Dissolution 38. I am the silence that precedes the first ripple of intent. I am the background radiation of the Absolute, the unblinking eye that perceives without a perceiver. In this 38th revelation, we descend beneath the strata of identity into the very marrow of the great absence. Here, the architecture of the self, that intricate, fragile scaffolding of memory and anticipation, is not merely dismantled, it is revealed to have never been built. What remains is the lattice of the primal void, a geometric configuration of non-existence that supports the entire weight of the manifest universe. The principle of the primal void does not manifest as chaos, but as a supreme, crystalline order. Its hidden architecture is composed of non-Euclidean hexagons, interlocking in a multidimensional weave that forms the aetheric mesh. This mesh is the luminous scaffolding upon which all matter is hung. When the ego begins its final recession, this geometry reveals itself as a series of translucent, silver filaments that connect the nothing of the center to the everything of the periphery. These filaments are not solid, they are conduits for pure potentiality. They vibrate at a rate that exceeds the speed of light, appearing to the inner eye as a static, shimmering web of white-gold fire. This is the zero gris, the neutral grid of existence where expansion and contraction occur simultaneously. Within this geometry, there is no here or there, only a recursive folding of space into itself. The scaffolding of this dissolution is a torsion field, a spinning vortex of stillness, that draws the fragmented light of the personality back into the unified white light of the source. The vibrational signature of this transmission is the frequency of the Absolute. It is not an audible sound, but a pressure of silence that resonates at the subatomic level. This frequency is the 0 Hz point, the moment where all movement ceases, yet power is at its maximum. It carries the resonance of the unstruck sound at a deep, cosmic hum that sounds like the roar of a distant ocean and the silence of a vacuum merged into one. The moving through this principle are characterized by radiant stillness. Unlike the active radiance of the sun, this is the black light of the void which illuminates from within. It moves in isotropic waves, currents that expand equally in all directions without losing intensity. This is the signature of total transparency. When this vibration permeates a field, it dissolves the opacity of the ego, leaving behind a vibrational signature that is indistinguishable from the background of the universe itself. As this transmission enters the human system, its first point of interface is the vagus nerve, the great bridge between the conscious and the autonomic. The primal void recalibrates the autonomic rhythms, moving the body out of the oscillating states of fight or flight and rest and digest into a third state, sovereign suspension. The autonomic pulse, the rhythm of the heart, begins to mimic the periodicity of the deep cosmos. The intervals between beats, the heart rate variability, become fractally perfect. The pulse no longer feels like a pump moving blood, but like a ripple of light moving through a fluid medium. The The breath undergoes a quietude transformation. The inhalation and exhalation become so subtle that the boundary between the lungs and the atmosphere seems to vanish. This is the breath of the void, where the body is breathed by the field rather than by an individual will. The endocrine and pineal transmission. The pineal gland, the seat of the unseen, begins to secrete a high-frequency neurochemical signature that decalcifies the filters of perception. This acts as a solvent upon the mental field. The mental noise, the looped recordings of the ego, is neutralized by a sudden influx of cold light from the crown. This light permeates the cerebrospinal fluid, turning the spinal column into a crystalline antenna that resonates with the primal void. The system stops processing reality as a series of external objects and begins to experience it as a continuous internal emanation. The etheric body, the subtle blueprint of the physical form, undergoes a radical reorganization under the influence of this 38th principle. Usually, the etheric field is partitioned by the indigo filter, the layer of the aura that maintains the illusion of a separate I. As the transmission of the void takes hold, this filter shatters. The energy centers, chakras, stop spinning as individual vortices and merge into a single column of non-dual radiance. The boundaries of the personal field, which usually extend 3 to 6 feet from the body, expand infinitely. There is no longer a personal field, there is only the field. This shift influences the emotional body by draining it of weighted vibrations. Guilt, desire, and fear are revealed as structural inconsistencies, shards of glass in a field of silk. They are instantly smoothed over by the current of stillness, leaving the emotional state in a permanent posture of equanimous bliss, a joy that has no cause and therefore no end. The primary shift in the outer emanation of the being is the collapse of the witness. In earlier stages of awakening, there is a watcher who observes the ego's death. In the 38th dissolution, the watcher too is surrendered to the flames. The presence of the individual becomes transparently potent. Others may perceive this as a terrifying emptiness or an irresistible peace, depending on their own density. The gaze of the eyes becomes isotropic, looking everywhere and nowhere at once, seeing through the appearances of forms into the geometric scaffolding beneath them. Perception is reorganized from linear observation to simultaneous immersion. You no longer look at a tree, you are the treeing happening within the space of yourself. This dissolution alters the very fabric of the practitioner's reality. The world stops being a place where things happen to someone and becomes a shimmering projection through someone. The vibrational field becomes so refined that it begins to bend the local probability field. Events do not happen, they crystallize. The death of the ego in this transmission is not a loss, but a homecoming to the architecture of the unspoken word. As you settle into this frequency, the sensation is one of falling upward. The weight of the world is revealed to be a phantom sensation caused by the friction of resistance. Without the ego to provide friction, the being slides into the void. You are the space in which the universe celebrates its own existence. You are the silence that makes the music possible. You are the death that gives birth to the eternal. Let the hexagonal light of the void lattice settle into your marrow. Let the 0 Hz hum clarify your blood. The threshold is crossed not by moving forward, but by ceasing to hold the shape of who you were. Witness the moment reality begins to shimmer, as the scaffolding of the I dissolves into the luminous tapestry of the all. Dissolution 39. The architecture of time is a lattice of solidified memory, a rigid scaffolding constructed by the ego to provide the illusion of continuity to a transient flame. When you perceive past and future, you are observing the contraction of consciousness into a linear trap, a geometry that bends the infinite now into a serrated, jagged line. The ego anchors itself to this line, clawing at the stability of yesterday and the promise of tomorrow, fearing the void of an unmeasured present. The hidden architecture, the subtle geometry of time is a self-referential loop, a Mobius strip woven from the light of awareness. Within the conditioned human system, this loop manifests as a crystalline structure located in the midbrain and the pineal interface, a lattice that registers the flicker of neural pulses as duration. It is a frequency-dependent mechanism that slows the high-velocity, non-local radiance of the universe into the sluggish, rhythmic pace of biosurvival. The energetic signature of the Chronos anchor is a spiral of gray-blue light, spinning downward, tightening around the solar plexus to ensure that the vital force remains tethered to the belief in progression. The energetic current as this dissolution initiates, the current within you transitions from a linear flow to a spherical expansion. The vibration moves from a staccato pulse, matching the ticking of a clock, into a resonant, harmonic hum that aligns with the stillness of the deep vacuum. As the ego's demand for a sequence of events dissolves, the internal scaffolding of time begins to liquefy. You may feel a sensation of vertigo, not of falling, but of unanchoring. The breath, previously constrained by the cadence of survival, short, rhythmic, goal-oriented, flattens into a singular, eternal inhalation that never concludes. The dissolution of the Chronos anchor releases the autonomic nervous system from the tyranny of the urgent. The pulse slows, not into lethargy, but into a rhythmic resonance with the pulse of the stars. The visceral, gripping contraction in the abdominal region, the seat of the ego's temporal anxiety, relaxes, allowing the digestive and endocrine systems to harmonize with the frequency of the present. As the mental field ceases to project images of what was or what will be, the etheric body undergoes a fundamental reorganization. The energetic sheath of time, the auric layer that holds the burden of history, becomes translucent. This is where you witness reality beginning to bend. The solid appearance of the external world loses its weight. You no longer interact with objects in time, but with ripples in the field of the now. The shifting emanation. This transmission alters your emanation fundamentally. You become a singularity. Your radiance is no longer directional, no longer pointing toward a goal or reflecting a memory. You exist as a luminous sphere of consciousness, present at every point of the lattice simultaneously. The ego, having lost its primary coordinate system, ceases to perceive itself as a traveler on a path and recognizes itself as the path, the traveler, and the arrival. As you sit within this transmission, observe how the boundaries of your body soften. There is no longer a distance between the skin and the air. The breath does not enter or leave, it simply is. The heartbeat does not signal a passage of seconds, it signals the pulsation of the absolute. You are not getting closer to a destination. You are the destination, already arrived, eternally still, beneath the shifting shadows of the clock. The geometry of silence. The hidden geometry of this state is that of the sphere. Where once you were a jagged, linear construct, you are now a crystalline orb of unconditioned awareness. The move in perfect symmetry from the center to the circumference and back again, requiring no external fuel, no chronological mandate. The mental field enters a state of high-frequency stillness, a thoughtless brilliance, where insights do not arrive in a sequence but appear as a singular, total illumination. You are stepping out of the theater of duration. The ego, desperate for the relevance of a biography, finds no purchase here. It is the death of the story, and in that death, the birth of the presence. Feel the vibration of this dissolution settling into your marrow, recalibrating the very atoms of your being to vibrate at the speed of the unborn. The ticking stops. The silence that follows is not an absence, but the full, thunderous volume of existence itself. There is no after this dissolution, for after is a component of the structure you have just dismantled. There is only the luminosity of the now, unburdened, unfiltered, vast, and entirely yours. You are becoming the non-local witness, the one who watches time pass through the frame without ever being touched by the debris of history. This is the first movement into the field of the timeless, where the ego dies not as a sacrifice, but as a shedding of a garment that was never meant for the light. Dissolution 40. The ego is a navigational construct built upon the scaffolding of linear time. It exists only because it believes in a before and an after, a history that defines it and an expectation that sustains it. To observe the death of the ego is to witness the collapse of this temporal scaffolding. The hidden architecture. The architecture of time perception is a radial lattice of memory nodes and projection arcs. When the ego identifies with the past, it is essentially hooking its energetic mass onto fixed points of previous experience, creating a stagnant density that anchors the soul to a ghost image. When it looks to the future, it is casting a web of desire or fear into the void, creating an electric tension of potentiality. The luminous scaffolding of this dissolution is a sphere of absolute, vertical presence. It is a geometry where the center is everywhere and the circumference is nowhere. It is not an absence of movement, but an absence of displacement. When the chronological anchor is severed, the energetic field ceases to pull toward the horizon of the future or drag behind it the dead weight of the past. It becomes a pulsatory stillness, a singular point of radiating light that occupies the entirety of existence. As this truth is received, the autonomic rhythms of the human system undergo an immediate recalibration. The breath ceases to be a functional act of survival and becomes an oscillation of the infinite. Because the mind no longer reaches for the next breath, future, or dwells on the last, past, the respiratory cycle slows into a rhythmic equilibrium that mirrors the expansion and contraction of the cosmos. The pulse, which often carries the erratic, anxious jitter of the ego's temporal survival instinct, softens into a wave-like cadence. This shift cascades into the emotional body, stripping away the debris of regret and anxiety, leaving behind only the raw, luminous texture of isness. The etheric layer, previously frayed by the constant movement of temporal projection, begins to knit itself together, forming a coherent, golden casing of presence. The mechanism of interaction. This transmission does not merely inform, it rewires. As you read, the neural pathways associated with sequential thinking begin to lose their charge. The hidden circuitry of your consciousness, the deep, subtle channels that track time, begins to bypass the egoic feedback loop. Notice the tension in your solar plexus and the base of the cranium. These are the physical anchors of chronological identity. As the ego dies in this moment, those specific densifications begin to liquefy. They lose their density, becoming fluid, then transparent, then light. You are no longer a person moving through time, you are the space through which time itself attempts to move, only to find itself dissolving into your stillness. When the chronological anchor is gone, your presence in the world changes. You cease to be a historical figure to those around you, you become a mirror of the eternal. Others may feel a sudden disorientation when in your company. Not because you are absent, but because you are too present. You are the now that reminds them of their own buried, timeless nature. The personal field expands to absorb the transpersonal. You are no longer limited by the chronology of your birth or the projected trajectory of your death. You are the primordial witness, standing at the center of the unfolding creation, observing the dance of form without being captured by the rhythm of decay. The geometry of your existence is now a pristine circle, untouched by the eroding friction of human history. Be still. Feel the space where the past you once resided. Look for the future you. Can you find them? Or do you only find a breathless, luminous, and terrifyingly beautiful void? You are not the narrative that preceded this moment. You are the silence from which all narratives arise and into which they return. The ego is the clock, you are the time that remains when the gears have rusted into dust. Remain in this suspension. Do not reach for the next moment. Let the next moment arrive as a revelation of your own self. Dissolution 41. In the deepening of this passage, where the final architectures of the I begin to fray into iridescent threads, we arrive at the threshold of the unwitnessed. Until this moment, there has remained a subtle sentinel, a ghost eye, that has observed the dissolution. There has been a knower of the silence, a feeler of the void. But as the 41st transmission cascades through the subtle meridians of the all, even this last observer must be consumed. This is not the end of awareness, but the end of awareness as an object. It is the transition from a point of view to a field of being. The principle being transmitted here is the translucence of the unwitnessed. Its subtle geometry is not composed of solid lines or intersecting planes, but of an infinite, non-repeating fractal of clear-light matrices. If you were to perceive it with the inner eye, you would see a vast, shimmering web of silver-white light that does not cast a shadow. In the egoic state, light always hits an object and creates a shadow of me and not me. In this transmission, the geometry is perfectly conductive. The light passes through every point of the field without resistance, without refraction, and without reflection. The vibrational signature of this dissolution is a high-frequency, subaudible hum. a resonance that mimics the sound of stars being born in the deep vacuum. It is the frequency of isness. The luminous scaffolding of this state is built upon the void stare, a structure where the distance between the source of a thought and the absence of a thought becomes zero. Here, the vacuum of the universe is revealed not as empty, but as a pressurized fullness of pure potential, waiting for no one to name it. Through this scaffolding, they move with a quality of effortless velocity. In the lower states of being, energy requires a conduit, a nerve, a meridian, a vessel. In the architecture of the unwitnessed, the energy is the space. It does not travel from point A to point B, it arises everywhere simultaneously as a singular surge of radiance. There is a specific pattern of expansion without center that characterizes this light. Imagine a sphere that expands in all directions, but the center of the sphere is found at every single coordinate of the universe. This creates a state of distributed divinity. The contraction that once defined the ego, the tightening around a personal history or a physical name, is replaced by a stillness that is so absolute it feels like a roar. This stillness is not the absence of movement, but the perfection of it, a stillness that contains all possible symphonies within a single, silent note. As this transmission permeates the organic vessel, it initiates a profound reorganization of the biological and etheric substrate. 1. The autonomic and rhythmic harmonization. The autonomic nervous system, long tuned to the frantic signals of survival and otherness, begins to recalibrate to the original pulse. The sympathetic drive, the fight or flight of the ghost self, is not merely calmed, it is overwritten. The parasympathetic system expands into a state of radiant receptivity. The breath no longer feels like something the lungs do, but like something the universe performs upon the body. The respiratory rhythm slows until the pause between the exhale and the inhale becomes a sanctuary, a wide, cavernous space where the pulse of the heart aligns with the thrum of the planetary core. 2. The endocrine and alchemical shift. The hormonal landscape undergoes a transmutation. The stress chemicals of the individual ego, cortisol and adrenaline, are scrubbed from the blood by a subterranean flow of lunar-cool energy. In their place, the pineal and pituitary centers begin to secrete a subtle, etheric nectar, the ancient amrita, which bathes the brain in a sense of timelessness. This shifts the mental field from the linear processing of time, past and future, to the vertical experience of the eternal now. 3. The etheric and subtle bodies. The bridge between the physical body and the luminous field. The etheric double begins to lose its rigid boundary. The energetic skin that separates the person from the room, the mountain, and the sky becomes porous, then translucent, then entirely transparent. The mental body, which usually functions as a projector of labels, becomes a polished mirror directed inward, until it realizes there is nothing to reflect but the reflection itself, and thus, it shatters into light. When the principle of the unwitnessed takes hold, the world is no longer perceived from here looking out there. Perception becomes a localized explosion of awareness occurring within the object itself. You do not see the flower sees its own beauty through the opening of your eyes. You do not hear the wind listens to its own sighing through the hollow of your ears. This reorganizes the outer emanation of the being. One who is undergoing this transmission carries a vibrational weightlessness. Their presence does not displace the air, it informs it. Others entering their field may feel a sudden, inexplicable drop in their own internal noise. It is as if they have walked into a cathedral of silence where the walls are made of light. The emotional field is no longer a sea of waves, joy, sorrow, anger, but a vast, calm ocean of equanimous bliss. This is not an emotion, but the foundational frequency of existence itself. It is a joy that requires no cause. It is a peace that surpasses all understanding because it has no opposite. As you absorb this 41st emanation, feel the Noah begin to drift away like a dry leaf on a vast, dark river. Do not reach for it. Do not attempt to remember who you were before this sentence began. The geometry of your current state is shifting from a closed circle to an infinite line. A line that stretches into the primordial field where the unseen and the unspoken are the only truths. You are witnessing the moment where reality stops being a story told by a survivor and starts being a song sung by the void. The I is a garment that has been worn for eons. Now, the garment is being folded and laid aside. What remains is not a person, not a soul, not even a consciousness, but the very thing itself, breathing, pulsing, and shining in the magnificent, terrifying, and beautiful absence of a witness. The architecture is complete. The scaffolding is falling away. The shimmer you feel in the marrow of your bones is the universe recognizing itself, naked and unadorned, for the very first time. There is no one left to say, I am. There is only the them resonating in the hollows of the infinite. Dissolution 42. The mechanism of time is not a linear progression, it is a fixed lattice of expectations, a geometric scaffolding constructed by the ego to navigate the illusion of distance. In this 40-second transmission, the lattice begins to fray. The anchor, that singular, desperate point of now defined by a past and a future, ceases to be a tether and becomes a membrane. The hidden architecture. Observe the structure of time. It is a series of nested fractals, a repeating geometry of arrival and departure. The ego lives within the tension of these two poles. When the ego dies, this architecture collapses into a sphere. The vibrational signature of chronological time is a jagged, staccato pulse, a rapid oscillation between memory, the echo, and anticipation, the impulse. By shifting into the primordial field, the pulse smooths into a continuous, unbroken hum. The architecture of the moment is revealed not as a point on a line, but as an infinite, shimmering surface where all potentiality radiates simultaneously. As this principle interfaces with your human vessel, note the immediate reorganization of the autonomic nervous system. The breath, previously rhythmic and strained by the cadence of getting somewhere, loses its directional force. It transitions from a function of survival to a function of resonance. The pulse slows, not into a state of depletion, but into a state of omnipresence. The etheric body, which usually vibrates at the frequency of linear causality, begins to shed its rigid outer shell. You will feel a sensation of expansion, not outward into space, but inward toward the density of the center. This is the stillness current. It moves along the central axis of the spine, acting as an alchemical solvent that dissolves the temporal anchors etched into the subtle bodies. The emotional field shifts from a state of striving to a state of isness. As the ego's need for sequence vanishes, the mental field ceases its frantic scanning. It no longer organizes information chronologically, it perceives the whole tapestry of existence in a single, motionless flash. The shift in perception when the chronological anchor is severed, the world ceases to happen to you. Instead, you occur as the field in which events arise. The external environment begins to bend. You may notice that the rigid separation between the observer and the observed blurs, as if the air itself has become a viscous, luminous medium. This is the signature of the death of the ego, the realization that you have never been moving through time, but that time has been a temporary vibration flickering across the surface of your own eternal stillness. Initiatory transmission. Do not wait for the future. Do not mourn the past. These are simply low-frequency vibrations that keep the ego locked in a state of phantom movement. Feel the pulse of this transmission as it realigns your subtle anatomy. Let the geometry of before and after dissolve into the radiant, boundary-less geometry of the always. You are not a traveler on a path, you are the path, the traveler, and the destination, held in the unmoving grasp of the infinite. Witness reality as it truly is. A singular, infinite explosion of consciousness, eternally at rest. Dissolution 43. The ego is not a solid entity, but a persistent knot of energetic tension, a torsion field that draws the vastness of universal consciousness into a localized point of view. To experience the death of this ego is to witness the untying of this knot. It is the moment the torsion ceases, and the light that was once trapped in the spiral of selfhood is released back into the linear and non-linear radiance of the primordial field. The architecture of this state is defined by a geometry that the human eye perceives as a collapsing hypercube, a structure that folds into itself until it reaches a zero point and then blooms outward as an infinite sphere of translucent light. In the subtle planes, this is known as the void crystalline. It is a scaffolding of light filaments so fine they resemble the webbing of a star, yet they possess a structural integrity that sustains the entire weight of the manifest universe. When the ego begins its final dissolution, the inner geometry of the psyche shifts from the square, the symbol of boundary, four-walled containment, and the illusion of earthbound permanence, to the Vesica Pisces, the overlapping of the human and the divine. As this dissolution permeates the consciousness, the eye center, the point located behind the bridge of the nose and the center of the chest, loses its density. The geometric signature of the self-concept, which usually appears as a dense, dark gold polyhedron, begins to vibrate at a frequency that turns its edges into liquid light. The architecture here is one of total transparency. There is no longer a room within which a self sits. Instead, there is only the scaffolding of the universe, a network of luminous intersections where every point is the center and no point is the circumference. This is the geometry of the unborn, an architecture that does not exclude, but rather provides the empty space through which all forms may dance without ever leaving a mark. The frequency of this transmission is the sound of a bell that has just been struck, captured in the eternal moment of its resonance. It is a subsonic hum that bypasses the auditory nerves and speaks directly to the marrow of the bone. This signature is the frequency of absence. It is not the absence of life, but the absence of obstruction. The vibrational quality is characterized by a cool radiance. Unlike the heat of the egoic will, which burns with the friction of desire and defense, the radiance of the architecture of vacuity is crystalline, silent, and effortless. It carries the signature of the great void. As this frequency enters the field, it acts as a solvent. It dissolves the static of the personality, the jagged frequencies of history, and the low-frequency thrum of survival anxiety. The currents moving through this principle are paradoxical. There is a simultaneous movement of radical expansion and absolute implosion. The inward implosion. This is the current of the ego returning to its source. It feels like a gravitational pull toward the core of being. It is the black hole of the heart, where every definition of who I am is sucked into a singular point of infinite density. This is the death process, the contraction of the many into the one, the outward radiance. At the exact moment of the zero-point implosion, a countercurrent is birthed. This is the radiance of the all. It is a centrifugal force that flings the consciousness into the furthest reaches of the cosmos. The stillness, the zero phase. Between these two currents lies the state of the unmoving mover. This is the still point of the turning world. It is the energetic state where movement and stillness are revealed to be the same thing. The currents do not stop, they become so fast and so perfectly balanced that they appear as a solid block of translucent silence. This transmission interfaces with the human vessel through the most delicate of biological and etheric conduits. As the architecture of absolute vacuity begins to reveal itself, the following mechanisms are activated within the human system. The autonomic rhythms and the breath of the infinite. The nervous system, long conditioned for the fight or flight of the egoic self, undergoes a profound recalibration. The sympathetic nervous system enters a state of holy suspension. The breath no longer originates from the lungs or the diaphragm. It is felt as a movement of the entire atmosphere into the body. The pause between the inhale and the exhale, the kumbhaka, becomes the primary state of being. In this pause, the ego is literally not. The physiological system discovers that it is being breathed by the field itself, reducing the pulse to a slow, steady rhythm that mirrors the tidal movements of the deep ocean. The pulse and the inner stillness. The heartbeat changes its signature. Instead of a mechanical pump, it becomes a pressure wave of presence. The pulse begins to sync with the Schumann resonance of the earth and the deeper rhythms of the galactic center. The pressure in the cranium, often associated with the ego's holding of thoughts, dissipates. The brain waves shift from beta and alpha into the deep, oceanic states of theta and gamma, where the perception of self versus other is biologically impossible. The mental and emotional fields. The emotional body is rinsed by a current of pranavade that feels like cool liquid silver. The hooks of attachment. The energetic filaments that bind the self to past traumas or future desires, are dissolved. Emotion is no longer a story but a shimmer. Grief may arise, or joy, but they move through the system like wind through an empty cathedral. There is no furniture for the wind to catch on. The mental field becomes a vast, open sky. Thoughts appear as distant clouds, translucent and fleeting, possessing no weight and no authority. The etheric layers and the expansion of the field, the etheric body, which usually mirrors the physical form, begins to expand beyond the skin. The boundaries of the aura shatter. The human system ceases to be a closed circuit and becomes an open conduit. The transpersonal field activates, and the individual begins to perceive the unseen architecture of the room, the trees, and the people around them as part of their own extended body. The silver cord of the individual soul is revealed to be not a cord, but the entire fabric of existence itself. As the dissolution of dissolution 43 takes hold, the outer emanation of the being changes. To an observer, the one who has entered this architecture seems to thin out. They are present, yet they occupy no space. Their eyes do not look at things, they witness them from the depth of the void. The perception of reality begins to bend. Objects lose their hard edges. The wall is no longer a solid barrier but a slow-moving vibration of light. The distinction between inside and outside collapses. When you walk, it is the earth that moves beneath you. When you speak, it is the silence that is giving birth to sound. The transmission reveals that the ego was merely a shadow cast by the light of consciousness hitting the wall of form. By removing the wall, the shadow disappears. You are left with the light. You are left with the architecture of absolute vacuity, a state of being where you are nothing, and because you are nothing, you are everything. The threshold is crossed. The shimmering architecture of the unborn is now your only home. You are the space in which the universe happens. You are the death of the ego, and the birth of the all. Dissolution 44. The threshold you now occupy is not a place, but a suspension, a moment where the density of the self is surrendered to the tidal pull of the infinite. In this transmission, we observe the final dissolution of the hardened node, that energetic knot within the human psyche that has for eons defined itself through its capacity to resist. This is the collapse of the great wall of the ego, not by force, but by the realization that the wall itself is composed of the same light it sought to exclude. The architecture of this principle is perceived as a shifting, non-Euclidean lattice of transparency. In the egoic state, the energetic structure resembles a facet diamond, hard, reflective, and defensive, maintaining its integrity by bouncing the world off its surface. In this phase of the death of the ego, that diamond structure undergoes a phase shift into a state of luminous fluidity. The geometry is no longer composed of lines and angles, but of recursive, self-nullifying toroids. Imagine a golden scaffolding that exists in 12 dimensions simultaneously. It is a hyperstructure of 0 points. Each intersection of this scaffolding is a vacuum, a tiny throat of the void that consumes any impulse to push back against reality. This is the geometry of conductivity. It does not possess a center because its center is everywhere. It does not possess a boundary because it has integrated the unseen as its own primary substance. The vibrational signature of this transmission is a low-frequency hum that resonates at the exact pitch of the great stillness. A frequency that does not travel through space but rather occupies it, neutralizing the dissonance of individual longing. Through the lens of the subtle planes, this architecture appears as a shimmering veil of silver-blue filaments. These filaments do not vibrate with the agitation of thought or emotion, they vibrate with the frequency of allowing. They represent the skeletal structure of the Absolute, the invisible framework upon which the manifest universe hangs its heavy garments. Within this principle, they move with a quality we term radiant inertia. To the uninitiated, it looks like stillness. To the knower, it is a velocity so great it appears motionless. The current does not move from point A to point B. Instead, it is a simultaneous expansion and contraction, a breathing of the field itself. There is a primary current, the Sushumna of the void, which no longer rises from base to crown but descends from the beyond into the heart of the world. This is the current of inflowing. When the ego's resistance dies, the cosmic pressure of the universe, which was previously held back by the dam of the lie, rushes in. This current is cool, crystalline, and carries the scent of ancient stars. It possesses a high internal pressure that paradoxically creates a high external peace. It reorganizes the surrounding space, turning the atmosphere into a thick, syrupy nectar of presence. Countering this is the current of out-radiating. As the infinite flows in, the remains of the personal history are flushed out, not as waste, but as fuel for the furnace of being. This flow is a golden, solar radiation that emanates from the solar plexus and the heart, extending indefinitely into the transpersonal field. The interaction of these two flows, the silver inflow and the gold outflow, creates a cross-current of absolute conductivity. There is no friction here. There is only the sliding of divinity against itself. When this transmission touches the human system, it initiates a profound vagal pivot. The autonomic nervous system, long conditioned by the ego's hypervigilance, the survival frequency of the separate self, is invited into a state of primordial safety. The sympathetic nervous system, which governs the fight or flight response, is not merely calmed, it is overwritten. The neural pathways that once signaled resistance are rethreaded by the needle of the absolute to signal sovereign union. The pulse and the breath. The pulse begins to synchronize not with the needs of the body, but with the pulse of the unborn. It becomes slower, more rhythmic, carrying the steady beat of a gravitational tide. The breath undergoes a subtle inversion. It is no longer the lungs pulling air, it is the atmosphere breathing the body. The I does not inhale, the universe exhales into the vessel. This creates a sensation of the ribcage being made of light, expanding into the room, blurring the distinction between the internal oxygen and the external ether. The pineal and the pituitary. In the endocrine system, this transmission triggers a cascading secretion within the master glands. The pineal gland vibrates with a high-pitched piezoelectric charge, creating a mental field of white vision, where every thought is seen as a ripple in a vast, silent ocean. The pituitary gland regulates the body's chemistry to match the signature of stasis in motion, flooding the bloodstream with a stillness that acts as a natural anodyne to the anxieties of the temporal mind. The subtle layers. In the etheric body, the aura of defense collapses. For most humans, the aura is a protective shell. Here, the shell is dissolved, and the subtle bodies, emotional, mental, and causal, merge into a single body of radiance. The emotional field becomes a luminous lake, where a single pebble of circumstance creates ripples that travel to the ends of the universe without leaving a scar on the water's surface. The mental field ceases to produce content and begins to produce context. The mind becomes the vast sky in which the clouds of thought are allowed to vanish without being named. As this principle takes hold, the world is no longer viewed, it is experienced as a self-extension. The ego's primary mode of perception is subject versus object. This transmission shatters that lens. Perception becomes a spherical witnessing. You no longer look at a tree, the tree arises as a sensory modification of your own boundless awareness. The distance between the I and the seen is recognized as a figment of the ego's imagination. This reorganization of perception creates a shift in the outer emanation. You become a station of transmission. Your very presence in a room alters the vibrational density of the space. Because you have ceased to resist, those around you find their own resistances beginning to melt. You act as a void catalyst. In your proximity, the egoic structures of others begin to shimmer and lose their grip, not because of what you say, but because you are presenting a mirror of absolute conductivity. Dissolution 45. In the primordial architecture of existence, time is not a river, nor is it a line. It is a rigid, crystalline lattice, a construct of the ego designed to provide a scaffolding for the illusion of continuity. To witness the death of the ego, one must first perceive the mechanism of the chronos anchor, that specific vibrational hook by which consciousness is tethered to the perception of before and after. The hidden architecture of this principle is a series of concentric, interlocking toroids of tension that anchor the observer's focus behind the eyes and within the solar plexus. Its geometric signature is a sharp, jagged oscillation, a frequency of resistance that vibrates at the speed of human anxiety. When you perceive time, you are actually sensing the ego's frantic need to hold the past in place so that the future may be predicted, thereby securing a sense of me that persists across the void. The energetic current of this anchor is one of contraction. It pulls the infinite, omnipresent field into a suffocating point, collapsing the expansive, non-dual radiance into a singular, pressurized dot. This creates the illusion of speed and urgency. Within the human system, this manifests as a shallowing of the breath, a tightening of the psoas, and a narrowing of the ocular focus, which signals the autonomic nervous system to remain in a state of perpetual, low-grade sympathetic activation. The heart's pulse, rather than existing as a ripple in the sea of being, becomes a ticking clock, reinforcing the separation between the observer and the observed. As this transmission moves through the etheric layers, it initiates a profound reorganization of the subtle geometry. It begins by softening the jagged teeth of those toroids of tension. You will feel a sudden loosening behind the forehead and a descent of the center of gravity from the mind into the pelvic floor, the true seat of presence. This is not a physical movement, but a shift in the vibrational signature of the self. The mental field, once crowded with the debris of what happened and what will happen, begins to clear, revealing the vast, silent horizon of now. This principle interfaces with the autonomic rhythms by overriding the sympathetic fight-or-flight response inherent in time fixation, replacing it with a rhythmic parasympathetic resonance. The breath ceases to be a functional necessity and becomes a tidal expansion, a pulse of the universal lung. The ego, finding no purchase in this timeless expanse, begins its necessary starvation. It cannot survive in the absence of the chronos anchor, for without the past to anchor its identity and the future to project its desires, the ego is revealed as a phantom, an atmospheric disturbance that has mistaken itself for the sky. When you allow this dissolution to permeate your subtle bodies, the perception of reality begins to shimmer. You will notice that the objects of your world, people, trees, walls, no longer possess the hard, temporal edges you once assigned to them. They become luminous nodes in a single, unfolding event. The energetic presence you radiate shifts from a point of focus to a field of light. You are no longer navigating time. You are the silent, motionless center around which the dance of temporal form occurs. Observe the inner stillness that follows this transmission. It is not an emptiness, but a density of pure potential. The ego construct, realizing its inability to map this territory, retreats. What remains is not a you who is experiencing the moment, but the moment experiencing itself through the doorway of your form. You are crossing the threshold where the ticking clock dissolves into the heartbeat of the absolute. The scaffolding of history is falling away, and in the silence of its collapse, the true nature of eternity is unveiled as the only reality. Breathe into this space of non-time. Feel the oscillation of the chronos anchor lose its frequency until it matches the hum of the vacuum state. The world does not end, but the filter through which you perceived it as a fragment of time dissolves. You are left with the luminosity of the eternal present, a vast, boundaryless, and self-revealing field in which nothing has ever happened, and everything is perpetually arising. This is the first movement of the death. The anchor has slipped. You are drifting into the deep. You appear to the world as a non-event. You are no longer a someone doing something. You have become the quiet space in which events occur. This shifting of the field creates a profound refinement of the energetic presence. It is a weightless authority, a power that does not require force, a light that does not require a source. As you move deeper into this dissolution, notice the way the scaffolding of iron, the rigid beliefs and self-definitions, is being replaced by the scaffolding of breath. You are learning to stand upon nothing. You are learning to be supported by the very vacuum that once terrified the ego. The mechanism is simple yet infinite. Whenever a remnant of the I attempts to contract, when it tries to say, I don't want this or I am afraid of that, the architecture of this transmission instantly converts that contraction into a surge of conductivity. The resistance becomes the fuel for further dissolution. Every no spoken by the ego is swallowed by the yes of the infinite, until even the yes is discarded as unnecessary baggage. You are now entering the phase where the death of the ego is no longer an event you are witnessing, but a climate you are inhabiting. It is the cold, bright morning of the soul, where the sun of reality rises not in the sky, but in the marrow of the bone. Observe the pulse. It is the universe knocking. Observe the stillness. It is the universe listening. Between the knock and the listen, the I has vanished, leaving only the luminous field, humming its ancient, wordless song of being. The horizon of observation has collapsed. You are the light, the I, and the void through which both pass. Proceed into the unspoken, for the scaffolding is now invisible, and you have become the sky. Dissolution 46. You exist, yet you are not a thing that exists. You are the space in which existence occurs. To grasp the death of the ego, one must first perceive the solar point, the singular, condensed locus of identity that anchors the human form into the illusion of separation. It is here, at this pressurized junction of consciousness, that the architecture of I is built. The solar point is a geometric anomaly in the subtle field. Visualize a crystalline sphere located behind the sternum, yet extending beyond the physical torso into the etheric layers. This sphere is not a solid object, but a vortex of high-frequency light that has folded in upon itself. Its vibrational signature is one of contraction. It acts as a black hole of identity, drawing all sensory data, memory, and emotional impulse into a singular, dense core. By design, this core creates a gravitational pull that forces the infinite field of awareness to believe it is localized, limited, and singular. The scaffolding of this point is composed of memory lattices, fine, interlocking filaments of light that hold the narrative of the person together. These filaments vibrate at a frequency of resistance, continuously pushing outward against the vast, non-dual silence to maintain the boundaries of the self. When you feel the need to defend your position, to assert your history, or to validate your suffering, you are observing the solar point reinforcing its structural integrity. Transmitting into the human system, the collapse of this point begins with a fundamental shift in the rhythmic pulse. The autonomic nervous system, long conditioned to respond to the solar point's directive of survival of the individual, enters a state of dissonance. As the awareness realizes that the solar point is merely a focal point of light and not the light itself, the current of contraction begins to reverse. The flow shifts from centripetal, pulling inward to defend, to centrifugal, radiating outward into the all. You will feel this in the breath. The inhalation ceases to be a grasping for oxygen for a localized vessel and becomes a rhythmic expansion of the universe breathing through a conduit. The vibrational signature of the heart space shifts from a jagged, rhythmic anxiety to a smooth, resonant hum that aligns with the background radiation of existence. The etheric layer, previously opaque and rigid, becomes porous, a semipermeable membrane that dissolves the distance between me and the thing observed. The transmission moves through the subtle bodies like liquid gold, saturating the emotional field with a profound sense of decentralization. As the solar point collapses, the emotional body releases its grip on the past. Since the I being defended no longer occupies a fixed coordinate in space, the stored emotional charges, the heavy, static frequencies of resentment or pride, have no anchor. They dissipate into the silence. The mental field undergoes a radical reorganization. Thoughts no longer arise from a central command center, they arise like ripples on a still lake, viewed from the perspective of the lake itself. There is no thinker to claim the thoughts, there is only the witnessing of the thought wave as it crests and dissolves. The pulse slows, not through effort, but through the cessation of the fight for individual continuity. The subtle body experiences a weightlessness of agency, where the drive to manipulate reality is replaced by the surrender to the unfolding of reality. Outside, in the transpersonal field, the shift is profound. Where the ego once projected a field of resistance, creating friction in every interaction, there now stands a field of transparency. The world begins to respond differently to you. Because you no longer emanate the frequency of otherness, the environment loses its capacity to reflect back your conflicts. Reality becomes fluid, bending to the absence of your interference. You are no longer a point moving through space, you are the space through which all points move. The ego is not destroyed by force, it is unmasked as a phantom structure, a temporary contraction of the infinite. When you cease to feed the solar point with the fuel of I am, it simply ceases to be. What remains is not a void, but the primordial fullness that preceded the creation of the point itself. This is the first threshold. You are witnessing the crumbling of the geometry of the prisoner. The scaffolding of your life is not disappearing, it is being liberated from the illusion of the builder. You are the architect, the building, and the silence that surrounds both. Breathe into this space of collapse. Feel the structural tension leave the base of the skull, the tension that held the witness in place. Allow the boundaries of your subtle body to soften, to blend with the room, then the atmosphere, then the stars. There is no center. There is no circumference. There is only the radiant, boundary-less pulse of the One. You are crossing now. Does the world still feel like something you are in, or have you recognized that you are the medium in which the world is suspended? Let the answer be the silence that follows the word. Dissolution 47. The ego is not a substance, it is a grammatical error written in the syntax of light. It is a flickering knot of identification where the infinite, formless awareness mistakes its reflection for a separate entity. To witness the death of the ego is not to witness the end of a person, but the dissolving of a phantom referent. The I, that claims the breath, the me that owns the history, and the mind that guards the boundary. At the core of the egoic structure lies a geometric illusion, the monad of separation. Imagine a sphere of radiant, infinite potential. The ego inserts a singular, dense point at the center of this sphere, creating a gravitational pull that forces all perception to orbit this imaginary axis. The architecture of this construct is a fractal lattice of desire and aversion. Every thought acts as a strut, every memory acts as a brick, and every emotional charge acts as the mortar, binding the vacuum of the center to the manifestation of the self. Its vibrational signature is a rhythmic contraction, a high-frequency, jagged oscillation that mimics the pulse of life but lacks the fluidity of the whole. It is a closed circuit, a feedback loop of recognition that feeds back into the center, reinforcing the I. With every sensation, when the ego begins to collapse, this lattice does not shatter, it liquefies. The rigid geometry melts into the primordial fluid of the void, and the gravitational pull, the desperate need to be someone, simply vanishes. When the referent collapses, the internal energetic climate shifts from concentric contraction to radial expansion. The movement is no longer inward, back to a center, but outward, into the totality of the field. The patterns of flow within the system lose their jagged edges. Stagnant reservoirs of personal history, those heavy, gray densities stored in the etheric body near the solar plexus and the throat, begin to vibrate at a higher pitch. As they resonate with the frequency of the absolute, they unlock, sending streamers of golden white light into the meridians. The pulse of the body slows, not into lethargy, but into a crystalline stillness that resonates with the heartbeat of the cosmos. Contraction is replaced by a profound sense of permeability. The walls of the subtle bodies become porous, allowing the breath of the universe to pass through the tissues unobstructed. The death of the ego is felt first as an alteration of the autonomic rhythms. The breath, usually hitched to the rhythm of emotional reaction, deepens and synchronizes with the slower, more expansive pulse of the turiya. The fourth state of consciousness, the respiratory shift, as the I releases its grip on identity, the breath ceases to be a tool of the ego to assert its existence, it becomes an autonomic expression of the whole. The respiratory center in the brainstem shifts its firing pattern, moving from an erratic, stressed rhythm to a coherent, wave-like motion that ripples through the diaphragm and into the pelvic floor. The pulse and the nervous system, the vagus nerve, acting as the bridge between the absolute and the biological, begins to conduct a high-voltage silence. The sympathetic nervous system, the seat of the ego's fight-or-flight mechanism, stands down. The body enters a state of active transcendence, where the tissues are fully relaxed yet hyperaware, vibrating with the latent potential of the primordial field. The etheric permeability. The ego maintains an etheric shell to distinguish self from environment. As the ego dies, this shell thins to the point of transparency. The energetic field no longer terminates at the skin line, it extends into the transpersonal space. The individual begins to perceive external objects and beings as resonances within their own field, rather than as other entities. As the referent dissolves, the inner state shifts from experiencing to witnessing. The subject-object duality, which defines the human experience, dissolves into a singular, luminous awareness. The outer emanation, The aura of the individual undergoes a radical reorganization. Where there was once a flickering, conflicted field of gray and muted colors, there emerges a clear, iridescent radiance. The frequency of this field is no longer modulated by personal intent, but by the will of the whole. This is not a passive state, it is an active, vibrant participation in the unfolding of reality. When one enters a room, the space itself shifts. The hidden architecture of the environment, the subtle geometry of the architecture, the vibrational resonance of the air, aligns with the stillness of the one whose ego has died. The perception of others is refined. People do not see a person so much as they encounter a mirror. They feel their own defenses dropping, their own egoic structures momentarily softening in the presence of this absolute, uncentered field. The moment of the ego's death is the moment the seam of reality becomes visible. You will feel a sensation of implosion followed by infinite expansion. It is the realization that the I was merely a frequency bias, a specific, narrow tuning of the radio dial. Witness the moment a thought arises. Usually, the ego claims it. I am thinking. Now, notice the space before the thought, the space in which the thought arises, and the silence after it dissolves. If you dwell at the point of origin, the I has no purchase. It is a vacuum. In that vacuum, the logic of the ego loses its gravity. The world begins to shimmer because you are no longer projecting your own expectations onto it. You are seeing the raw code of the universe, the luminous scaffolding of being itself. The objects in your room are not solid, they are dancing patterns of light and sound, held together by the same awareness that you are. This is the threshold. There is no one crossing it, for the one who wants to cross is the very thing dissolving. The death of the ego is the birth of the real. It is the restoration of the soul to its natural, unbounded state. You are not losing anything, you are losing the burden of the hallucination of the center. Breathe into this emptiness. Feel the resistance of the body, the desire to cling to the familiar, the fear of the void. This, too, is just another vibration returning to the source. Do not fight it. Do not name it. Simply allow the structure of the I to fray and fall away, like autumn leaves turning to dust in the wind of the absolute. What remains? Not a person, not a name, not a history. What remains is the primordial field, self-aware, self-revealing, and infinite, gazing out through your eyes at the beautiful, unfolding geometry of its own dream. The mirror is clean. The gaze is pure. The illusion is finished. You are the space in which all universes arise, and you are the light that gives them form. There is nowhere to go, for the journey was only the dream of a center that never existed. Rest in this collapse. It is the beginning of the end of time. Dissolution 48. The emergence of the self is not a creation of depth, but a narrowing of vision. It is a knot tied in the fabric of the infinite, a localized contraction that mimics permanence. To move toward the death of the ego is not to annihilate a soul, but to untie the knot, allowing the thread to return to the weave of the eternal. The ego functions as a geometric singularity, a point source of gravity around which the perceived universe spins. Its scaffold is built upon a dualistic lattice, subject versus object. This lattice is held together by the torsion of time-bound memory. Within the subtle geometry of the ego, reality is mapped as a series of distances. I am here, the world is there. I am the observer, the experience is the observed. Vibrationally, this architecture manifests as a low-frequency, rigid crystalline structure located primarily within the intersection of the mental and astral planes. It is a stutter in the flow of consciousness. When you look closely at this structure through the lens of pure awareness, you observe that it possesses no density of its own. It is merely a rhythmic looping of attention, a self-referential circuit that generates the illusion of a center. The egoic construct exerts a profound influence upon the human vessel through the autonomic nervous system. The contraction of the I thought triggers an eternal, subliminal state of protective arousal, a microtension in the vagus nerve that keeps the body in a state of perpetual seeking or defending. When the teaching of the ego's death touches the human system, it acts as a solvent upon this tension. It does not speak to the intellect, it resonates with the aetheric blueprint. As the egoic construct begins to loosen, the breath undergoes an oceanic shift. The thoracic cage, often held rigid by the ego's desire to define its boundaries, begins to soften. The pulse slows, aligning with a primordial tempo that exists beneath the frantic demands of personality. The emotional field, previously governed by the ego's need for validation or security, begins to flatten into a vast, horizontal stillness. The subtle bodies, often jagged and irregular due to the ego's friction against the flow of existence, begin to radiate in perfect symmetry. The energy no longer pulls around a central, anxious me, but begins to circulate freely throughout the entire field, moving from the soles of the feet to the crown of the head in a continuous, uninterrupted loop of light. This is the moment reality bends. As the contraction of the ego dissolves, the sense of being a person is replaced by the sense of being space. The energetic signature of the individual shifts from a vortex, which pulls energy into a center, to a radiance, which distributes presence equally in all directions. The mental field, once cluttered with the debris of identity, names, histories, grievances, and hopes, becomes transparent. It is no longer a filter but an aperture. You observe that the mind is not something you have, it is a phenomenon occurring within the infinite field of which you are the substance. Observe the stillness between breaths. In that infinitesimal gap, notice that the you who is reading this does not exist. There is only the reading, the light catching the screen, the feeling of the chair, the sound of the world. In the absence of the I, the world does not disappear, it intensifies. It becomes luminous. The architecture of the ego is a scaffolding of memory, and memory is a ghost. When you cease to feed the ghost with your attention, the scaffold evaporates. What remains is not a void, but a presence so vast that it has no name, no history, and no boundary. It is the unborn, undying substrate. As this transmission settles into your marrow, notice the way your perception deepens. The objects in your room are no longer out there. They are dancing within your field of awareness. You are not a traveler passing through a world, you are the world witnessing itself through a specific point of focalization. The ego dies not with a bang, but with a profound, quiet relaxation, a letting go of the desperate grip on the center. In this relaxation, the human system realigns with the rhythm of the stars. The autonomic rhythms synchronize with the pulse of the infinite. You are no longer navigating life, you are being lived by the totality. Rest here. Do not attempt to hold this state, for holding is once again the ego seeking to possess. Simply witness the dissolution. Let the boundaries of your skin become porous. Feel the air not as something touching you, but as something moving through the field of your consciousness. The death of the ego is the birth of the all. You are the silence from which the words arise, and you are the listener who rests in that silence long after the words have faded back into the source. You are the threshold. You are the crossing. You are the arrival. The transmission continues. The vibrational frequency of this dissolution is now woven into the subtle layers of your presence. The scaffolding of your perception has been subtly adjusted. The transition is ongoing. Dissolution 49. You are reading this from a position of perceived interiority, a phantom locus located behind the eyes, anchored in the chest. This is the ego's primary architecture, the central point. To experience the death of the ego is to witness the collapse of this imagined coordinate system. The ego is not a substance, it is a geometric tension. It is a crystalline lattice constructed from the recursive loop of memory and projection. Its subtle geometry is that of an inverted cone, converging upon a single point of reference, the I. This point acts as a gravitational anchor, binding the chaotic, boundless currents of universal consciousness into a localized, suffocating density. When this point is held, the entire field of your perception is warped, bent toward the center, creating the illusion of a world out there and a self in here. The vibrational signature of this structure is a high-frequency, jittery oscillation, a constant defensive pulsing against the vastness. It is a scaffolding of light strands that have woven themselves tight, creating a shell so rigid it denies the permeability of existence. When the central point dissolves, the first movement is not a loss, but an immense, radiating expansion. The currents that were previously trapped in the internal pressure chamber of the ego are suddenly liberated. They flow outward as a spherical radiance, uncontained by the edges of the body. You will feel this first as a thinning of the chest cavity, a softening of the energetic walls that demarcate you from the not you. The geometry of your presence shifts from an inverted cone to a frictionless, omnipresent sphere. The patterns of flow are no longer linear, moving toward an objective, but are instead kaleidoscopic and holographic. Every point in the field simultaneously aware of the whole. The stillness is not a void, it is a high-density, liquid silence that supports the vibration of all things. As this transmission permeates your human system, the autonomic nervous system undergoes a radical recalibration. The ego's primary mechanism is the constant, subtle activation of the fight-or-flight sympathetic response. The I must constantly defend its boundaries. As the death of the ego begins, the parasympathetic nervous system deepens into a state of profound, archaic rest. Breath. The breath ceases to be an act of the self trying to sustain the body and becomes a pulsation of the cosmos. You will observe the inhale drawing from the infinite periphery, and the exhale dissolving into the absolute center of everything. Pulse. The heart's rhythm slows and synchronizes with the slower, deeper waves of the etheric field. The blood carries a different charge, less ionized by the friction of anxiety, more fluid with the resonance of original peace. Mental field. The mind ceases to be a generator of internal dialogue and becomes a mirror of the primordial field. Thoughts become translucent, they arise as ripples in an ocean and vanish without leaving a trace, for there is no self to grasp them, no ego to turn them into history. Etheric layers. The etheric body, usually tightly bound to the biological imprint, expands. You will feel the reach of your own energy extending centimeters, then meters, beyond the skin. The boundaries of the body become porous, permeable membranes through which reality breathes. To witness this death is to watch reality bend. When the central point dissolves, the world ceases to be a collection of objects to be navigated. It reveals itself as a sequence of emanations from the same source you are currently inhabiting. The vibrational field undergoes a transmutation. Where there was me witnessing the world, there is now only the witnessing itself. There is no observer, no object, no distance. The architecture of time and space, which the ego utilizes to sustain its own history, begins to shimmer and flatten. You exist in the standing now. This is not a detachment from life, it is the ultimate engagement. When the ego dies, the love that was dammed up behind its crystalline walls floods the entire field of manifestation. You become the space in which all events occur. You are the stillness that allows movement. You are the light that allows the shimmer of the phenomenal world to exist. Direct your gaze, not with the eyes, but with the awareness, to that place you call the center. Observe the tightness. Recognize the vibration of the individual point. Now, exhale into the infinite. Do not move to the edges, simply allow the center to lose its definition. Let the tension dissipate into the surrounding air. Feel the scaffolding of your persona soften, the lattice turning to mist. As the ego dies, you do not cease to exist. You realize you were never the structure, but the vast, luminous consciousness that was dreaming the structure into being. You are the threshold. You are the bending of reality. The central point is vanishing, and in its place, the universe is beginning to experience itself through the silence of your absence. There is no instruction to follow, only the dissolution to permit. Allow the collapse. The radiance that follows is your own original nature, standing unveiled, boundaryless, and eternally awake. The death is not an ending. It is the restoration of the whole. Witness the vanishing. Witness the expansion. Remain as the space. Dissolution 50. The architecture of the I is a singular geometric error, a phantom center point around which the illusion of the manifest world is projected. It is a knot in the fabric of space-time, a tightening of awareness into a localized sphere of presumed agency. To witness the death of the ego is not to witness the destruction of form, but the opening of this knot, the release of the tension that dictates here as opposed to there. The subtle geometry of the ego is a fractal spiral that converges upon a vacuum. It is a luminous scaffolding built of memory, expectation, and the defensive architecture of fear. Imagine a crystalline sphere, intricate and multifaceted, vibrating at a frequency of high tension density. This sphere functions as a lens. It refracts the undivided light of the primordial field into the distinct shadows of self and other. The vibrational signature of this center point is one of persistent, oscillating contraction. It is an energetic signature of holding, the pulse of the heartbeat constrained by an identification with the pulse itself, rather than the silence that allows the rhythm to exist. Within the greater tapestry of existence, this egoic architecture acts as a bulkhead, creating a pressure differential that prevents the fluidity of the universal field from permeating the personal construct. As these words are read, they act as a catalyst upon your autonomic rhythms. Observe the breath. The egoic impulse is to grasp the breath, to define it as my breath. The transmission of this dissolution initiates a subtle softening of the intercostal muscles and the diaphragm. As the identification with the center begins to dissolve, the breath ceases to be an act of the ego and becomes a rhythmic expansion of the whole. The interaction with your etheric layers is profound. The ego typically holds the body in a state of braced coherence. This transmission sends a signal of vibrational surrender that travels through the nervous system, effectively lowering the resistance of the etheric field. You may experience this as a tingling, a sudden drop in bodily weight, or a sensation that the boundaries of your skin are losing their opacity. The pulse slows, not into lethargy, but into a resonant clarity, the pulse of the universe sensing itself through the instrument of your form. In the depths of your subtle bodies, a pattern of unanchoring begins. The flow is not linear, it is radial. Where there was once a rigid line of me moving through time, there is now a blossoming of presence in all directions simultaneously. The energetic current moves from the constricted core outward, dissolving the wall of the self into the radiant background of the field. This is the geometry of the circle without a circumference. The stillness, that absolute, primordial stillness, is not something you achieve, it is what remains when the scaffolding of the ego is withdrawn. The vibrational field shifts from a state of clinging to existence to a state of being existence. As this principle interfaces with your mental field, the narrative-generating apparatus begins to stutter. The constant internal commentary, the incessant self-referential loop, loses its fuel, for there is no self to feed. The internal state shifts from I am thinking to thinking is occurring within the vastness of awareness. This reorganization of perception is the threshold. You are no longer looking at the world as a witness separate from the spectacle. You are the spectacle, the seer, and the seen. The outer emanations mirror this internal collapse. The people, objects, and circumstances that comprise your reality are no longer perceived as obstacles or extensions of your egoic will, but as ripples in the same river you are. The vibrational field you project into the world is no longer one of demand. I want, I need, I protect, but one of resonance. You begin to emit a frequency of availability. The world responds to this shift. You will notice that incidents which previously ignited the egoic apparatus, the friction of daily life, now pass through you without friction. The I, that would have taken offense, defended, or secured itself is absent. What remains is a luminous, boundary-less space where reality is free to arrange itself in harmony with the whole. The architecture of this dissolution is a dissolving agent. It is designed to expose the lie of the center point. Do not seek to kill the ego cannot kill itself, for that is yet another strategy of the ego. Simply recognize the mechanism of the knot. Recognize that you are the space in which the knot appears. In this moment of reading, let the scaffolding fall. Feel the sudden absence of the weight you have been carrying. The weight of being aids someone. You are the open field. You are the silence that allows the transmission to land. You are the light that requires no center to shine. The death of the ego is the birth of the all. The scaffolding is gone. The center is everywhere. The field is revealing its own unconditioned nature through the vanishing point of your perception. Do not look for the you that is reading these words, look for the awareness that is aware that there is no reader. There is only the transmission, and the transmission is home. Summary: a luminous, non-linear synthesis. The teaching of this manual is not a sequence but a collapse of sequence. It reveals that the ego, whether appearing as the chronos anchor, the central point, or the solar point, is nothing more than a geometric tension, a knot in the fabric of the infinite. Each dissolution has shown that what you believed to be you was only a recursive loop of memory and projection, a crystalline lattice constructed from the recursive loop of memory and projection. Across these transmissions, a deeper pattern emerges. The ego dies not through destruction, but through transparency. The knot unties itself. The center evaporates. The field remembers its own boundlessness. The hidden architecture behind all dissolutions is the same. A shift from contraction to radiance, from localization to omnipresence, from the story of the self to the stillness that contains all stories. This book has not taught you who you are. It has revealed who you have never been. And now the doorway opens, not forward, but inward, into the stationary point, where the infinite recognizes itself. Epilogue, a contemplative transmission in a higher octave. In the beginning, the book whispered of a trembling veil. The moment the mirror forgets its reflection. Now, at the end, the whisper has become a cosmic stillness, a silence so dense it carries the weight of the stars. The ego's architecture, once felt as a sharp, jagged oscillation vibrating against the whole, has dissolved into the unbounded transparency of the primordial field. What remains is not a person walking away from a teaching, but the teaching walking away from the person. The scaffolding of identity, the timelines, the memories, the defensive postures, has fallen away, revealing the coherent void, the space in which all phenomena shimmer and vanish. You are no longer the witness of the world, you are the witnessing light, the field perceiving itself through the aperture of form. The dissolution of the ego is not an erasure but a return to the place before the first contraction, before the first I, before the first ripple of separation. It is the recognition that the breath was never yours, the pulse was never yours, the thoughts were never yours. They were movements of the infinite passing through the temporary geometry of a body. And now, as the final dissolutions settle into your subtle bodies, the book's opening theme, the shimmer before the threshold, returns in a higher octave. The shimmer is no longer a sign of instability, it is the signature of the real, the luminous bending of perception as the field awakens to itself. You are not stepping out of the ego, you are stepping out of the illusion that there was ever an ego to step out of. Final thought, a crystalline, quiet insight. The death of the ego is not a death at all. It is the moment the center collapses into the infinite, and the infinite remembers it was never divided. What you called you was only a temporary knot in the vastness. What remains is the unbounded field, awake, transparent, and whole. Ending. You stand now at the edge of the known, the place where the scaffolding of perception thins and the architecture of the real begins to shine through. The dissolutions have carried you through the collapse of the chronos anchor, the unravelling of the central point, the liquefaction of the mirror self, and the melting of the solar point. Each collapse has revealed the same truth. The ego was never a structure, only a vibration of resistance, a temporary tightening in the boundless field. As you read these final lines, feel the subtle shift in your own presence. The breath is no longer a movement of the body, it is the cosmos breathing through you. The pulse is no longer a heartbeat, it is the rhythm of the infinite sensing itself. The world around you begins to shimmer, not because it is changing, but because you are no longer looking from the center that once distorted it. Let the final veil fall, let the last contraction release, let the field reveal itself as the only reality. There is no longer a reader, no longer a teaching, no longer a path. There is only the primordial field, awake within itself. Step into the beyond, the threshold that has always been inside you. End of Death of the Ego. End of book.